Okay, sorry. There we go.
Attendance isn't just about following the rules. It's about ensuring students feel connected to school, their teachers, and one another. Every missed day is a missed opportunity for connection, instruction, and support. Chronic absenteeism remains one of the biggest threats to student achievement and well-being, and addressing it requires a collective commitment. We are dedicated to building a district-wide culture where attendance is everyone's responsibility. Our unified campaign is more than messaging, it's a movement. By connecting policy, practice, and people with intention and passion, we aim to shift the narrative from simply counting absences to cultivating presence. This work includes unified messaging, creating a consistent message across schools, families, and communities that every day counts. Tiered supports, providing layered interventions for students from universal strategies to individualized support and interventions. Incentives and recognition, encouraging and celebrating strong attendance at the student, classroom, and school levels. And partnerships, enhancing collaboration with both internal teams and external community partners to address barriers. Together, these efforts ensure attendance is more than compliance. It becomes a shared value and a foundation for student success across Broward.
As you can see, this chronic absenteeism is a national, state, and local issue. And really what I identify chronic absenteeism is that 18 or more school days, so it's 10%, and those are excused and or unexcused. So that idea that absenteeism is just those that don't come to school and aren't having a care is really something that we need to address. We can see that nationally 12.6 million students were chronically absent in the 24 school year, and we have about 65,000 students. And again, that chronic absenteeism, and I see eyes, and we felt the same way. The eyes and the numbers, they're real and they are concerning, certainly, but really looking at that excused and unexcused. These are our numbers, as you can see, from 2017, 2018, pre-COVID, and then moving up past COVID from 2021, 22 to 23, 24. And that 33% is definitely a very large number. We have not recovered for our chronic absenteeism in Broward schools since we've been through COVID. This is, again, nationally the same. That doesn't mean where we want to be nationally. And we'll go through some other slides in the appendix that we shared that really truly are very eye-opening data points, and certainly something that as we've continued to look at the data and also discuss our strategies, knowing that when we've tried to tackle excused or unexcused absences, that's been a Band-Aid approach, and how do we really have that foundational approach and grassroots effort that student and attendance matters. Every school day counts, so we have to get our students in our schools so that we can make the difference there. As you can see in the research, that consistent attendance is one of the strongest and most reliable predictors of student success. When they come to school regularly, they have greater opportunities to master those foundational skills, stay on track academically, and graduate prepared for the next steps. We also know that they're more likely to feel connected and supported to their school environment. When schools provide that wellness resources, access to health care, mental health services, mentoring, and safe, welcoming spaces, students experience a greater sense of belonging, and these supports remove those barriers that might otherwise keep a child at home. Also is that early intervention piece. Simple, proactive steps, such as clear and positive communication with families, timely check-ins, and then outreach before patterns of absence take hold, send a strong sense that attendance matters every day. So really looking at these research strategies and research-driven practices to be supportive of the environments and timely interventions show us that improving attendance is not just about the monitoring of numbers, but about creating conditions in which students feel encouraged to be present every day and empowered to succeed both in school and in life. Policy drives culture, culture drives attendance. We certainly want to make sure that we know that Setting those expectations and requirements is key, but culture is what sustains them. Strong policies provide the foundation for accountability, clear expectation, aligned supports, and consistent messaging. But those policies alone don't exist in isolation. It's the culture in schools, shaped by principals, teachers, staff, families, and peers, that truly drives that behavior. When schools create environments where students feel safe, welcome, and motivated, attendance becomes a natural outcome. Ultimately, our goal is student success. Every policy we write, every practice we implement, and every culture we foster must point toward preparing students not just to graduate, but to thrive. This means equipping them with the knowledge, skills, confidence, and sense of belonging they need to pursue their aspirations and contribute meaningfully to their communities. As you can see, the student engagement we have contributing factors that really support student success and being around attendance. Student engagement, that key is really a key piece, making sure our students are engaged, where that instruction is exciting and connecting to their learning really makes a difference. That cross-departmental collaboration ensures that programming, scheduling, and opportunities are student-driven and responsive to their needs. And then when students are engaged in that meaningful work, supported by their teachers and given that voice and choice, attendance improves. Targeted programming and high-quality instruction, again, that cross-departmental approach, academics, curriculum, and student services working together to deliver high-quality instruction paired with targeted interventions. We need to make sure that we're providing advanced coursework. We're meeting students where for career opportunities. We want them invested and on track so that they want to continue to come to school. Extracurricular activities, we know that students really, the athletics, the arts, clubs, that builds motivation and belonging that extend beyond the classroom. Those coordination between those academics, student activities, and community partners provides equitable access for our students. And that really reinforces for our students coming to school matters for connection. Student wellness, that's definitely a shared responsibility, something we continue to talk about and really need to make sure that that's at the table too. Across the health, the counseling, the academics, and family engagement. We're hearing about nursing, knowing that that's all part of this data set that we have to continue to monitor. Health services, mental health awareness campaigns, and referrals connecting students and families to the right supports at the right time. And that trusted adults in our schools really help us make sure that we're making those connections with our students. And that's everyone, teachers, counselors, social workers, nurses, every one of us. School culture, that's really where the magic happens, is where we are shaped by our principals, teachers, staff, and families working together. These incentives, mentoring programs, and pro-social clubs really foster that sense of belonging. And again, that cross-departmental alignment and connection is really where we really can move the needle. We can't leave our families out. That family engagement piece is essential to improving attendance. Consistent communication and outreach helping families understand that regular attendance is the key to success. Supporting schools by building trust, listening to families, and providing resources for that homeschool connection. And when families view attendance as a shared responsibility and priority, students are more likely to show up every day. Ultimately, that wraparound service model is really something with that multi-layered solutions is what we have to do. Looking at through a data analysis, schools identify students who need additional supports and connect them with district and community resources. And then services such as some of the wellness walks and talks that we've done in the past and how we're improving that and bringing in with the new realignment student services with ESC and looking at those data sets to make sure that we're meeting the needs of the students as well as the school to really bring in that full whole student approach.
On Friday, August 29th, we officially launched the Attendance Counts Every School Day campaign for school year 26. This campaign will unify our schools under one consistent message, provide resources for principals and teachers, and engage families with a clear communication about the importance of daily attendance. Throughout September, we're promoting the National Attendance Awareness Month and continue to push out our campaign toolkit. This campaign is about connection, consistency, and collective action. Together, we're turning attendance into a culture, one that supports every student every day. We are taking attendance out of the back office and into schools and the community. Our roadshow and marketing efforts will make attendance personal and powerful. We're making sure attendance stays front and center all year long. Go. This slide highlights how we're moving from tracking missed days to actively managing the barriers that prevent students from showing up. Our approach is rooted in tiered interventions, meeting students and schools where they are before attendance becomes a chronic issue. This multi-layered strategy ensures that attendance is not just monitored, but it's actively supported with the goal of removing barriers and promoting student success. Tier 1 focuses on the universal strategies for all students, such as consistent district messaging, school-wide recognition programs, and proactive family communication. Tier 2 is for students beginning to show attendance concerns. School counselors and school social workers step in to provide target supports, such as individual check-ins, small group sessions, problem-solving conferences, or attendance improvement plans. Tier 3 is reserved for students with significant attendance concerns. Here, school social workers, school counselors, and administrators work together to provide intensive support and interventions. This often includes home visits, individualized intervention plans, wraparound services, and connections to community agencies and district departments. This layered approach allows us to individualize interventions at both the school and student level, making sure no child is left unsupported. To reduce our chronic absenteeism, we need to ensure that we have a strong foundation focused on a commitment to build a culture where students want to attend, making every day count. We know that motivation matters. Schools that recognize students and staff for improving attendance see results. Incentives don't have to be huge. They can be as simple as a certificate, a school event, or public recognition. The key is acknowledging the small wins and efforts towards improvement regularly. We'll share examples of best practices across schools, highlight attendance champions, and celebrate the progress already being made. Scaling these successes will help create positive momentum district-wide.
This is where we're going to show our video. We can send it to you. It's a great video. It has 6 different principals highlighted in regards to their focus on attendance.
Chair, I would like to see that video. I feel like...
Okay. We would love for you to see it. Great. Beacon, let's go. Thank you.
We don't watch as being a non-traditional setting. What we've decided to do is to implement a daily check-in when it comes to attendance. And once we looked at the data, so we look at the average daily attendance rate, and we communicate with our community liaisons and our administrators and our teachers. We share this data with the entire staff in order for them to be aware. And we include our counselors in there. Everybody's involved in looking at the data to make sure that we determine the best way to get the students to come to school. So for having good attendance, our students receive Bluetooth devices, such as headphones, and they also get the chargers for their phones. So they have items that they could actually use. Make the phone call first. Find out the reason why the student is not coming. Because once you remove the barriers, they're going to show up. But you gotta start small.
Here at the Shores, we pride ourselves on a very positive, positively charged, upbeat school climate and culture. In order to make sure that we can get as close to 100% average daily attendance as possible, we have implemented in our classrooms a monthly challenge where the classroom that has the most attendance will receive some sort of reward from the PTO in addition to providing the teacher with some sort of incentive too.
You know, it really helps like coming to school a lot with like grades and everything, because you really get to know what's going on and you don't miss anything out. Like you don't miss out on anything, and you don't miss out on like extra fun stuff you do in class, like projects and field trips.
I've been here since kindergarten. I never missed a day of school, and I get to know everybody's name, like Miss Monroe and Dr. Leff. They're basically like my best friends.
At the school level, we can provide whatever resources we have for the parents to make sure they get what they need. So I would always find out why it's happening, and then you can always build a solid plan around the why.
At Oakland Park Elementary, we do a plethora of things for attendance to encourage students to be here. So if a student has no absences, no tardies, no early signouts, they receive a special certificate, a brag tag, Eagle Bucks, they get to shop in our Eagle store, they get treats. So a lot of different things that we do to really encourage attendance and being here. During our RTI meetings, we're always looking at data. So we look at attendance, chronic absences. Is the student a Tier 2 or a Tier 3 scholar, so they're academically struggling? And then how does attendance play a role in that academic struggle, and how we can then connect with the parents to show them the data. So we bring the parents to those meetings to show them. But it really starts at the relationship piece, and once you make those positive relationships with your families, they will come to you and let you know if they need additional support or assistance with attendance or in different ways.
Here at Manatee Bay, we celebrate our students that have perfect attendance. We are debuting our brag tag cart just this week, where students will be able to earn a themed brag tag for having perfect attendance. There is a direct correlation between students' attendance and academic achievement. So when we meet for CPST, addressing both needs is important to us. We do pull the data from Focus, and then we are able to better support the teachers.
Here at Sunrise Middle, we've seen an increase in attendance, I think because of three main things. The first of which would be building a culture where kids are excited to come to school. So we've built a great team of caring individuals who kids are excited to see, and they don't want to stay home because they miss those teachers. The second part of that is our social worker, who's amazing, Miss Honda. She works closely with our grade level guidance counselors to identify students. As soon as they begin missing, like their fourth day, they begin reaching out to parents and proactively working to ensure that the parents feel accountable, the students feel accountable, and the students are here. And then the last thing is we've incentivized perfect attendance. So last year, for the first time, we provided students with some incentives for perfect attendance during the fourth quarter, and this year we're going to roll that out each quarter.
At Blanche Ely High School, one of the things all of our students receive every single morning is a text message at exactly 6:55 a.m. This is to get them up ready for school. We try to insert ourselves into the world that our students currently live in, which they're very attached to their phones, even though they can't have them in school. So we wake them up every single morning with just simple reminders of what's happening during the day. When I became the principal here 4 years ago, and looking at the data as a team, one of the things that we noticed that in the data was that one of the most challenging days was when it relates to attendance was on Fridays. So hence I started the Principals Advisory Board, which gives me an opportunity to connect with students from all walks of life within the school to hear their perspectives about what can we do to encourage students to connect with school and want to come to school every single day and give them something to look forward to. And that has really helped us in using that feedback to enhance the student experience and shift the culture.
Okay. Okay. Okay, last year we created an attendance work group comprised of senior leaders from student services, marketing, data intelligence, educational assessment analysis and research, and principals from various grade levels. The group laid the groundwork for this year's campaign and developed three main goals to support our attendance awareness campaign, refine intervention strategies, and increase data transparency. For school year 26, we will be incorporating student and parent voices as an integral part of the work group, including representation from partners such as the Children's Services Council. This work group will focus on reducing absenteeism and improving average daily attendance across the district. In addition, to ensure data transparency, we are currently developing a forward-facing dashboard. This year, a key priority in building the foundation and commitment that attendance counts every school day and promoting consistent student engagement, we are kicking off this year with our first meeting on September 25th. Next slide. We are excited to announce a new initiative through the Children's Services Council focused on reducing chronic absenteeism. CSE will help us amplify the campaign's reach through marketing materials that promote the importance of regular attendance across Broward County. Currently, the development of PSAs are in the works. Their support extends to student and community engagement, activities, and opportunities for podcasts focused on attendance, which will give youth a voice in shaping the culture of showing up. This partnership reflects a shared commitment to building a culture that leads to student success to help every student attend, connect, and thrive.
Beacon, if you could show the next video, please.
School culture is the heartbeat of a campus. It's the shared beliefs, values, and behaviors that shape how students feel when they walk through our doors. When students feel safe, seen, and supported, they're not just more likely to attend, they're more likely to thrive. Research shows that a positive school culture can significantly reduce chronic absenteeism because students are more likely to show up when they feel connected to peers and adults, valued for who they are, motivated by a sense of purpose and belonging, and engaged in their learning. It's the everyday interactions and intentional choices that make a difference. Simple gestures, like a warm welcome or recognizing effort, help foster trust and connection. Inclusive environments, opportunities for every voice to be heard, and mutual respect set the tone for a campus where everyone feels they matter. It means cultivating moments where every student feels recognized and celebrated, and where everyone has a place to connect and belong. When students feel like they belong, school becomes more than a place to learn. It becomes a place they want to be. That's the kind of culture that keeps them coming back. So let's ask ourselves, what are we doing today to make our schools places students don't want to miss? Consistent attendance is closely linked to academic achievement. Students who show up, grow up, and succeed both in and out of the classroom. By nurturing a positive culture that inspires students to attend, we lay the foundation for their lifelong learning and future opportunities. When we build a strong school culture, we're not just improving attendance, we're changing lives.
Thank you, Beacon. If you could go back to the deck, thank you. Before we go to questions and answers, and I know it's in the appendix, but just wanted to, share and showcase just the reality of where we are. Obviously looking at that district and school level data for average daily attendance. We were on an upward trend, and certainly last year we continued to be moving forward, but really looking at that because that average daily attendance tells one picture. That's students that are coming to school, which we want to definitely continue to increase. And overall, our district went from 91 to 92, and certainly seeing elementary has been pretty stable. We had a jump with our middle school, and then high school is significant. But certainly then when you compare that to that chronic absenteeism, we see a very large change in that, because really making sure that we understand that chronic absenteeism, again, is excused and unexcused absences, and really making sure that we're encouraging and engaging and making students want to come to school, so that we don't want that to be the issue of them not coming to school and then getting their work online or making it up. And having that ability is wonderful, but at the same time, sometimes we've created maybe another slight problem. And then we wanted to pull out those schools that are exceeding the 94% goal, which are great. The schools that we identified in the video were schools that really took a very concerted effort and are moving that needle. So we wanted to also highlight those individuals. These are schools that are on this page really doing an amazing job, and we are tapping into them for best practices, but also want those schools that are again, doing things differently and being attainable for other individuals. And if you look at this, we do have some programs such as McFadder, Beachside, Millennium 6 through 12, Pompano Beach, VSY, that have different programming models. And there's also some demographic, lens that we need to look at there. Then we go to our traditional schools that are below 90%, and certainly knowing, and this is where we as a cross-departmental group really need to come in and look to make sure that we are addressing that, and not just in the compliance of recording data attendance, but really getting to the root of the cause and looking to see, one, going back to that culture, making sure we have a strong foundation for Tier 1, and then continuing to address student need with Tier 2 and Tier 3 students, but really making sure that that campaign and that mantra that every day counts, we need to be in school. And we didn't want to leave our non-traditional sites out, and these are schools that are below the 90%, but we've had a lot of very heated and deep conversation around how we need to support those schools differently in regards to their unique demographics. And that's why I mentioned earlier with the wellness walks and talks that were started about 2 years ago, really trying to build upon those and build those out differently, so that we're going in with our counterparts in ESC as well to really look at that, along with coordinated student health services counseling, so that we're looking at the totality of the school and of the students to make sure we're addressing the needs. This is the chronic absenteeism as we've shared from 18-19 up to 24-25. And as we shared on the first few slides, that really hasn't recovered from COVID. So really looking to see, and again, the campaign over in the past has been about making sure there's been some compliance about excused versus unexcused, but we really need to stop the Band-Aid and really address that school is where the money is, and where we really need to be getting our students in so that they get the best quality education and time and commitment and wraparound services. And then last, this is something we've had a decent amount of conversation looking at the chronic absenteeism by subgroup data. And typically when we look at subgroup data, we see a larger discrepancy between performance. So this was very eye-opening in regards to, other than our Asian subgroup, there's not a huge discrepancy. It's a problem across the board. I'm not saying it's not a problem, but it certainly isn't. When we look at sometimes performance with, whether it be academic performance and other things, we see a larger variation. So this is really a concern across the board, regardless of the demographic. And then just one more time, we're just letting you know that coming soon, we're going to have a forward-facing dashboard. So thank you for allowing us to present and for the opportunity to show the videos too.
Thank you so much. We'll go to public comment. First, we have Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh.
Good afternoon, Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh, Plantation, Florida. Since they ended with mentioning public-facing attendance, I thought I'd start with public-facing pacing guides. All of last year, District Advisory Council, of which I am the immediate past chair, talked about a student-centered framework to address things that would serve students, which would increase attendance. And we had the pacing guides, syllabi and lesson plans being public-facing, standardized online learning courses, and that we also talked about the grading system and amending policy 4000 to include the CCC settlement condition number 3, standards of service, which is in the 2002 version of the student progression plan. But anyway, I bring all that up because I got stuck on slide 7, and when I was just listening, I always think this is about getting at core issues, which is what my concerns are about, and then I forget this is also about FTE, because it's 2025. If we're going to be talking about using AI, then using Canvas and online learning should be part of it, but then that doesn't get them into the classroom, and now you have your FTE problem. Whereas I would argue we need to change the very definition of attendance to include if you're engaged online. I have not taught since 2010 in a classroom, but we had hybrid classes, and I can assure you those discussion boards, when designed and engaged appropriately, can be even more engaging than what happens in the classroom. And perhaps more because people tend to sometimes be more comfortable online than they would be in person. But anyway, because it's a two-way street. So on slide 7, yes, I will agree that attendance correlates to more learning. However, If you have students being housed en masse in the gym and cafeteria, there's no instruction. They may not want to come to school. If they're out sick and you have no Canvas content and no ability to submit your assignments and stay on schedule, that equals no instruction, equals falling behind, equals compounding the problem. Because now they don't want to come because they've flunked something and they're embarrassed, so they might not want to come. And that's because they could not keep up from, let's say they were out one day. When teachers are forced to teach out of field, that's not appropriate instruction. Substitutes that do not provide or cannot or are incapable of providing any instruction, that's another problem. So you have to, these are all things that will also prevent students from coming to school. Kids are smart. They know who knows their stuff and they know who doesn't. They don't want to come there and not learn anything. So none of this addresses any of that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The next public speaker is Cynthia Dominique. I don't think that she's here. Okay. So we will go to board discussion, and Ms. Thompson.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, staff, for this presentation. I really appreciate how it's been focused more on prevention and gaining students back than necessarily punitive measures. However, that's what I'm about to ask about. So as a school social worker, mainly I focus a lot on attendance. And are we still using SHINs and FINS referrals?
The SINS-FINS referrals, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. So that's an agreement that's still under review. However, we still are making referrals to those providers. It's just through a different process. So that is our main secondary avenue to address truancy, is making referrals to those providers that are under the SINS-FINS umbrella.
Can you explain what the different process is then?
Well, it's not done through the SINS-FINS referral form, but it's still pursuing referrals to those agencies with parental consent, because they have to consent, to make sure that we're doing assessments of the student, trying to see if there's in-home, services that can be provided, and to address the issues that are, leading to the truancy.
So for clarification, does that mean you're just doing the process and then telling the parents that they need to reach out to them instead? Like, what do you...
No, we're referring them. We're making the direct referral, the school social workers are, with parental consent to each of the providers, to either of the providers. Yes.
So then what's the difference?
It's really just logistics.
Fancy. Okay. And then, so the interagency agreement, is that the contract you're referring to? That's
correct.
Okay. Is that on our end or on their end?
It's on our end.
Okay. And then are we still doing BTIP referrals, or what is that process looking like?
Yes, we are. We still are doing BTIP for elementary, and there is a slide in the appendix about BTIP, so that is still going to happen now regularly. We had already done it last year when the rollout of the letters started in January, and we'll continue to do that process. That's still in place, and as well as our partnership with the state attorney's office.
Is it better in place than it was 2 years ago? Because I remember when I was a social worker doing the referrals, we were told, like, yes, you make the referrals, but that doesn't necessarily mean that anyone's going to follow up on them, because they were still recovering from COVID and other reasons. So what is the BTIP looking like currently?
So things definitely changed post-COVID, because 2 years ago, we were no longer having letters generated by the district office by IT.
Okay.
So 2 years ago, we had to do a lot of things manually, but we still had BTIP meetings, and we still had them last year. Yes, so that's continuing. We're just hoping that we've gotten ahead of it now this year, that the rollout for the letters has started from the beginning of the school year, rather than last year where we were delayed with the rollout in focus.
And I wasn't saying that I thought we were lacking in some part of that intervention. It was more the follow through from the court system. So how has that process changed, or has it changed? Or
no, there's been no change to that. That's continued, and we had various meetings with the state attorney's office last year. They're very passionate about this, and so that's something that they are monitoring, and we have data that speaks to that in terms of the work that they're doing for the cases, for example, that we filed every year.
Well, I'm glad to hear it's getting better, even though you say it was fine. I'm glad it's getting better. And then As far as high school interventions, because I know like elementary, we can, for lack of a better word, go after the parents, same a little bit in middle school, but then after high school, there's really no punitive measure. And I think a lot of teachers or social workers will reach out and be like, well, there's really nothing we can do to force them to go to school. So what are our interventions? And I know you talked about belonging, but specifically in high school, what are we doing once we notice a student's not showing up?
Interventions at the secondary level are a challenge, that's without a doubt. But, you know, SINSFINs, those referrals to those providers are definitely key. But the key is all the interventions that we're doing prior to that. And yes, compulsory school age is maxed at 16 years old. So those then definitely become a challenge. The important thing that we want to emphasize is that intervention and tackling things from the very beginning of the first of the school year is what's important so that we can address whatever the barriers are. I know there's so many facets to secondary and why, for example, in high school, students stop coming. Some of them is that there are certain classes or issues that they have. And so I think that's on a school-to-school based, you know, it's really depends on what's happening with the student. And I'm not going to say that the challenges aren't there, and we hear it from principals all the time, because it is a struggle. We just have to find ways to do everything that we just spoke about in our slides about creating that culture of being there is very important, and do our best to intervene early on.
And what would you like to see the board do, or how can we support your department in this effort?
I think one, allowing us to present to this, and then certainly the questions that you ask. And Ms. Thompson, you're correct. At high school, it's definitely a challenge because, as I like to say, the older we get, we have more free will. We do have, you know, certainly one of those consequences is working with, you know, obviously the state and the DMV, but we don't want. I got turned off. I don't know. But we don't want to get to that. And certainly I think the commitment of the board of really supporting that, and then everything that we continue to bring forward in regards to that wraparound piece for our students and our schools is really us going in as a division to look at the totality of the student and of the situation and of the school so that we can be as hands-on as possible and be supportive to schools, the students, and their needs.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Alhada.
Thank you so much. I'm very excited that you brought this forward. I think there's a lot that can be discussed here and worked on and improved. I appreciate the presentation, I appreciate the video, but I think there is more that is absolutely needed. But my first question on page 28, what is, so that you said that 92.18% was the average daily attendance. So how many students were not in school? So this is based on the data from as of September 5th, 2025.
15,000.
15,000?
Sorry, no, that was just a sample as an example of the forward-facing dashboard on there. Sorry. I apologize. We should have put sample. I apologize.
That's not a real data.
That's not a real data point. That was just, you know, coming soon.
Okay, so do we know how many students on average since the start of the school year started that have been absent?
Miss, we can look that up in Focus.
Yeah, Focus.
That's Focus has the daily. We look at the daily attendance rate and, you know, monitor that.
Okay. My next question is there any connection between being, if you're, say, on a sports team or in the band or any other program in school, is there any connection with having to be in school that day to be able to participate in your game or activity?
I'm going to let Dr. Washington come up to that.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Jody Washington, Director of School Culture and Student Support. That is a part of the Code of Student Conduct, and if you give me a minute, I'll look up exactly what it says, but I believe, if I remember correctly, they have to be in attendance for half of the school day in order to be able to participate in that activity for that day.
Okay, so these things are not being enforced, right? They might be in the Student Code of Conduct, but they're not being enforced at the school level. So we need to start enforcing these rules. that's low-hanging fruit, right? If you're not in school, guess what? You don't get to play in your soccer game, or you don't get to march in the band. A big thing I have in here is consequences. And I know they've rolled out the 10-10-10 rule at MSD and Westglades. There's been success in that with greater attendance, higher test scores. I was really hoping to see some of that data in here. And so, Dr. Hepburn, as we move forward, if you could, that's you.
Dr. Fulton.
Fulton/Hepburn. If you can really look at that, because, if we have things that are working, and I understand the reward might be different at different schools, but at the end of the day, if you're telling a child, like, if you are not in attendance for school or you miss X amount of days, you're not going to be able to go to homecoming. Like, it's really difficult as a parent, especially at the high school level, to get your child to go to school. But if there is that other piece happening, I think it's really important that there is those consequences to not being in school. There's ways that we can go about this, and I think we're really missing that low-hanging fruit. The other part is, and I've had it happen to me, where my child even sent me pictures of there's nothing going on in the classroom, nothing is being taught. Like, kids are sleeping, kids are on their phone, kids are not even there. So it's very difficult as a parent to incentivize your child to go to school. When they go to school, there's nothing happening. So we need to do better, especially on those half days, the days before a holiday. These can't be free open days. Education needs to be happening every single day. I get the incentives, making it fun, but I also think there needs to be consequences. And, the other part is, like, when you go on to report an absence, so my question is the excused absences compared to the unexcused absence, but are the excused absences counted towards that chronic absentee?
Yes, both are. That's the
So
definition.
I think there also needs to be kind of an education piece back to parents, because I think there's a perception, well, if I go online, fill out the form, that's excused. So it's not going to count towards my chronic absenteeism, but you're saying it does count towards it.
Correct. So it counts towards the chronic absenteeism definition, but as the parent, I'm seeing, and you're 100% correct, Ms. Aladeff, it comes up as I'm excused. So that's why I mentioned at the beginning of the presentation, some of those unintended consequences that us promoting calling them in as excused is great, but we really want them in school. That's where we want them. We want them in school so that we can have our hands on them, educating them, not losing instructional time, so that we really can make the difference for them. So that was some of our conversation, as well as how do we change that campaign and that communication of the education internally, externally, as a whole, so that we really push that lens. But thank you.
But we have to get that, even if it's excused, it still counts towards that chronic absentee number of 18. 18 or higher, you're chronically absent.
Correct.
And then I also believe that when you report an absence, you should have to put in your parent password. I mean, my child could just go on, fill out this form. Nobody would know the difference. Well, he's at FSU now, so he's not doing that.
He's totally not going to class.
Oh, he's going to class. Number one rule. But like, when you have to go and pay for a T-shirt or whatever, you have to put in your password. There should be that for this too, to report an absence. And then I know we focus, and I think it's beautiful to have perfect attendance. I mean, it's absolutely incredible. But I think we should also have like a lower threshold of rewarding the students, because if 18 is the number, I don't know, maybe it's less than 10, right? If you're less than 10, you're getting this whatever reward.
I know at most schools that they do the quarterly attendance because waiting till the end of the year is too long for a kid. That reward, it comes way too late. So we do quarterly attendance and even focusing on improved attendance. I think that's important for students to have recognition for if I improve my attendance, that there is a recognition for that as well too. Because if a child is sick, we don't want them to come to school. And so we don't want it to feel like it's such a pressure to be at school and present even when you are sick. But we do have students that make a concerted effort and parents that make a concerted effort to say, I'm improving my attendance. And when doing so, they are acknowledged for that. And we have a lot of schools that have some wonderful, great practices. And based on the work group that she discussed, we have principals on there that come up with amazing things that they're doing at their school level that we're able to scale up and have other schools adopt those things because it's working for them. So great idea.
And then my next comment is, are any of these strategies that we're speaking about today different from the last 3 years? Because in the last 3 years, really, nothing has changed. The absentee rate hasn't gotten better. So are these new strategies, or are we just redoing the same thing we've always done?
So it's a combination of all of that, and hence the reason for the work group and also enlisting our community partners to go on, be in our bandwagon on that, because it's really a village job, meaning it's not the school itself. We need parents, we need community partners, we need help when it comes to recognizing our students. So the work group kind of has a different sample of different people that come to the table with some amazing ideas that we're supporting the schools with to help increase daily average attendance for our students.
Right. No, and I wrote that down, community partners. I think that's amazing. Like, I know when the Stanley Cup went to MSD, obviously everybody wanted to be in school that day. It was a big day. And then also maybe we could work with our community partners with the, giving out soccer tickets or baseball tickets, because these are great incentives. But again, I think we have to do something different, but we also have to make sure that there's consequences, right? We can't say that it's in the student code of conduct, but not actually execute those consequences. So whatever that looks like, it actually needs to happen. Whether it's those phone calls home or missing the soccer game, because it's not happening. And so I think there's just been a level of let it go, just kind of ignoring it, and it needs to stop. And I think that if we have a stronger focus, give more of the incentives. I mean, these seem like great strategies. I hope they improve. And I think we just need to also continue the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm gonna, the student advisors both want to speak, so I'll let you guys go, then I'll come back to all of us.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, it's ironic that we are missing school.
Chronic absenteeism.
Yes.
Right here.
I did venture into my focus and realized I am chronically absent.
Uh-oh.
So I love the slide about school culture and about student experience, because that's what drives this data. This data is not about, well, in some regards, there's students that are just habitually absent, that are just not attending school. But there's students that are not attending school because they don't feel a connection to their school. So I'm really grateful that that was included in the presentation and included in the discussion. I love the idea of student-driven scheduling and academic planning. That's something we've been talking a lot about, because I'll be honest with you, at the block scheduling model at high school, students will have one day where it's math, science, language arts, and social studies, and then the other day, it's their day with electives and horticulture and culinary. What day are they going to come to school? They're going to come to that day where they feel engaged and they feel involved. So I think what the biggest aspect of the feedback that we hear is students not wanting to come to school because they don't know their purpose beyond, taking exams and learning the curriculum in those core classes. But to the other point that Ms. Hollingsworth and her team were discussing, I think we need to do a better job of sharing with students their options at the secondary level when it comes to innovative programming, when it comes to technical schools. Because we'll, all the time we hear in our Speak Up, Speak Out sessions of students saying, I wish I could come to school and I could, get prepared for this or get prepared for that. And I'm like, no, you can. Like, you can go to McFadder, you can go to Sheridan, you can have a flex schedule where you can work, you can get your education, and they become far more engaged and have far better attendance. So I just wanted to recognize that, our student groups, our student advisors beyond just Jasira and I, our student representatives across the district would love to play a role in this work in sharing the feedback that we hear all the time, because that culture and that experience is what drives that decision. And just a thank you to all the people in the boardroom, but also at our schools that do such an amazing job in creating those relationships for our students. We know that it is working because of the things that they have done, and I'd be remiss if I didn't recognize that.
Landon is making me want to check my focus next.
We can have a competition.
Yeah, we can have a competition. I really just want to point out how students are now being able to be recognized for their attendance, but I don't believe a certificate and a bag of chips is going to do it. A lot of times that's something that schools would do. They would give you a certificate, a piece of paper, and a bag of chips and a juice, 15-minute conversation, then go to class. I don't think that's going to work. You're going to need a big solution to solve a big problem. So I would say that we need to kind of think outside of the box here and think about different ways that we can hit it from different angles. And as Landon said, our office is most definitely here to help support that and have our students actually come together and build a brain and have a mindset to actually see how we can implement it. And again, we're over here talking about teachers and having teachers have bell-to-bell schedule, but who's making these curriculums? Who's making the slides? Who's making... It comes a lot with running a classroom. We want them to police cell phones, then we want them to police IDs, then we want them to police... It's so much when is teaching and actually being engaged a priority. I've spoken to many teachers. It's now... We're in the time where teaching is the last priority. We're talking about cell phones 1 minute, the next thing you need to have your IDs on. Teachers are not even saying, hey, I love you anymore. So I think this is something that it's not just about attendance, it's about what we come to and what we go to every single day. So thank you.
Thank you so much for that perspective. Dr. Zeman.
Thanks, Chair. Dr. Fulton, do you know where Broward County ranks in 67 districts in Florida in terms of attendance?
I don't know today, but I can definitely give you a follow-up on that.
No need.
Okay.
Florida School Board Association put out their list, and we're last. We're the worst attending school in Florida. Not in the deck. Slide 6 is on the deck, though. If we can show that beacon. If you don't see a 5-alarm fire on the right-hand side of this slide, I think you're in the wrong business. Like, our customers are not showing up. Our teachers are having too many hours, periods, where they don't teach. Our students have lots of options. They can go to the Panthers game, watch them practice at Holiday Park. They can go to the beach. They can go do a million things all day long. But this is a 5-alarm fire, and I don't see kind of the concomitant reaction by this team. When you look at the active verbs in this deck, it's all about marketing materials and papers and bag of chips to clear. You chronic absenteer, you. We're not attacking this in the right way, in my mind. We're not, there's no crisis action team. There's no consequences that are clear according to our policies. There's no Roland Fryer in this. Does anyone know who Roland Fryer is? Anybody in Broward County School staff know who Roland Fryer is at Harvard? Roland has done 4 large-scale incentive programs in Boston, in New York, in Dallas, and Atlanta. And what he found was for $500 a year, you can cut chronic attendance to virtually zero. You can increase engagement by just giving people a little bit of an allowance to show up to work, and they have to do their homework. They show up, they do their homework, they get $10 a week or something like that. But there's things like that we have to kind of think more about here. Maybe CSC can do more than print marketing materials for us. I got to tell you, I'm not impressed with marketing materials. I'm not impressed with websites. To our student advisors' points, this is a real issue and it needs a real solution. Like, we should be thinking about student engagement. We know what makes people engage when they go to school, and we got to figure out how to deliver that more. Why? Because the public looks at these data and looks at the reaction to this data and goes, wow, not a lot. There's no crisis action team. There's no deadline to get things done. There are active verbs that are about making paper products and giving out certificates and bags of chips. And if that's what we've always done, why would I go to my colleagues or my constituents and say, oh, we're going to get better? I know a third of our students are chronically absent, but we're going to get better. We don't have a plan to get better. This is really a big deal. It's 3 years in a row of doing this. It drives our FTE numbers down, which drives our budget down, and it's just not an acceptable number. I can't tell my neighbors or anyone living in Broward County that it's okay for 1/3 of our students to miss at least 18 days, and that we're just kind of going to go print some more materials about it, put it on our website. I know that KIPP academies across the United States go visit families. Every teacher has to go visit every student in the first 30 days. Dramatically changes the engagement of those students. It allows the teacher to find out what they really want out of school, and then the teacher and the administration do everything they can to provide it. They only work in Title I, super low areas, low income areas, but they've decided to do things. Your Tier 1, Tier 3 looks like the same Tier 1, 2, 3 we've been doing, and it's not working. And we just need to think about, kind of some changes to what we're doing if we want to get changes to the output. On slide 11, these tiers, in my mind, whatever reactions that we're getting for these things, we need to think differently about. And I don't think enforcing our way into this, or to borrow Dr. Hepburn's point, you can't suspend your way out of every problem. But you can think about student engagement. You can think about why people are there, and you can make sure you can deliver it. You can make sure there are no instructions. Why on earth is there a period with no instruction going on? With all the technology we have in schools, you cannot find something to show your kids every period of every day. Isn't that why we're here? I've never been a teacher, but I would be so sad that I only had 180 days to teach these kids. And I wouldn't skip a day. Do we have a common metric for absenteeism across districts in Florida?
Staff.
A common metric, meaning how we define it?
Yes. Is it defined in every district the same across Florida?
Well, yes, the chronic absenteeism is the same throughout the state.
So I heard last year at Council of Great City Schools that Florida was well known as a state that allowed every district to come up with their own rules about whether you're absent or not. Some districts, if you're 5 minutes late, you're absent. Some, if you miss a whole period, you're absent. So does Florida have a same definition of you're in school or not in school?
Right. No, those procedures are different. They can be different from county to county.
So maybe we should leave the state, come up with a definition, and propose that through our legislature or something, because it sure would be great to be able to have comparable data across district, and I don't think we really have that. I just see this as a big issue. I was hoping today we were going to get kind of a big reaction with a bunch of active verbs that sound like we were going to do something, but the deck might just not be including all that stuff that's going on. But I think that the principals that talked on the video today were compelling in the sense of things that they were doing. But it sounds to me like they're just doing that because they're good leaders, and they're going into their toolkit of good things to do, and they're working on things. What is the district doing? How are we raising student engagement? How are we making sure people want to go to school so they're not like our stinking student advisors that find any excuse to go to a school board meeting instead of get to their classes? I am very sympathetic to Ms. Aladez's point about teaching, though. I really don't understand how we can expect kids to come to school to learn geometry when in the geometry period there's either a sub that does nothing, or there's the actual geometry teacher and they're taking a day off. I just don't understand. I don't know how we're going to sell Broward County Public Schools to the community if we don't fill up 180 days. from first bell to last bell with things that are engaging for our students. And if we're doing that, I think this problem goes away. I don't understand, I'm not an expert, I guess, in some of this stuff, because I don't understand some of the stuff in your slides, but I do know that kids who want to go to school, unless they're sick, and then they shouldn't go to school, which is great. But when you see 1/3 of our students are chronically absent, 5-alarm fire to me, and I would love to see kind of what a reaction to a 5-alarm fire looks like if we pull these assets together. The state's attorney is a big asset. CSE, maybe CSE will do a Roland Fryer experiment. You know, pick a handful of elementary schools, give them $500 a year of enrollment of allowance, you know, and see if that puts a huge dent in their things. It certainly worked in the 4 large districts he did it. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Rupert.
Thank you. And I actually wanted to thank the student advisors for being like-minded when it comes to especially looking at our non-traditional schools. There's a wonderful program that I would love Val Wanza, but I know she's in the back doing stuff, come to talk about it. But it's at one of my schools, and they actually work with the community, and they actually have really done a great service for reaching into each kid and finding what their why is. Why should I show up? What do I want to learn about? How's it going to help me? And am I going to learn about it today? I mean, and I think the today part is extremely important, because they need to show up, and you actually need to excite them and connect that to job placement, connect that to showing them different careers, showing them much more than what we've done now. And I cannot remember the name of the gentleman who was a pastor, and he works with our kids from Cypress Run. And the district has been amazing, because there were some kind of little bumps in the way to help those kids get some training at ATC. They had different requirements, so we actually had to be flexible. And you know, the teacher was able to, I think, kind of a Zoom in twice a week or so, and then the other days they worked it out. I would love to actually, hear how that program is going, just so as someone who represents a lot of non-traditional schools in District 7, those kids, and we looked at the enrollment, and it's down, but we can grab each child and make sure that we, just spark their imagination and spark the fact that I can be successful. This is what I kind of like. Can I make a career with that? Is there someone to help me? Do we have it here in Broward schools? So those were the process thoughts that I looked at and wrote down while I was in Canada. So it was nice to have that recognition from our student advisors that besides getting the kids to show up every single day, you need to make that connection, and you definitely need to excite them. And it's all kids. It's kids at Cypress Run. It's at Bright Horizons. It's at all of our non-traditional schools. What each student, their life and their ambitions and their capabilities, we have to make sure that they and their parents and the community know that every journey is separate for each person, but success looks differently for everyone. And we have to really, when we say we're talking about all children every day and we want them all to succeed, they all should be succeeding. And I think that connection will help with our absenteeism as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Holness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Zeman, I do appreciate the information. Didn't know we were dead last. That's really disappointing to hear out of 67 states. But also equally important, when you look at the slide on page 5, I know that we're about 33% as far as Broward County. The state, on a state average, it's about the same, roughly 30%. But when you look at the national average, it's about 25%, right? So nationwide seems to have rebounded from the COVID. And so I guess the question, and they've returned to pre-pandemic levels as far as absenteeism on a national level. And then there are certain states that are doing really well that are have returned the closest to their pre-pandemic years. So based on that, have we looked at the states that have rebounded and returned closely to their pre-pandemic levels as far as chronic absenteeism, and research what they're doing differently that we could adopt here, because we are not doing a good job rebounding. Pre-pandemic, we were, it appears, about 19%, is that roughly in that range, between 15, 18, 19%, and now we're 33%. And we've tried several measures, we haven't rebounded. So I think one of the things that we could do, or we could try, Dr. Fulton, is to look at the states, because nationally they're doing fairly well. It's an average of 24%. The state of Florida is not doing well. So I think it would be beneficial for us to look at several states that have returned the closest to their pre-pandemic years, and do thorough research on what they've done, what interventive measures they've taken, and we start to adopt those here. I think that would help to possibly get us to where we want to be, which would be the pre-pandemic years.
Dr. Fulton.
So I agree, Dr. Holness, and actually, you know, we've been doing a lot of partnering with other districts and also outside of the state of Florida, in which is some of the ideas that you see here. We've exchanged some ideas both ways, where some of the practices that we're doing here were practices that other districts and outside of Florida were adopting and using, and vice versa. And again, this is not a new age problem with attendance. You know, we can go back to when we were students. Attendance is one of those things that we have yet to hook and get it right online, but it's something that we cannot give up. And it's more than just getting them to school. It is what we're doing when they're at school, keeping them engaged and wanting them to come and making those connections. And we tell teachers all the time, you can't teach an empty seat. We need kids in school. We need them to be engaged. But kids have to understand their purpose and their meaning on why I need to come to school. Because when they're connected with their teachers, they're going to come regardless. Sometimes you have to tell them to stay home, you're sick, I don't want you to come, but they want to come because they have connections with teachers. So all of the ideas that we heard here are ideas that we definitely talk about all the time when we get into our work groups. And it's something that, you know, we may nick the problem this year, and then you have different groups of kids next year. Or you have different societal problems next year. So you always, you know, trying to hit a moving target, but it's a target that's worth hitting, because it's really about saving our kids and making sure they're connected when they're in our system. And that's something that we're willing to continue to tackle together.
Okay, and I appreciate that, Dr. Fulton. But the fact remains, right? Before COVID, we were at about 19%. After COVID, we've been hovering around 32, 33% in terms of chronic absenteeism. And so there has to be some correlation with COVID, right? That would result in this significant, almost doubling. And I'm wondering how much are we engaging the parents as well, right? So when you look at states like New Jersey, Idaho, Alabama, they're in the 14, 15% range post-pandemic, but we're still at 33%. So, and I understand that we've looked at some of the counties and possibly, I don't know to what detail we've gone into doing that, but we need to possibly look at the top 5 or 6 states that are that have successfully addressed this problem. New Jersey, they have, so has Alabama, and they're in 15% range, but we are hovering way above that. And you know, so I do understand that, yes, we're doing some interventive measures, but the fact of the matter is we didn't have this kind of problem before COVID. We have it after COVID. And so since other states have rebounded after COVID, I think a thorough look at what they're doing is really important, so we can, you know, we can actually get back to where we were. So I'm just hoping that, you know, staff will at least pay more attention to that, because I think that's probably where many of the answers lie. As far as that. Yeah.
Correct, and also one of the key things that may seem simple is just being consistent to your policies, right? And so, you know, we heard about student athletes, right? If they are not supposed to play if they miss a day, and we allow them to play. If we're not consistent, it doesn't curb absenteeism. So again, we have some internal things that we have to do, continue to work with principals and continue to support teachers and making sure we are consistent across the board, and consistent habits changes behaviors as well.
Thank you. Did you have anything else, Dr. Holness? Okay, thank you. Mrs. Bowman? Oh, before that, if you've already gone, just so I know you don't want to speak again, if you're not asking to speak again, if you could put your sign down so I don't get confused. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you for the presentation. Thank you for the comments from my colleagues. I find this to be very enlightening. I think one takeaway from here is policy enforcement. I think it's not just in attendance, but in a lot of, like, across the board. You know, we've been discussing various items, and we have it in policy, but if it's not being enforced, it really doesn't mean anything. And so that kind of goes to the culture part, where if it's expected in our school culture that we are going to enforce our policy, I think we're going to see a significant shift. I was personally very excited to read slide number 23, the schools that were exceeding the 94% goal, because one school stood out to me that I didn't expect to see there, and that's McNichol Middle, which I had the privilege of visiting on Friday. And I have to say, if anyone needs a model, that the principal is working very hard to change the culture of that school, and you can tell. We walked through the school. All of the students were saying hello, making eye contact. They were very engaged. They were obviously very happy to be there. And so I just think that's a great model for, you know, moving forward. The programs that she's putting in, Ms. Benka-Coker, she has a new program that she's using, The Leader in Me, and you can just tell, like, the entire vibe of the school reflected those efforts, so I really appreciate that. The other school I had the privilege of visiting on Friday was South Broward, where our own student advisor had put together a program to address gun violence. And so that was an amazing, too. The students were engaged at lunch. You could tell that they were just enjoying being out there. They were all working together on various activities. And so doing things like that, changing the culture, making people want to be there, having friends and having things that you're looking forward to in the school day, I think is really going to make a huge impact. So I think, you know, I can't say enough for the work that Jasir and Landon have been doing since I've been here, since I've been aware of it, because all of the different meetings and the different activities and all of the way that they're gathering data and engaging the students, engaging the community to figure out what it is that will make the school culture better and make people more engaged. It's just an absolutely invaluable contribution to the school district. And I really commend you guys for your work, so keep it up. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Leonardi?
She just stepped away, Chair.
Oh, okay. I'll go, and then she'll maybe come. Okay. And then I'll go back to Ms.
I just want to echo what the student advisor said, and what my colleague said about, you know, marketing materials and things like that. And as I was listening to the presentation, and thank you for the presentation and the videos, they were very informative. I kept thinking back to what we were hearing from the principals in the videos, and my experience in the classroom, and then what our student advisors said. If a child does not feel safe, both physically and emotionally in a school, if they don't feel engaged by the curriculum, if they don't feel a sense of purpose, like what our student advisors talked about, and they don't feel a sense of community, they're not going to come to school. And on the other hand of that, when I was in the classroom, I thought of, you know, I noticed that my students who were in band, or my students who were on an athletic team, or my students who did performing arts, they were engaged by those classes and those extracurriculars.
and they felt a sense of community and a sense of purpose. And they were in school as a result of that. So I appreciate the effort to create marketing materials and things like that. But I really think, like the same issue with our student enrollment, I come back to it's a person-to-person connection and a sense of community that students have to feel. And again, when I was in the classroom and a student was absent, I would make that effort to call the parent and be like, hey, where was so-and-so today? And they were surprised, one. And two, they were in school the next day because someone noticed that they were not in school. So I think in addition to the marketing materials and incentives and things like that, and I think it was Principal Garcia at Oakland Park Elementary who said this in the video, it really is about the relationships. So I would really like us to think creatively about how we can create person-to-person connections for our students and our families to ensure that they are in school. But also I think we need to think holistically about our curriculum, and our students shouldn't be drilled and drilled and drilled and tested and tested and tested every day they are in school. And you know, again, it comes back to, for me as well, the mental health crisis facing our youth, right? Like they have to feel safe and affirmed in our schools to be in school. And a lot of that is, you know, this absence of community, both in our schools and in our larger society. But I think if we can think creatively and try to find solutions around creating those communities and then creating engaging curriculum and purpose and meaning and different opportunities and access points for that for our students, that would be, I think, a really wonderful place to start. So I don't have any specific solutions for you. I'm sure they're out there. But I really hope that we can look at this in a broader sense. Thank you.
Thank you. And I have a couple of questions. I'll try to be quick. So how is attendance taken in high school? I mean, it's really also in middle school, so it's obvious in elementary, either you're there or you're not there. But where there's different classes, is it a certain period where you decide that the student is there, certain number? Like, how exactly does that happen to report attendance for our students?
At the secondary level, if a student attends one class, they're marked present.
Okay.
Each teacher still has to take attendance.
But when we have to, so I know it used to be like second period goes kind of homeroom. So the daily attendance, the official attendance that went for the school was all the students that were in second period. So do we continue to do that now? How do we present our attendance based on in secondary, because there's 8 classes or 7?
Sorry, correct. So we have to take that, and you're right, that's why when we see that average daily attendance, because when you're present, then you're there. And we were having that conversation, how do we, and I know I've heard several of the board members mention that consistency and enforcement of policy. And then we have code of conduct. So where do we really marry the two so that we have what we have to do policy-wise with you know, the requirements of how we keep attendance, but then how do we have the process and the procedure so that we're doing the same work in the same fashion? Because we do know that we have to take it period by period, but then that one period, like the one period you're mentioning, adds to the average daily attendance. But then when we have tardies, as you've mentioned before, per class, and then the chronic absenteeism, so we really need to be aligned on that, and that's something that we're going to be doing with Ms. Sotella with the policy as it comes forward, as well as code of conduct, so that we have that and then communicate and educate and really put that in one package, because there's been some disjointedness with that.
Okay, and I do believe I had a colleague that asked the question about a couple of them about what the state does, and I remember at FSBA last year, this was a whole session. And it is going to be their state priority, because the state should really dictate, like if it's going to be advertised and given as state data, it really needs to be collected in a consistent kind of way. And also to that point, I'd like to ask Dr. Fulton or Dr. Hepburn to follow up with us on where we do sit in terms of chronic absenteeism, because if I remember from that workshop, There were other counties that had 50%, that had 40-something%. So I'd just like us to be able to see for sure, based on the data from the Department of Education in Florida, where we do sit. Although I agree we're not on the top, I do not think that we sit at the bottom. And I'd just like some clarification on that, so if you'll get back to us on that. I also agree with my colleagues that, and the students, and we've said this before, if you don't have a reason to come to school, then you're not coming to school. And we do a lot of testing in our district, and I just wonder if we look at seeing if students are absent on testing days and those students that don't normally test well, because it might be easier to fail because you didn't show up than show up and fail. So, I don't know if we've taken into account that because there's so much testing and they get anxiety about it, if they're going to fail anyway, it's easier to just say, well, I didn't come, so that's why I didn't pass the FSA, as opposed to showing up and not doing it. So I don't know if we've looked at that as, and if that's the case, how do we help those students to overcome that piece? Also, I don't know how we have teachers, how do we tell teachers be more engaging in your classroom? I mean, I know that's generally the conversation. But also, calling them. And on a quick story, as Sarah mentioned, I had a student who I noticed she was a really good student, and then she just stopped showing up. And I was like, what the heck happened? So I called home, and it turned out she had gotten pregnant and didn't know what her options were and didn't want to go. And I mentioned to the grandmother who she was living with, no, there are schools that you can go to that accommodate them. Anyway, long story short, she ended up graduating high school with honors and did really well. So awesome. That shouldn't be an anomaly. That should be what the expectation is of a teacher. So whether we have to do it by policy or procedure, if there's a certain number of times that a student has been absent, and I know we put a lot on the teachers, I did it for 32 years, but teachers are the first line of defense. So either the teacher's calling or the teacher's notifying somebody, hey, my student's been absent for whether it's 4 days or whatever, is decided, then there's something that goes into place that says either the teacher needs to make contact with the parent or someone at the school level, because I don't want to put more on the teacher's plate. But again, if the students aren't there, the teachers don't have the opportunity to teach them. But I think we have to start looking outside of the box to figure out how to get our students to understand, and their parents, because at elementary school, it's not their fault, right? Parents either bringing them to school or they're not. So, but when you get to that middle and high school level, there's some autonomy students have in deciding whether they're coming or not, because their parent could drop them off. It doesn't mean they're making their way into our front doors. But we have to look at things differently and be able to have things like the Stanley Cup, or if there's a guest speaker that's coming on every Friday or something in different places, on those days that we know students are choosing not to come, on early release days, what is the expectation? Because we see it on Facebook all the time. Oh, you don't have to go, nothing's happening. But things should be happening, just in a shorter period of time. I always use them, I squeezed every minute I could out of every class. I was a science teacher. Yeah. But anyway, I think I haven't said anything different than everyone else. So thank you so much for what you've presented to us, but I hope that you'll come back now with some of this to tell us what are the things that we are going to actually be implementing as we move forward. So Mrs. Alhada.
Thank you. So I would like Dr. Hepburn to provide to the board attendance by district, by elementary, by middle school, by high school, for each school, so we can look at and see that. I see this as an operational matter. I believe, so we as a board, we just evaluated the superintendent. I would like to add this as a metric on the superintendent's evaluation. because at the end of the day, that is what's really going to hold him accountable and then hold everybody else accountable to lower this. I am floored by this number. I'm upset about it. And if this board doesn't take aggressive action to hold the superintendent accountable, to hold everybody else accountable, these numbers are not going to change. And I know we're an A, and I want to keep being an A, but at the end of the day, we need to educate our students, but we need them in school. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not sure who to ask, but I don't think we can just make a change to his evaluation sitting here. So how would that, how would we go about having that discussion in an appropriate place?
Through the deputy. Dr. Lozano can probably jump in on this, but I'm sure the superintendent will be amenable to this. We can come up with language to present to the board to see if there's an agreement on both ends.
So on that point, is the superintendent's, I'm sorry, Dr. Zeman, you're next. Is the superintendent's evaluation going to come to us for discussion? Because it would seem like that would be the right time to have that discussion.
That would be dependent on the school board. Per his contract, it's only brought to a public discussion if the board requested to do so.
So that would be a B item?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Zeman.
I appreciate Ms. Aladef's point, though. I would love to discuss the eval and add something like this. And again, it is his responsibility. It's not a whole lot that I think we can do about it. I'm curious, Dr. Fulton, what is our standard for attendance?
Every student at school every day.
Unless they're ill, right?
Unless they're ill.
Unless they're ill. How do we communicate that standard?
So actually, interesting enough, this month is National Attendance Month, and we're doing a national campaign to make sure we bring heightenance and awareness to coming to school and the why you need to come to school. Mm-hmm. But it doesn't end when September ends, right? We got to continue that. We got to continue to communicate that district level and also at the school level. But the piece that I think that we all keep hearing, and it resonates, Mel, I was a teacher, if you don't have those personal connections, you're really not going to get through to kids. Like a personal connection such as, hey, I missed you today. Is everything okay? And sometimes it opens the window to things that had you not asked, you would have not known. And when I know, then I can help you. So continuing to foster connections with kids, I think that just is the most, it seems like it's simple. I don't want to our teachers across the district and say that it's that simple, but it's so important to make sure we connect to our children. Because when they have a sense of connection, I can go to my teacher when I'm having a problem, because most of us are all parents. I try to get my daughter to open up to me, right? Sometimes I ask a question and I'm okay, but a peer ask her and she'll be more honest. So having connections and relationships with our kids are so important, because if they're connected, then they're going to show up. Even when they don't have to show up, they're going to show up. So to answer to your question, what is our standard? Our standard is attendance counts all day, every day.
And my sense, and this is my 9th year in Broward County Public Schools as a parent, that we may not be communicating that standard clearly. It may be in some schools and in some regions and some things it's okay not to come to school sometimes. So I don't know that, but I think it's worthwhile. I also think it's really worthwhile, to Ms. Aladef's point, bringing this up. If it's inappropriate for a teacher to have a class with nothing to teach for an hour and a half or an hour, why do we do it? Like our kids aren't learning enough. It's going to be difficult to maintain the A grade because we're not getting the learning gains that we got us to the A and back-to-back A, because you can't get as many then. So we really have to perform better just to maintain the same grade. I think attendance is a big deal toward that. It's a big deal toward FTE. And I think, to Ms. Aldis' point, there are some rational students that'll just say, look, if they're not teaching anything in physics today, I'd rather go to the beach. And that's a rational decision. But I want to know why we're not teaching physics every day. Like, there's just not enough days to get everything in that we want to get in. And I just don't understand how you could go a whole period without, trying to do the things that the students are there for and that you've been trained to do. So, am I barking up a wrong tree, Dr. Fulton? Yeah. Should every instructional hour be filled with instruction?
Bell-to-bell teaching.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and we'll finish up briefly with Mrs. Alhata.
I just want my colleagues to know I'll bring a B item to bring back the superintendent's evaluation to add this.
If
Thank
I
you.
could, I think we can do that at a workshop if there's no objection. It's not a formal item. It's the contract says if the board requests it, it comes.
But I think since she wants to add something, we'd have to vote on that.
Okay.
So it makes sense to bring it where we're going to vote on something. Okay, thank you. Thank you so much for the presentation and the rich discussion. We are going to recess this board workshop in order to go to the special school board meeting, which I think will take a minute to flip over, or are we ready to go? Okay, we'll take a short, we're taking a recess to go to the special school board meeting. Thank you. Welcome to today's special school board meeting. We are happy to have you join us, and we are thankful for your time and dedication to our district. This special school board meeting of the School Board of Broward County, Florida is now called to order. Our primary focus is to create a safe and productive environment for all participants. Please be reminded of the exit doors that are clearly marked for emergency exiting. While in the boardroom, refrain from obstructing the exit doors. All attendees must occupy a seat with the exception of media. Once the boardroom has reached its seating capacity, attendees will be directed to a designated overflow area. Upon activation of the fire alarm system, please exit from the room in an orderly fashion and continue to exit the building and remain outside so the authority that has jurisdiction has deemed the building safe to return. Thank you for your cooperation. All please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. You may be seated. As we prepare to begin our special school board meeting, we are reminded that our vision is 100% proficiency for all our students. As an A-rated school district, our vital task is to sustain this achievement. We will continue educating all students to reach their highest potential. Our theme this year is Believe, Empower, Achieve, One Broward. Today's special school board meeting will operate in accordance with School Board Policy 1020, and the board will review the items as advertised and presented by the superintendent. The superintendent released a revised agenda with certain changes for this meeting and published it on the school board district's website. The chair finds pursuant to section 120.525 Florida statutes that good cause exists for such changes and accepts the revised agenda. May I have a motion and a second to close the agenda?
So moved.
Second. It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Leonardi. All in favor of closing the agenda, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, say no. The agenda is now closed. May I have a motion and a second on item 1, Superintendent's Annual Financial Report to the Commissioner of Education?
So moved.
Second. It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Leonardi. It is moved and seconded to approve item 1. Next, we'll go to public comments. So we have Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh.
Good afternoon, Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh, Plantation, Florida, and former Audit Committee Chair. I was not planning to be here to speak to this item because, frankly, the Audit Committee dissected the SAFR, the CAFR, ACFR, whatever we're calling it this year, and we were exhausted. And so we'll just let things ride. But since we're apparently behind schedule and I'm here and I have 3 minutes, we'll go for it. So this is the unaudited financial annual report, financial statements. It seems counterintuitive to me as a degreed accountant who has taught accounting, done financial reporting, that when you haven't cut spending significantly and your enrollment continues to drop, that your fund balance would be magically up. But I'm assuming that we did again what we did last year that sent all of the accountants into a tailspin on the audit committee. So, and since the state is letting you for now, there's not much more I can say on that. It just seems counterintuitive, and we'll see what happens for this coming year. Having said that, at some point, your financials do need to be audited by an external auditor. And at first, people were trying to do another solicitation because we had the 1-year extension, and then it became clear that you should be doing an assignment. So the question for today is, at what board meeting, when, will it be after the 12th of Never, but when will the MSL to Forvis assignment come before the board so that you have your external auditors in place to start the audit process? When? Because you're not going to solicit your way to a new solicitation in time for that to happen. That'll be for the following year. So where are we in that process? When will it actually be approved so that they can start working? Generally, at any other year, they would have started already. And this is not something you want to rush, even though it would be the same people that have been doing the audits for the past few years. So that's my main question, and I would hope that we would have an answer because we're running out of time to get them here so they can start the process. Because, again, there are deadlines with the state for your audited financial statements. and we're going to run out of time. Time moves very quickly. So again, we talked about this ad nauseum on audit. It looks like everyone's going to continue doing what they're doing, and I'm no longer the audit committee chair, but there are still a couple of CPAs who I would hope would dissect it again, at least raise some questions, and we'll see what happens in the future. But please, can we find out when you're going to have external auditors in place? At what board meeting will they be approved? Thank you.
Thank you, and just, we don't normally go back and forth, but we did have this discussion in reports, and as Mr. Rhodes updated us, the contract has been legally sufficient, so it should come to us next Tuesday.
Yeah.
That's the hope. Any board discussion on item 1 on the special school board meeting? Dr. Zeman?
Just a few questions, because these reports are complicated and sometimes so detailed and using their own language that sometimes things are tough. But I do like to talk a lot about the Florida defined general fund balance, and really kind of as a percent of the total operating fund. I noticed on page one that our assigned and unassigned actually went up for the year. It went up almost $20 million, ended the year at 114.7. What percent of the operating budget is that?
Dr. Hepburn.
Ms. Johnson.
I'm going to let Carlos, who's our financial director, and he started in May, so he's new to the district.
Welcome
but
to the team, Carlos.
Thank you.
He had this accomplished without assistant director in his team.
Okay, good afternoon. So to answer your question, the percentage of the general fund balance, the assigned and unassigned fund balance, it's 4.2% of the total revenue, and it's 5.2% of the total revenue when you exclude the charter schools.
Terrific. Which one is this board held accountable for maintaining above 3%? The one with charter schools or without charter schools?
With charter schools.
So with charter schools, we're at 4.2?
Correct.
So that was an issue throughout the year. I know many people have talked about CFOs and the magic dust that she pulls out to find things and stuff like that. I wouldn't want people to think that that's a sustainable act. Budgeting is not, susceptible to fairy dust very often. Every once in a while, you can just kind of inherit some things that allow you to make some adjustments and free up money. Those tricks, to my knowledge, are gone. We're also at a point in the state where our TSIA budget went up, to my knowledge, 0.5%, 0.5%. Is that correct, Chair?
Dr. Hepburn.
That's correct.
And is it also true, Chair, that our board has asked the superintendent to set aside $60 million for compensation for educators if they can?
That's correct.
Terrific. So it's a great financial report about last year. 4.2 is a wonderful number because I was really worried about getting too close and starting to worry about extremists here. But we lost $90 million when we lost 10,000 students. We have a need for $60 million for educational educators compensation, and we're just above the 3% floor on fund balance. So overall, it's great to get all these numbers. It's great to send this to the state. I'm glad that our auditing contract is going to come through here in the near future. And I want to thank you all for putting this together. It's a huge document, and welcome to the team, Carlos.
Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
We do this every month, by the way, Carlos. Every month we need, a 400-page report from you.
It was a challenge to get it done, but I definitely have to say that I appreciate my team. They put in a lot of hours. We were working late many days to get it done. And I feel confident that we put together a good report that's accurate and in line with DOE guidelines.
Thank you so much. Anybody else? Dr. Holness.
Yeah, Madam Chair, just what appears to be a typo in the executive summary. If the board votes no, it should read the district will not be following.
Thank you. I think they've said in the past that the executive summary part doesn't get transmitted. That's just to us, so it doesn't have to be. Yeah,
Yeah,
but the
the
public should know that it's
Okay.
correct. So,
All right.
thank you. Anybody else? All right, Mrs. Al-Hadef.
On the executive summary, if the board votes yes, the language was repeated as for if the board votes no, it should says will not be instead of will be. So it's missing the word not in the no part.
Thank you. Okay, all those in favor of approving item 1 say aye. Aye. Any opposed say no. The ayes have it, and the motion is approved unanimously. The scheduled order of business for this special school board meeting of the School Board of Broward County, Florida has been completed. Seeing no obligation, I now adjourn the meeting, and we will resume the workshop in 2 minutes. Thank you, and welcome back to the school board workshop. Our next item is rule development policy 1020. I'll turn it over to staff for a presentation.
Madam School Board Chair, do you want to do public comment first?
It says you're supposed to go first and then they give public comment.
I don't really have a presentation. What we do have is a few motions from, well, not motions because it's a workshop, a few items that board members want to make changes in addition to the red line.
Yes, I have that as well, but that's board discussion, so I'm
we'll go.
turning it over to staff to give a
We'll go
presentation.
straight to discussion.
I don't want to get yelled at again.
We have to start the public budget hearing right at 5:30. So unless the board wants us to present, there's minimum changes to 1020 in the red line.
Okay, thank you. We have public comment, Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh.
Good evening. Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh, Plantation, Florida. Some items and some statutes to share with you related to this policy. So on page 2, Roman numeral 2, item C, agendas for the next 2 workshops will be reviewed. If you could make the agendas public-facing, when I first started volunteering, you could see 3 months' worth of workshop agendas and plan yourself accordingly. That disappeared during the Runcie era, so bringing that back would be great. Page 5, C, there's a B item next week. Items number, so page 5, item C. The things that board members can bring to the board, number 6 says selecting, evaluating, or directing your direct reports, and number 10 is statutory. I don't know how that fits into any of those. I sent an email, hopefully you read it, because to me it borders on breach of contract, but we'll see. Number 3, page 7, Roman numeral 7, public participation. And this is where it starts getting interesting, because the public, so your advisories and the public have all been lumped in. I would suggest separating those two, because there are statutes governing the general public, which is Florida Statute 768.295, strategic lawsuits against public participation, SLAP prohibited. So you would want to point out reference and include language related to that statute in here, preferably. And some of the language, just so you have an idea if you're unfamiliar with this, a person or governmental entity in this state may not file or cause to be filed through its employees or agents any lawsuit, cause of action, claim, cross-claim, or counterclaim against another person or entity without merit, and primarily because such person or entity has exercised the constitutional right of free speech in connection with a public issue or right to peacefully assemble, to instruct representatives of government, or to petition for redress of grievances, blah, 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 is protected by, the First Amendment. So that applies to everybody that would come in here to speak, so long as they're not breaking any other laws. But more importantly, there is something called the Florida Volunteer Protection Act, which is Florida Statute 768.1355, which says that members of elected or appointed boards, councils, commissions, blah, 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 shall incur no civil liability and shall have immunity from suit as provided in 768.28 for acts or omissions by members relating to members' conduct of their official duties. So that is relevant because there are 2 memos from Deputy General Counsel Vignola explaining how that applies to committees, and you have, and there's no protection being offered to committee members in this policy. We basically have taxation with no representation.
Thank you very much. Any other public comment? Okay, Mrs. Leonardi.
Thank you. I was just going to suggest one change, and I don't know how my colleagues will feel about it, but on page 8, section 3A, we've heard repeatedly from our committee chairs that coming before us every month is very onerous. To both be physically be here to issue the reports. We've heard that they feel that the committee reports section of the meeting is a little bit rushed. So I'd be interested to hear what my colleagues think about moving it from monthly to quarterly, just because to be respectful of the time of our committee chairs, and to be able to have like a full dialogue and discussion. I think moving that to quarterly would help, but I'd be interested to hear from my colleagues on that. That was all I had.
Okay, do you want to hear from colleagues now, or as they?
That's up to you, Madam Chair.
Okay, well, I'll speak to that quickly. I think the way we've changed it, it's a little better. I do know that there's some inconsistency that was expressed to me about sometimes it's for an hour, sometimes it's for 90 minutes. So I think the agendas moving forward should be consistent about at least an hour and a half for committee report section on there. But I think quarterly wouldn't give them the feedback that they need in the timely manner that they're asking it for it. You know, I mean, I know originally they had some concerns about things, but I think it's supposed, I think it, and I guess Ms. Batista, could you answer this? Are committee reports supposed to be monthly, or is that a legal?
No, it's not illegal. It's a preference of the board.
The board, okay. Well, my preference is to continue to have them monthly. I wouldn't want them to think that we're just, you know, pushing them to just coming to us once every 3 or 4 months, as opposed to every month. So my preference would be to leave it. Anybody else on Mrs. Leonardi's topic? Dr. Zeman?
Yeah, I support quarterly. When I served as the chair of the advisory board.
Your mic, please.
When I was chair of Fort Lauderdale's education board, we submitted monthly written reports. We took a lot of time, make sure we got it right. And if the city commission found something in our report interesting, we got invited to the city commission meeting to present for a few minutes. And so that process worked very well. But given that we don't do that part, I think quarterly would actually allow us to have a more robust policy, more robust discussion with our chairs. And they could put more time into it. We can put more time into it. Usually their items are not 1 month of urgency. And so I would rather have a great discussion every 3 months than to have, you know, a good one every month.
Okay, Mrs. Alhada.
What if they did a written report monthly but came in person quarterly, but we also gave them the ability, if they couldn't be here physically, to call in?
Well, I think that's actually on the policy. It says that they can come. We changed that, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, I have to go through there, but I think we did allow them the opportunity to come virtually.
Okay, if that can be communicated to them so they're aware of that.
I think I get the emails that they get, and if I'm not mistaken, it does tell them that. But so just to jump in again, I would hate to have this discussion right now and make a change on that when we didn't ask the committee chairs. I mean, I know it's our meetings, but we're making a big change for them without them knowing it was coming or be able to give us any feedback on it. So I think it should stay monthly. Anybody else want to?
Did the committees ask for this?
No, I mean, I don't, not that I know of.
I mean, I'll just speak, as listening to their feedback in the meetings, you know, we've heard repeatedly that it's onerous to be here in person every month. I appreciate that we made the decision to move it to virtual, but I really think, you know, I don't know, I listen to their reports, they talk about this. I was just reacting to it.
Okay.
But, I appreciate Ms. Al-Hadaf's suggestion that doing a written report every month, my appointees to the committees give me a written report every month anyway. This is just a suggestion.
Okay, thank you. I also had another suggestion on 10:20. Do you want me to wait?
We're just talking, Mrs. Leonardi's
Okay.
asked because in
I'm
order to
okay
make the
keeping it-
change, staff would have to get some kind of consensus here that.
Okay. I'm okay keeping it monthly.
Okay. Mrs. Bowman.
So we agree to do it quarterly, it would come back as a red line, and then when we vote on it, then we can
Yes, it would.
Debate it again.
I suppose that if people, because I agree with Ms. Leonardi, I mean, I think if you listen to the feedback, that is definitely something that I've also been hearing. So I guess we'll hear whether or not that's actually true if we put it on the red line.
Ms. Thompson?
I appreciate this suggestion and where it's coming from, and I very much want to support it. I do think the committees are going to have a problem with it, especially since I think we had an hour debate on whether we can enforce them to send us monthly reports, and should we use shall or could or may. So I think the committees really have already spoken on it. If anything, I think they want more time during the workshop, which I wouldn't necessarily agree with. But I think to change it, I think if we change it in the policy, they're just going to come out at the meeting, and then we're going to go back into rural development because it will be a substantive change. Substantive? Whatever. Substantive. So for that reason, I would like to keep it monthly, but I really support the quarterly.
Mrs. Leonardi?
Thanks. I guess I have a question about the process. So if we were not to discuss like a proposed change to the policy today, when would the appropriate time be to discuss that or to propose a potential change to the policy?
Now's the time.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes. I mean, now is the time, and then based on consensus, whether it comes back to us with the change or not, right?
I think we have to hear from Dr. Honus still, right?
And Mr. Sever. On the change.
next?
Dr. Holness?
Okay. I support quarterly because it appears that many of the the committee chairs and the committees would favor that. So I think quarterly would be adequate.
Okay. So you have a consensus?
We have consensus, but just to make sure, so it would switch to quarterly reports, but we would still request or allow them to submit monthly written reports.
Yes.
Is that all right? Is that what you intended?
Yes.
Sir? You okay? Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Next is Dr. Zeman.
Thanks so much. I just wrote this up, and I apologize for being, for overachieving here. I wrote this as a motion as if we were in a school board meeting, but it's really just a suggested change. You know, about a year ago, we decided to set a standard for our workshop, so we were focused on students. And we said to the superintendent, we'd like to have a procedure, I think, of understanding that 50% of the total time of each workshop would be on student-centered topics. So I just found a place to actually put that into the 1020 policy. I believe this is really important because it's real easy to get wrapped up in the adult issues and the things that, while important, aren't really about students and learning. And I feel like our meeting should always focus as a majority of our time and effort on students and learning. So I passed around this little letterhead thing, which looks really beautiful, but it's over
Did a great
designed.
job. Thank you for that. I have a question. Ms. Batista, would this make sense in policy 1020 or policy 1000?
No, it would make sense in this policy if you're dictating, what the content of the workshops should be.
So it's on 2C, if, on the red line, it does say, school board workshops are forums for discussion and informational sharing on operational policy and student-centered topics. So is your suggestion to put in there at least 50% of the time?
If you look at the bottom of that page I put together, right above rationale, it'll show the resulting policy, if this is a good idea to my colleagues. It adds a sentence, school board workshops should allocate at least 50% of the total time for each meeting to student-centered topics.
Okay. Okay, is there anyone that has, that disagrees with including this in the policy? Mrs. Bowman?
I don't disagree with putting in the policy. I think it's a good idea.
Well, thank you.
You're welcome. I wonder if we could just make a little more wiggle room in it, like we should strive to, like something that gives us just a little bit of flexibility in case we have to, address topics that are not going to be that student.
That's why I said
centered on a
should
pretty-
instead of must.
Right, but
So that
or we
gives-
should make our best effort or something like that. To
In our policy documents, when we say should,
Yeah.
it's a guidance term. It's not a must.
Okay,
If it
well
said
then-
must, we would count minutes, and I don't want to do that. I mean, there are times where you need flexibility, and there's times where you look at a topic, is that student-centered or not? So it's really just guidance so that we're centered, around students and learning.
I mean, I understand what the intent is. I was just thinking we could loosen it up a little, but if you're married to should and you feel that that gets the job done, I'm not dying on that hill.
And, well, I also have a question. So what is the guidance on student-centered topics? Because I feel like there are some that could wiggle there. So how would we define student-centered topics?
So, all these terms are, I think there are some interpretations of this one. This one, I think, is pretty good. Dr. Hepburn has been working under this procedure for a year. Dr. Hepburn, have you had trouble identifying which topics are student-centered and which ones are not?
No, not from our standpoint, from my team.
Thank you, sir. So I think that clears it up, Chair.
Okay, just asking. Mrs. Rupert. On Dr. Siemens.
Yes, thank you. Through the chair, Dr. Hepburn, will this tie your hands at all? Or are you okay with that?
No, I'm okay. It hasn't tied our hands all year. We've been pretty strategic in ensuring that 50% or more of the workshop agenda is about academics or students.
Okay, I'm good, thank you.
Okay, so everybody's good with that? Okay. Dr. Seaman, anything else?
Oh, I could talk more, ma'am, but I'm going to be quiet.
Oh, thank you. Dr. Severa. I mean, Mr. Severa.
I defer my time to the gentleman from Weston.
I'll take doctor. Doctor has a nice ring to it. My South American clients call me doctor, so
No doubt.
I never correct them. Thank you, Madam Chair. I've got two issues with this policy. I'm going to try to get right to the point. First and foremost, if we look at Section 7, subsection 4E in the public participation category, there's some language in here which I think is problematic and needs to be removed, and I'm going to explain why. There's an entire subsection here which gives the chair the ability to, quote, interrupt, notify, and warn a speaker at such time if the speaker's comments fall into several categories. Subsection 3 of Section E states that if the comments are, quote, obscene, personally directed, or abusive, the chair may interrupt, notify, or warn a speaker about the comments. These categories of comments are nearly identical to some policy language that existed in Brevard County Public Schools in their district, in which a group of moms got together and filed a lawsuit and successfully prevailed at the 11th Circuit Court of Appeals last year. Literally the same language regarding obscene, personally directed, or abusive. The appellate court issued a pretty scathing opinion and outlining why putting restrictions on these categories of speech has a chilling effect on the First Amendment and is also an impediment to certain parental rights and for parents to come in and speak their mind. So that being said, I know I can't make a formal motion, but I would ask that when this comes back for a formal vote, that we remove in Section E, again, this is Section Roman numeral 7, 4E, that we would remove the language starting with the chair and ending with permitted.
Could you point out the page? I'm sorry.
Yes, I apologize. I should have gave the page. It's page 11 of 15. If anybody has this printed out, It's subsection E, and it begins with, "The chair may interrupt, notify, and warn a speaker."
Mrs. Alhaza.
You, Ms. Batista, can you speak to this in regards to what was passed legally and our language, and if it's in line or out of line?
I'll be happy to. So the language on page 11, I don't have any problem it being deleted or stricken. The actual changes made pursuant to the case Moms for Liberty versus Brevard are found in another section of the policy, and those I would hope they pass muster if they're ever tested. That case said that because the policy's contours were undefined and the enforcement, was not clear, that's the problem that the court had, and it found unconstitutional some of the sections of the policy. In our policy, the section that that you as a board changed is found on page 13, and it talks about, it's number 5, it says to maintain order and ensure that each meeting is accessible and appropriate for its intended audience, including students in grades K through 12. Speakers and audience members may not use any form of profanity, engage in disorderly behavior, so on and so forth. And then it actually defines what abusive comments and threats, and so it makes it more specific and compliant with Moms for Liberty. So I don't have any issue with the paragraph identified by Mr. Cervera that it be stricken.
Are you advising to delete that?
Yes.
So
Yes.
it's consistent
with the rest of
other
the
part?
policy.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else on Mr. Severa's suggestion? Oh, okay. Mrs. Leonard.
I guess I'm wondering why this section is in there if our council would say that we should remove it in the first place.
Ms. Batista.
It seems like it was a leftover from the initial form that it was in, and when the corrected language was placed, later on in the policy, was not removed from this section.
Okay. And then I wanted to be, I would really like to be clear about what's, the First Amendment rights of people who come here to speak. So if someone wants to come here and speak to issues that are beyond the subject matter of an agenda item, are they allowed to do that?
They're allowed to do that during the public hearing section, but they still have to be items that are related to the school board and education.
Okay, so if someone wanted to come here and talk about what they ate for lunch yesterday, they cannot do that with?
Correct.
Okay.
Because we have a limited public forum that is dedicated to educational issues, so they couldn't come and talk about, the war in Iran or whatever other things.
Okay, so then why would we, maybe I'm just not understanding this. Why would we then get rid of the part where it says the chair may interrupt and notify, warn a speaker at such time the speaker's comments have gone beyond the subject matter of an agenda item, if they're allowed to do that?
I'm not asking
Okay.
The operative language that I have concerns with, if you look in E subsection 3, are obscene,
Okay.
personally directed, or abusive. That was the exact language that you'll find in the Brevard County.
Got it.
Brevard
So
County
are
case.
we suggesting just striking, because I thought maybe I misunderstood. Are we just striking subsection 3 then? Or are we striking the chair may interrupt, notify, and all the way down to permitted?
I believe it's just section 3. Is that correct?
Well,
Or how he said it.
I guess, well, hold on, let's back up for a second.
Because the way I heard it was
So-
the chair may interrupt, you wanted to get rid of the chair may interrupt, notify from there all the way down to permitted.
Correct, and I think perhaps grammatically, the stuff about going beyond the subject matter of agenda items, if I heard Ms. Batista correctly, I think is imputed in other parts of the rule, of the policy. So I don't really want to realign those, but my concern where I think we will get in trouble because of what the case law says is if we leave language that says the chair may interrupt, notify, and warn a speaker at such time of the speaker's comments, and then we get into subsection 3 talking about obscene, personally directed, or abusive. The way that's written, without any further context, the case law will tell us is violative of the First Amendment. And that's where the Brevard County Public Schools District got in trouble for having language like that. And apparently I don't want to say we copied it, but we have very similar language to what was found in the Brevard County case. So I think that needs to be excluded, especially because of the fact that the spirit and the intent about going off subject or addressing matters that aren't the business of the school board, that's already incorporated in the policy. I don't have an issue with that. I have an issue with just this bare blanket thing about obscene, personally directed, or abusive, no further context to that, knowing what the 11th Circuit Court of Appeals has already ruled over a year ago in a case that was very similar to what we're dealing with.
Okay.
And if I may, Mrs. Leonardi, so that language, basically, that whole entire paragraph is already found on page 13, as I was stating before. And so that's the reason I don't have an issue with being stricken from that section of the policy.
Okay. I just, from a broader sense, next time a policy like this comes forward, I hope that we can check it for legal sufficiency and make sure that there's not like leftover things from previous iterations that are problematic legally. But I do want to get back to, so I just want us to be very clear. Are people, per their First Amendment right, allowed here to come here and say obscene things?
Ms. Batista.
So the way that the policy reads, the answer it would be no. It's just that it's not that necessarily that that paragraph is already explained in a more fully on page 13, and page 13 already states that if they engage in disorderly behavior, make abusive comments, or otherwise depict or describe sexual conduct are also prohibited for purposes of the policy, and then it has a definition as to what that means. So the answer would be no, that they're not allowed to make obscene comments either, but that's found elsewhere in the policy, and there is no reason for it to be repeated in two different places.
Okay, so on page, to this point, because I just want to be very clear. So per page 13, and I don't object to eliminating that piece on page 11, but I just want to be clear that page 13, what we've outlined here, is legally sufficient. So the piece on page 13, section 5, subsection A and B, so people cannot come here, and this is supported by law, that people cannot come here and make abusive comments as defined in this policy. Is that correct?
Ms. Batista.
So that is our best draft of what we believe would be compliant with the case. This particular language, just as written here, has never been tested in court. So, hopefully never will be, but we believe that the way that it is written, it would pass legal sufficiency.
Okay. Because I would just like us to be very transparent and clear. If someone can come here and say abusive things about staff or other members of the public or whatever, I just want to be clear that they're allowed to do that. If they're not, and this is legally sufficient, that's wonderful. But I don't want us to be accused of violating someone's First Amendment right. I do hope that people would come here and, have decorum But we know that may not be the case, as our history would suggest. So I just want us to be very clear and transparent about what's allowed and what's not allowed. And I want our policy to be compliant with law.
Mrs. Bowman, do you still have something to Mr. Severa's suggestion?
No, I have had time to review it, and I think it looks good, the way that is, as long as it's tracking the statute, the case law.
I have a question regarding someone coming and reading a book that has pornography in it, because I thought if they couldn't read that book, the book had to automatically be pulled from the school if the chair prevented the person from reading the book. So how does that all work with this?
So one thing doesn't really take away from the other, in the sense that, the chair would be within her right to, his or her right, in this case, her right, to stop the speaker and have the book pulled. Ultimately, the book would have to go through the process, and then if the committee states that the literary basis of the book is, or is age appropriate for that particular group of students, then it would remain in the library.
Okay.
But pornography as a whole is not protected by the First Amendment.
Yes. Oh, did you change your mind?
To Ms. Aladev's point, that's if you're reading purely out of the book. Now, if you start editorializing while you're reading, because I've been here before, I've seen it happen, then that would be not permitted.
Correct.
Because then you're getting into different territory. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so if we could finish whether this is that, because we're going to have to stop for the public hearing. And also, my fault, I was remiss. This is rule development, and we did have someone who made comments and had some questions, and staff did not address them. So when we come back from the hearing, we will go back to that and then back to board comment. So my fault for skipping over that part. So is everybody okay with the changes that Mr. Severa suggested? Is anybody opposed to it? Oh,
Sounds
you were
good.
shaking your head. Okay.
I'm not opposed.
Okay, perfect. So we're going to recess the workshop to get ready for the.
I had
Okay.
one, can I have
You
60
have
seconds?
less than that.
Okay. On Section 8, decorum, subsection 4, personal, accusatory, slanderous, or defamatory comments made against individual board members or superintendent or district staff are prohibited as unrelated to board business. My question, Madam Chair, focuses solely on the personal accusatory comments. I'm well aware of the implications of slanderous or defamatory comments and how that plays into your First Amendment rights. My question is on the personal accusatory comments. Does this run afoul of 768.295, which is the Florida anti-SLAPP law section of the Florida statute?
Ms. Batista.
I would have to, read that section again, because it's already in here. I would say it doesn't, since it was, reviewed already by our office. But I would like an opportunity, maybe while you break and go to the next item, to look at the language again.
And the reason I ask, just for the record, slander and defamation, there's decades and decades and decades of case law that will tell you that those types of comments are not okay in most situations. My only concern is when we're just saying an accusatory comment. I don't know that that's ever going to rise to the level of slander or libel. So I just want to make sure that by having that category, if you will, of personal accusatory statements just doesn't run afoul of the statute.
Okay, we will recess this board meeting, and we will start the public hearing at 5:30. Good evening. The second public hearing of the School Board of Broward County, Florida for the 2025-26 millage and budget is now called to order. Our primary focus is to create a safe and productive environment for all participants. Please be reminded of the exit doors that are clearly marked for emergency exiting. While in the boardroom, refrain from obstructing the exit doors. All attendees must occupy a seat with the exception of media. Once the boardroom has reached its seating capacity, attendees will be directed to a designated overflow area. Upon activation of the fire alarm system, please exit from the room in an orderly fashion and continue to exit the building and remain outside until the authority that has jurisdiction has deemed the building safe to return. Thank you for your cooperation. All please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. You may be seated. As we begin our public hearing, we are reminded that our vision is 100% proficiency for all of our students. As an A-rated school district, our vital task is to sustain this achievement. We will continue educating all students to reach their highest potential. The purpose of this meeting is for the School Board of Broward County, Florida to conduct official business of the district and any other items the board deems necessary. Today, the board is considering the following business. 1, adopt resolution number 26-115, approving the final millage rates for fiscal year 25-26. Adopt number 2, adopt resolution number 26-116, approving the final budget for fiscal year 2025-2026. Dr. Hepburn, are there any changes to the agenda?
There are no changes.
May I have a motion and a second to close the agenda? It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Bowman. All in favor of closing the agenda, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The agenda is now closed. I will now entertain a motion to move items number 1 and 2 together for public input and board discussion. At the conclusion of the discussion, the items will need to be separated before voting. The budget director will read the resolution for item number 1 into the record before we take a vote. Then the budget director will read the resolution for item number 2 into the record before our final vote. The items must be approved separately and in order. May I have a motion and a second to move items to the floor? It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Ms. Thompson. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the second of our 2 public hearings for the 2025-2026 millage rates and budget. It is a statutory requirement that we provide this opportunity for public input into our financial planning process. This evening marks the end of the annual budget adoption process. The board will adopt 2 resolutions, the first to approve the final millage rates and the second to adopt the final 25-26 budget. The purpose of this hearing is to ensure the school board and the public are fully informed and confident that our financial practices support student needs and reflect sound policy. At this time, I will now turn it over to the superintendent to provide a brief overview of the budget.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm pleased to bring forward the 25-26 final millage rates and budget for your consideration and adoption. Our school and district leadership teams remain committed to giving every student a world-class education in a safe and secure learning environment. I've asked my leadership team to really dig into their budgets and identify ways we can be more efficient because every dollar we save allows us to better focus on preparing students to reach their highest potential. That work doesn't stop tonight. It will continue throughout the year as we respond to funding realities, adapt to state and federal changes, and make sure every dollar supports teaching, learning, and student success. We're incredibly proud to be an A-rated school district for the 2nd year in a row. This achievement shows our commitment to academic excellence and the positive impact it has on our students. I want to commend our teachers, administrators, and staff for their dedication, our students and our families for their determination to succeed, and this board for your continued leadership and support. My objectives are clear. We'll maintain Broward County Public Schools as an A-rated district. We'll keep working toward 100% proficiency for all students. We'll safeguard the financial stability of our district so resources are always there to support teaching and learning. And we'll stay focused on making certain every student has access to high-quality instruction and exceptional educational experiences. Tonight, I'm asking the board to approve the final millage rates and the 2025-2026 budget. At this time, I'll turn it over to our Chief Financial Officer and the budget team for a brief presentation, after which staff will be available to answer your questions.
Good afternoon, board members, superintendent, and our constituents. We're going to have a brief presentation from our budget director, but before we get started, I'd like my budget team to introduce themselves. Deanna.
Deanna Martins, Assistant Budget Director.
Kim Salustio, Assistant Budget Director.
And Jeff Whitney, Budget Director.
Good afternoon, Omar Shim, Director of Capital Budget.
We will have a brief presentation by Mr. Whitney.
Good evening, and I'd like to thank the community, staff, and board members for attending tonight's public hearing. I'm Jeff Whitney, the district's budget director, and I'll guide you through this presentation quickly, then we can address any questions you have. Florida law and TRIM, the Truth in Millage, requires school boards to approve, advertise, and adopt an annual budget. Our main purpose tonight is approving the school district millage rates and the 2025-26 district budget. The TRIM timeline ensures that public notification before adoption. It follows strict statutory deadlines. Today is the final public hearing on the budget. Following the adoption, the budget will be filed with the state and county as required by TRIM. Truth in Millage, or TRIM, ensures public transparency in setting property taxes. The Florida Department of Education determines the required local effort, and boards cannot adjust it. This budget reflects DOE's second calculation based on information from July 18, 2025, and the figures for last year are based on DOE's third calculation, as the fourth calculation has not yet been released. This slide includes a look at the historical millage rates. What's important to see on here is a kind of a comparison of this year's to last year's, and to see also that this year we're setting a required local effort as required by the state of 3.0720 mils. We also are setting the discretionary at 0.0748, capital at 1.5, voted referendum at 1 mil, and the voted debt at 0.1645. The rollback rate is a calculation of the millage rate that would generate the same amount of revenue as last year, excluding for adjustments like new construction. The 25-26 tentative millage exceeds the rollback rate by 5.94%. This increase reflects state requirements and continuing property value growth. Slide 7 goes through what the different millages will generate for the district, showing that the total local property taxes will generate $2.16 billion for operations, capital, the voted referendum, and voted debt. This slide shows how people's taxes are computed based on their assessed value. So if you have an assessed value of $100,000 with the homestead exemption, your taxes would be $486. As a comparison from last year, for the average single-family home, the increase in taxes this year would be $83, and the increase for an average condominium would be $47. Now to our budget timeline. Again, this is the final budget hearing in the timeline. And we'll review some general assumptions that were used in the budget. Total FEFP, the Florida Education Finance Program funding, only increased from $8,929 to $9,065 per student. This includes the base student allocation, which increased by $41.62 from last year, bringing it to $5,372.60 per student this year. It also shows that some funding areas that were formerly categorical have recently been rolled into the base student allocation. This includes the teacher salary increase allocation, the reading allocation, and instructional materials. Our three main revenue sources are state from the FEFP, local from our property taxes, and federal, that is mostly from grants and the food service funds. Now, when we look at our projected unweighted FTE compared to our actual FTEs, This is where we get to see some of what's really going on with the district today. So starting with the third calculation last year and looking at what we projected and what the state included in their projections for us, there would have been a decrease of 6,847 students. Based on what we're seeing actual, there's an additional 2,360 students less than the previous year. And then the next page, we'll see a little bit about how this impacts our revenues. So we're looking at revenue and cost impacts. The revenue decrease from that initial 6,847 is $62 million. The potential additional FTE loss based on what we're seeing with the unweighted FTE today is 21.4 million. And these numbers actually change every day. And so if we're looking at the numbers for yesterday, there's actually been an additional 206 students lost at a cost of about another $2 million. So our total loss in revenue as it stands right now would be about 85.4 million. Below that, we see some of the cost impacts that the district is having. Some of the key components to look at here are the textbook adoption that we skipped last year. That was $31 million, and continuing increases in our healthcare costs. When we look at the tentative budget summary, this is a summary of all funds. This shows that the district's total budget is $5.4 billion. But that includes internal transfers. When those internal transfers are excluded, the total district budget is just over $5 billion. The general fund on this page, I want to point out that that includes $325 million in Family Empowerment Scholarship, or FES funds, that DOE will pull out of the budget later in the year. There's almost $515 million in charter school pass-through funding here. And there's $333 million from the district's portion of the referendum. These next two slides will review the general fund balance. I know we discussed this a little bit earlier during the SAFR discussion, so you're familiar with some of what's here already. We're looking at a number of about $115 million in the assigned and unassigned fund balance, which would put us at a 4.2% fund balance against the revenues inclusive of the charter schools. When we look at the 2025-26 budget, our anticipated expenditures exceed our estimated revenue by $218,000, so we are already starting the year having to spend into the fund balance slightly. This next slide is a comparison of our staffing levels compared to what enrollment has been doing over the past several years. On this slide, we'll see that even though enrollment has declined over $38,000, general fund staffing levels are nearly the same. And the last slide we have tonight is the recommendations. So the ask again today is for the board to adopt the millage rates and adopt the 25-26 budget. This will also authorize staff to perform all steps to ensure compliance with Florida statutes and trim requirements. With that, the superintendent has a brief presentation on the budget outlook and topics that he would like to discuss, and it will also be discussed in more detail during an upcoming workshop.
Yes, thank you. If I can get the Beacon team back there to go to the deck for additional information.
It should have still been, if you guys leave it up, it was the next slide.
Oh, okay, you got it in that slide.
I had it as one PDF for you.
All right, gotcha. Appreciate that. All right, awesome. So you can go to the next slide. Yes, thank you. So I just want to tee up what we're going to go through in October with the board. We hear you loud and clear. Last year for 24-25, with Ms. Johnson coming in as the new CFO for us, has been a year of discovery for us, and really identifying many of our challenges, many of our pain points, many of the things that have facilitated where we are as far as what I would say a budget that's not that stable, where we're working hard this year to make sure we can present something that is going to fund the district's priorities, ensure that we're providing the best learning opportunities to our students and to our schools. So Pretty much, we're going to go over funding and enrollment trends. We need to know how we started historically. So we're going to try and go back as much as 5 years just to let the board know what do we look like the past 5 years for every division and every department within each division, looking at personnel and staffing overviews, budget allocation and expenditure categories for each one of those. And also talk about our key financial challenges, some strategic goals for financial improvement, and future actions and planned improvements we plan to make, and some things that we're already working on within this fiscal year, and some strategies for development. And also discussing the required reductions and adjustments that we need to make to get back into a stable place with our budget. Next slide. Pretty much this is just going over a quick historical overview, way more in depth that we're going to go over in October. So I just want to tee things up. Again, talking about the historical trends for my financial analysis within the past 5 fiscal years. Very comprehensive financial overview. It's going to be a very robust and lengthy workshop, and my team has a lot of work to do to work with HR, to work with procurement, and also work with the budget team to gather all that information and do a yearly comparison, and then talking about some strategic insight of future decisions that we have to make as a staff and also as a board. Next slide. Some basic key challenges that we've discovered. Just some structural deficits. Our spending over many years has exceeded our income on a regular basis. Also, we've been relying, as just discussed, we're already dipping into our fund balance by a couple of $100,000 already. We've been depending on fund balance to fill certain gaps over the past few years, and we just need to get out of that trend. Also, you've heard us talk about this, our outdated staffing model. The team has already put together a work group to start working on that to make sure we're empowering school level leaders to assist us with that so we can get the message out about making those shifts that make sense for us today. The internal controls have been weak over the years, and so we're strengthening our controls and our monitoring just to make sure we have better early warning systems so we can tackle issues in real time instead of waiting for reconciliation of a budget at the end of the year and discovering that we're pretty much out of whack with certain things and trying to figure out how we address those. And so we can address those better in real time with the better early warning systems that we're putting in place. And also, just being more transparent with the public and with the board along this journey throughout the year when it comes to budgets and budget planning also. And we're also reviewing every single contract that we have, which is a few hundred contracts, and looking as our student enrollment has declined, many of our contracts and the renewal of those contracts has pretty much stayed the same. And so we need to make sure that our contracts are right sized to fit our need, or sunsetting contracts that we no longer need based on the service and products that we don't need anymore for our schools. Next slide. So just some goals for financial improvement that we'll dive deep in this October workshop, centralizing our audit functions and reporting tools just to make sure we can make better decisions throughout the entire school year instead of just waiting at the end of the year after budgets have been reconciled for the year. As I mentioned before, we're reviewing contracts as we speak, assessing the needs and the terms to optimize those contracts. Better stakeholder engagement. A sticking point for this board for quite some time is increasing our fund balance. Automation, we're using better technology, including AI, to automate many of our functions so we have better data to make better decisions and inform the board in a more timely manner what's going on in our budget. And aligning strategic priorities. We had that discussion early on in our training about ensuring that our budget is aligned to our strategic plan and funding the right priorities. And also a biggie for me, and I know also for this board, for our employees, making sure they're well compensated year after year instead of the constant battle and the constant fight of trying to find money to provide salary increases for the work that's being done daily by our employees in our schools. And as we're going through this journey around right-sizing our district or redefining phase 2, that's going to be a key component in getting our budgets in the right place for the future. You can go to slide actually 7, because slide 6 kind of repeat many of the things I just talked about. Some other complexities that we have to think about that we're already thinking about and planning for is state level adjustments. If we're hearing the discussion around property tax, I don't know if that's going to be a reality, but if it does become a reality, it does directly impact our required local effort for our district, because that's where most of our funding actually comes from. And also the federal level with our title funding, we know that there's going to be an impact for the 26-27 school year, especially based on our experience with that 30 to 45 day freeze over the summer. And so that's going to be most likely a reality for the 26-27 school year. So we're already trying to create preliminary plans of how we address those needs when it comes to staffing and services in many of our areas that are supported by title grants. So I just wanted to provide those 4 or 5 slides just to let the board know what is to come in more detail in an October workshop. We'll be going through this division by division, a 5-year analysis around historical reference, what we're currently working on and what our outlook looks like, so we can create a better and brighter financial future that's stable and can fund our priorities and can meet our goals for compensation and all the other wonderful things that we should be doing in our school district without the worry that we constantly have throughout the year. So that's it for me. I'll turn it back over to you, Mr. Whitney.
So that concludes our presentation, and return it to the board.
Thank you. Next, we're going to go to public comment as soon as they bring me the paper. Yes, I was just waiting for the. There you go. Okay, thank you. Okay, so the first public comment is Dennis Murphy. And when you come up, if you could please state your name and the city.
Dennis Murphy, City Representation. Has the board considered the state of the economy in the budget process?
Sir, we don't usually answer. You're just giving public comment.
Oh, okay, I got it. And also the state of the economy and other areas to reduce the budget, and the like ideas like homeschooling. That's about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Samantha Torres.
Hi, I'm Samantha Torres. I'm from the city of Hollywood. Every year my taxes go up. Up, 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 up. And today I want to see if we can maybe find a solution to assist teachers instead of doing salary raises, maybe get more volunteers in the school. So maybe speak with businesses, giving them some type of tax break if they allow not teachers, obviously, their workers to take a day a month, like one day every month, to go and volunteer in their classrooms or in their school, and give it across the board, not just parents, but also people that are in the community that have something to give to the schools. So you guys can allow some type of budget decrease for what's lacking or missing. Another thing I was thinking is possibly homes for teachers. Nice apartments for singles, maybe like a little loft apartment. For couples that are teachers, do a 1-bedroom apartment. Keep it in a community where, if anything, you guys could possibly provide transportation to and from the schools that they work at, but make it something more affordable so that they don't have to have some type of increase. Do the maintenance on the vehicles, on the properties for them. Maybe even have the government pay for those properties. Not sure. However, just a thought thrown out there to you guys. Another thing I was thinking is possibly giving homeowners tax breaks if they want to lower their rental costs for teachers. So just something that instead of pulling a budget up, look to our community to see if we can give them tax breaks or something so that there's more of a budget allowed for you guys to teach these students. Possibly throw out anything that may not be helping students. This whole cultural appropriation thing, oh God. My daughter said that she couldn't wear her natural hair for a whole year. Not okay. More vocational interest in schools for people that don't want to do traditional colleges. I mean, we need welders out there. We need body techs. I work in a body industry for collision. Everybody that I work with is over the age of 50. We have a 70-year-old that's still doing body work because there's nobody there that's knowledgeable enough to actually do the work. And I don't know all the schools in the school district, obviously. I only know South Plantation High School, where my daughter goes to school, and the other one is elementary school, Plantation Park Elementary. Phenomenal school. They have a chorus. They just got the budget to bring back arts. They're still wanting to do a debate class, which is important too. Being able to debate topics is something that is crucially missing from the students nowadays. And my time is up. Sorry.
Thank you very much. And we don't normally go back and forth, but just let you know that we are working on something with volunteers in the community, and we have some phenomenal industry schools. So we do automotive, we do welding. So there's 3 phenomenal tech programs in our district. So if you have a chance, look up McFadder, Sheridan, and Atlantic Tech, and you'll see the amazing programs that we do have. But thank you so much for coming out today. Donna Mosley.
Good evening. Good evening. My name is, I'm from Hollandale Beach, 33009. This is my first time purchasing a home. And me experiencing this my first time, it's almost about the horriblest thing I could have ever done. The first year my taxes is $5,000. The next year my taxes is $7,000. Not a little increase, a major increase. And only thing it's saying on here is a proposal that's already approved on the left side. Help me understand this. And nobody can explain this to me. Proposal is one thing and approve is another thing. It's a proposal at the top of the letter, but it says approved on the left-hand side. So is it a proposal that's already approved without our knowledge of it being approved? This is my first time. Help me understand it. Somebody in here help me understand this. I guess it's nothing to be said else. Huh?
Thank you. Next up is Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh.
Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh, Plantation, Florida. I was not going to speak to this item because God knows I thought I'd be home 2 hours ago. However, anytime you mention technology and that you're being more efficient, the thing that rises to the top of my head is Maximo. I recently advised that 3 months ago, your superintendent said that he would provide an update on the Council of Great City Schools 2019 recommendations. I included those recommendations as well as the critical success factors that Maurice Woods had prepared, who used to work here. I think he was the operations chief at one point. Anyway, and another board member asked for quarterly updates on Maximo, because Maximo has been several years and several million that was to replace the 1980s technology Compass that staff, through one botched implementation after another, and this is not necessarily their fault, it's a leadership fault, because you have to have people in place that understand the technology so that they pull you up to the 21st century instead of dragging it back to be basically Compass 2.0. That is wasted money. That is wasted, it's inefficiencies that this system was supposed to change. That hasn't happened. And it's been 3 months with no update. So when we get back to 1020, one of the things, and Ms. Thompson brought this up at a meeting, when you have follow-ups and you direct the superintendent and or the superintendent says they will bring a follow-up, there needs to be a time certain, a date, and I think the thing you were suggesting was a log, a follow-up log, which they can use AI to generate after the meeting and submit it to the chair so that you can hold the superintendent accountable for things they say. Because every time you have an implementation that doesn't happen, it costs money. Both the cost of the software, the program, and then the inefficiencies compound that cost. And anyone on the facilities task force, which I've been on since 2011, if you say maximal, we all start to twitch because of the absolute waste, and nothing has changed. And 2019, that was the primary focus of the Council of Great City Schools review, but also the inefficiencies in PPO and the costs associated with groundskeeping. There was a lot in there. And looking at the list, I would say there's still a lot in there. But certainly, if you could get a follow-up, ask the Council of Great City Schools to do a follow-up to their report. And please come up with a system of accountability for your superintendent so that we stop bleeding money. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comments? Come on down. Remember, you have to give your full name and what city.
I'm going to identify as John Doe tonight. I'm out of Dania Beach. Little concerning here, folks, when I look at the gallery of our citizens here versus the board. I think there'd be a little bigger audience if we had our meeting a little more conducive for the people that are actually paying the school board taxes, possibly have it at like 6 o'clock. Because we're the people out there working, we're the people out there paying the bill, we're carrying the freight. We got the high lift. So typically your board meetings and that are held during the day, and I understand that, but we all work. Before I came here, I turned on YouTube. I tried to find updates on what's going on with the school board. All the videos aren't out there. You speak about transparency, but I'm not seeing it. I'm just not seeing it. I think that the board, it'd be nice if the board came out and said, we're having these meetings, we get a little more social media going, a little more on the airwaves, whether it's WIOD, which is out of Miami, I listen to that in the morning, different programs, even the news, folks. Why is it a big secret? This is ridiculous. Look at this gallery. We're talking about the biggest budget that's probably ever been passed in the school board, and this is what we have? It's concerning. It's definitely concerning. I live in a budget. I'm sure everyone here in this room lives on a budget. We don't have a printing press at home. But when my budget gets tight, guess what, folks? It's green stamps, it's Groupons, it's coupons, and guess what? Maybe I don't go to the show that week. Maybe I don't do something with my family because I got a bill I got to pay. Constantly just going after the well and assuming that the 3% is going to be there or whatever the number is going to be that we get passed on as taxpayers is ridiculous. Yes, those days are coming. We may go to no property tax. The government may get rid of DOE. I don't know. But if that's the case, what are we going to do, people? Where's the money going to come from? We need to start tightening our belt now, not later. We need to start pulling in and do what's right for not only the students, the community, and the taxpayers. And A-rated schools is everything that's posted around here. That's all I see is A-rated this, A-rated that. Don't know where that came from. I believe it came from the state. But when I look at the Zillow accounts, my schools are rated C and Ds. Okay? That's pretty hard. I don't know if the enrollment from the students is down because of competition with private schools, or did we actually lose demographics? When you say it's down, is that because more students are shifting over to private school or not? Or are we just down in population? I guess that's a big question, because if we're such this great A-rated school, why are students leaving going to private school? Why are my taxes going up? And I think that's a valid question that most of the people here would have to shake their head and say, yeah, why is that? Why is that? If we're such a great school, why do we have private schools popping up all over the place? It doesn't make any sense. So the people that have children in my area with poor schools are lifting to carry the public school, but we've got to send our kids to private school because y'all ain't doing your job.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. And just two things to what you said. First of all, we don't have any D schools, and our schools, C schools, are half of what they were last time. So I just wanted to be clear on that. And there was something else, but I lost it. No, that's an A, the district is A-rated, but each individual schools this year, we only have A, B, and C schools. There are no Ds or F schools. So I just wanted to make sure that I said that out loud to everybody. So thank you all for coming tonight. Any other public comment? Any other public speakers? Okay, thank you so much. We're going to move on to board discussion. I don't normally go first, but I'm going to go first today. I have one question for staff. Could you please tell us if the school board is increasing the millage rate, which in turn increases the taxes, property taxes?
Mr. Whitney, have we increased the millage rate?
Yes, the millage rate this year is higher than it was last year, based primarily on the required local effort from the state.
But just to be clear, that's determined by that's by the state, right? That's not the board that is increasing.
Correct.
So that's a state mandate.
The discretionary is the same. There was
Right.
no increase in discretionary, but the state's required local effort is higher than it was last year.
Thank you. Whatever we're voting on, we are not increasing it on our end. It is a state mandate, whatever's changing.
That's correct.
Thank you. And the other part I meant to say is, we are mandated by the state to hold this meeting at 5:30 PM. So we also don't get to do that.
I want to clarify that we're required to hold the meeting after 5 PM. So a lot of jurisdictions will hold it at 5:01.
Okay.
Some hold it at 5:15.
Did it at 5:15.
Based on information that I saw, the latest that I saw anywhere was 5:30, and we're one of those.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay, so I have a couple of motions to make since we are meeting that directly impact the budget. So some of them don't necessarily impact this budget, but we're moving forward. So everybody should have gotten a paper. First, I'd like to make a motion to direct the superintendent to centralize the Broward County payroll by January of 2026.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any public comment on the motion?
Chair, I just have a point of order.
Yes.
Today's topic is the approval of our budget for school year 25-26, right?
Yes.
Would these changes would these motions have a net zero impact, or will these have an impact on the budget that has already been presented to us?
Some of them have an impact on the budget, like the payroll, because, and I went through these with the superintendent and the CFO, so they will have an impact on this year's budget.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So it's been moved and seconded. Any, no public comment. Is there any board comment on motion number 1? Mrs. Rupert?
What's the estimated cost?
Dr. Hepper?
Go ahead, Ms. Johnson.
This will be no cost to the system. It will be more putting controls in place and centralizing our payroll.
I'm sorry, you said there's no cost to the system.
No, we're not going through a SAP. We currently have our ERP SAP. We're going to be changing that out. We're going out for RFP to look at potential changes in our ERP system, but that's going to be within a year or two. So right now, we got to do a lot of things internally to centralize our processes and our payroll.
Okay. Point of order. Are we on item number 1 with the final millage rate?
We brought both of them together. We'll separate them to vote out, but discussion is on both of them.
Okay, I prefer to do item number 1 first. Let's vote on that and then go to item number 2.
But as we pulled
I
it
didn't
together.
hear you say 1 and 2.
Yes, that's how we brought it to the floor for discussion. So that's how we do it normally. Then we'll go back to I said that in the script.
Okay.
We'll separate them to vote. Okay. Any other board discussion? Dr.
Yeah,
Zeman?
Yeah, yep. I think we're going to slow down here a little bit. Yeah, there's a lot of questions about this. What is the intended benefit of centralizing the payroll?
Dr. Hepper?
Less errors when you have every department and every school doing the payroll as it is right now, we have many errors that result in overpayment and district trying to recover overpayments, making it a process where payroll is actually approved prior to it being processed also. Right now, as the system is, payroll is actually already processed in the midst of approval. And so by the time you catch errors, that's already landed in your bank account.
Terrific. Chair, is this something that would fall under the operational directive of our superintendent, or does this require board action? This is a process of moving money, which I think has nothing to do with policy or budget, and it will not change the budget one iota. So why can't the superintendent centralize payroll if that's what he chooses to do?
Ms. Batista?
So it does look like an operational issue, and because it also doesn't have any impact to the budget, I'm not sure how it's related to the item on the floor.
Okie dokie. So superintendent can just do this item. I mean, like I said, I went through these with the superintendent and the CFO. So
I have a point of order. We just heard the superintendent say it has an impact on the budget by saving money. So
this was an effort to get to the $60 million that we asked for. So
Right.
These are items directing him on things we'd like to see coming back. And so that's why these motions are being made.
Right. So, I mean, I think it's pertinent. It's going to impact the budget by saving us money. No?
Ms. Batista?
So I was going by the CFO's answer that she mentioned that there was no impact on the budget.
She said it wouldn't cost us money, it would save us money.
Okay.
But I believe the
it is an
superintendent has
operational issue.
just to help along
Yep.
the conversation, the superintendent has agreed to it, so he doesn't need to be directed.
Yep.
Okay.
We already are in process, so.
Okay, so I guess I
Yep.
remove that motion from the floor. Is that okay with you? Okay. The second motion is I move to direct the superintendent to decrease overtime spending by 40% by November 2025.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any public comment? Board member discussion? Dr. Zeman?
Again, I'm all in favor of finding ways to cut savings. What's the impact on schools and some of our core functions of reducing overtime by this 40%?
Dr. Hepburn?
Yeah, so this is something we're already have in motion to cut overtime by 40 to 50%. So we've already measured that impact. The other 50% that won't be impacted is something that we usually need, which is for transportation and PPO and some other key areas that are understaffed and difficult to recruit and hire those individuals. So some of it is actually good overtime, you could say, for lack of a better term. So that's why the focus for our team, as we're monitoring and looking at this on a weekly and bi-weekly basis, is to reduce it by about 40 to 50%.
And Chair, just like the first item, I think overtime is approved by first-level supervisors who all work for the superintendent of schools. Is that correct?
It is, but I will go back to explain in a conversation I believe we all had with the CFO. There is a large amount of money going to overtime, and I think we as a board need to make it very clear to the superintendent and staff that we have an expectation. And if you look at that list, which I believe is going to be public, some people are making more than their salary in overtime. And that was eye-opening to me when I sat in the meeting with the CFO. And so that is how I came up with this. I think it's important for us to be clear as a board. This is our budget. We're in charge of it, and part of that is helping to guide them, and I think that overtime is a huge issue.
And I agree, Chair. How did we get to the 40% figure, though? This is motions being made to the final budget at the last public hearing, and I'm curious about some of the the research and the homework that would normally be done had this brought up during a school board meeting while we were considering this budget. So given that we're doing this all on the last day of the budget before we make a final vote, how did we get to the 40% number instead of 30 or 50%?
Right, well, and again, this was after a conversation I had with the CFO, which was after our other budget hearing. But I had a discussion with the superintendent and the CFO and asked them to give me a percent. I actually had a higher percent, but so I can let the superintendent explain.
Yep, that's from our homework and analyzing dollars spent or expenditures for overtime over the past few years and the roles specific to who's receiving overtime and the reason why.
And normally if an item like this came before a board like this, there would be some tables, there'd be some documents, there'd be some impact statements, and you're asking us today to reduce something. What is the savings if we reduce the overtime budget by 40%?
Dr. Hepburn.
Go ahead, Ms. Johnson.
12 million.
And just so I can, we're not voting on number one, but there was no savings on that. But 12 million by reducing by 40%, is that right?
That is correct.
Correct. And Chair, will this have any impact on school budgets?
Dr. Hepburn.
It has an impact on district budgets, yes.
Right, but in terms of school operations, so I'm talking textbooks, teachers, learning inside the principal's budget and all the money we put in a school, overtime often is for transportation, which would affect schools if kids don't get there on time. It could affect PPO, which would affect education if, you know, an AC needs to get fixed urgently and there's not enough time in the overtime spending to do it. Can you tell us that this $12 million will not affect our core requirements of educating students?
No, it will not impact that. No.
Thank you.
Any other other board discussion? Dr. Holmes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the question was asked regarding how we came up with the 40%, and I did hear the superintendent mention 40 to 50%. Just a couple of questions. Upon realizing these savings with these motions, Madam Chair, the intent of these motions is to realize savings and those savings to be spent where?
For the $60 million that we asked the superintendent to find for salary increases.
Okay, so it would be geared towards possibly salary increases for teachers and staff.
Yes.
Okay, so Dr. Hepburn, you mentioned 40 to 50%, and I heard Dr. Zeman question the impact that this will have on the district. If it's 40 to 50%, why not go with 50%?
Well, we want to start with 40 comfortably based on our analysis. We know that there are some positions that are hard to staff where you have to provide overtime to get the services done for certain areas. So don't want to, that we may get to 50%, but I would rather go at the 40% and a more comfortable strategy just to make sure we don't hamper any services that are needed.
Okay, so 40% is a baseline,
Yep,
and
correct.
the intent is to realize even more.
Correct.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Anybody else? All those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Any opposed say no. Motion passes unanimously. Motion number 3, I move to direct the superintendent to review all supplements and bring them back to the school board with recommendations on which ones should be sunsetted by the October 21st, 2025 workshop.
Second.
Any public comment on the motion? Board member comment on the motion, Dr. Holman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So regarding your motion for item 3 here, your third or second motion, since first one didn't go through. All right, Dr. Hepburn, what I would suggest for this motion, should it pass, I just think only supplements that are absolutely necessary, and I hope that's the intent of the motion, Madam Chair. Because I also looked at the information and the data, and we just seems to be spending a lot of money on overtime, on supplements, and so on. So Dr. Hepburn, I hope, should this motion pass, that supplements that are absolutely necessary are the ones that we are continuing.
Yep, that's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, and it does tie into the supplement part of it to go together, because a lot of the supplements are the overtime that we're spending. Anybody else? Dr. Zeman?
What is the intended savings from motion 3?
Dr. Hepburn?
Not aware of the total savings. Is going to be based off of what we identified during our review to see what supplements need to be sunsetted during our review, because we have a lot of supplements that's been in existence for a very long time and loosely assigned to personnel across the district.
So this is, during today's public hearing, you being tasked with doing staff review of supplements and bringing us back a list. Would that list, Chair, as part of this motion include, I'm sorry, I see, with recommendations, which one should be sunsetted? It's not with a financial savings target necessarily. It's really open-ended as to which ones the superintendent and his team would think should be sunsetted.
Correct. That's why it just says review, because they really have to do the research on this. They haven't yet.
Terrific. So this is a staff action from the board. Go do something, come back, we'll look at it and see what we can, what we agree with.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Mr. Severa.
That's twice. I'm going to keep it now. Chair, how much are we spending annually on these supplements?
Dr. Hepburn.
Ms. Johnson, I don't know if you have that number.
It's in your appendix. It's over $300 million we spend in supplements. But when you see in the appendix, you'll see the referendum is inclusive too. It'll make it $412 million.
I don't think that's right.
I'm sorry. That last part again, I was busy writing down.
If you look at the appendix, it'll include the referendum that is approved. So you take out the referendum dollars, it'll be around $300 million on supplements.
What's the peer number before the referendum? You just said 4 something.
It's $412 million.
Was that all of your, okay. Any other board discussion? All those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Any opposed say no. Motion carries unanimously. I'm going to skip over 4 and 5 because I'll bring them back another time. So the last motion is I move to direct the superintendent to work with Broward County Transit to develop a partnership for our students to have access to bus passes for the Broward County Transit buses by January of 2026. And the rationale for that is to help reduce some of our bus costs.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any other public comment on the motion? Board member discussion? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I went too quickly. If you have public comment, come on up to you get 1 minute to make public comment.
Come on, guys, you have to do better than that. Only saving $12 million? My taxes, like lady says, goes up every year, up. Come on, you have to do better than that.
Next public speaker.
If we are going to be handing out bus passes through the county or whatever, are we reducing our bus load? Are we actually going to be cutting buses, or this is just going to be over and above? Transferring some of that responsibility or choice over to the county for transportation. It seems like there's a whole lot of, shifting the shell games going on here. Nothing's really changing. You're moving 12 million here, there, everywhere. The 12 million you save is going to salaries. So it goes so fast here, folks. You guys know what you're doing. There was no agenda for me to read today, unfortunately. There's no handouts, no nothing on what's going on here. This is my first time here. I do apologize if I'm not as professional as you'd like. I just don't know what's going on. I'm just trying to stumble through this the best I can. But it seems like the shell game is being played here, and we're the ones picking up the tab. You're all moving the furniture around. You're cutting back on our, I don't know, whatever that term was that you put in here, about extras, supplemental or something like that.
Thank you so much.
So the supplements are going to be given back in
time.
pay. So
That's
you're
your time.
You're not saving any money at all, folks.
Thank you, sir.
This is the point.
Is there any
to allow me
board
as a citizen to only
discussion?
speak for a
Thank you,
minute,
sir. 1
ma'am,
minute
is not right.
That's
I
the
have
policy.
I have a right to redress my government, and for you to
did.
silence us after a minute, ma'am.
That's
it's just
part of
not
the
fair.
policy, sir.
It's your policy. It's not law, ma'am. It's not law.
It is here. Thank you. Okay, any board discussion? Any board, Dr. Zeman?
How would this work in conjunction with MPO, the Metropolitan Planning Organization, that kind of creates all of the systems for Broward County? I think the Broward County Transit is the group that actually does the operation, but MPO does all the planning. Which group would be better to kind of coordinate with to develop this partnership?
Dr. Hepburn.
I'll reach out to Monica Sapiro, the county administrator, to find out who's the best person in county government to discuss with this, so we can figure out a way forward that can assist us in bus routes or even bus passes with their transit system.
And again, on this one, do we expect any savings, or is this just a staff action to the superintendent to go figure it out?
I don't think we could predict what that dollar amount is until we actually have a discussion with them, but it would equate to savings. As you know, during the summer, we always ask parents register for your ride, right? And the transportation department establishes routes for the upcoming school year based off the number of students who are registering for the ride. So if we have students that are exercising other options, it could result in potential savings because they're not riding our buses anymore. They're exercising additional options that are available to families.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Thompson.
As our school board rep to the MPO board, I would say it's actually the Broward County Transit Department that we should reach out to, because I've talked to them about this already, and that's pretty much who we would have to coordinate with. So as the motion as written is what should be done.
Awesome.
Thank you. Mr. Sever.
Thank you, Chair. Is the directive here within this motion to have the Broward County Transit develop, I guess, new stops that are closer to schools? I mean, or to give out free passes? I mean, when we say we're trying to develop a partnership to have access to passes, is this really just to get them on the buses for free, or to incorporate county buses into rotation, if you will?
So before I have Dr. Hepburn, we used to have a partnership with the county where they gave free bus passes to our students, and we did not have activity buses. Now we have activity buses, and the students don't ride the public bus. So it's just an effort to have a discussion to see what that might look like. But there's history of having a partnership before. I'll let Dr. Hepburn finish what his vision is.
Yep, no, I concur with what Ms. Higgins said. It's about sitting down and realizing the possibilities. I've been a part of districts where the local government transit system provided free bus passes or bus passes to the school district or school at a very discounted rate. And also, in our neighbors to the north, we actually had a partnership with Tri-Rail also to drop students off at strategic locations, and we pretty much just staff security just to make sure they're safe and secure at those stops. So once we have a sit down, figure out what the possibilities are. I know eras have changed over time since school districts had those type of partnerships with their local transit system. So we'll see what the possibilities are once we sit down with them.
It's to get the kids on the buses for free with the passes, and the county buses will make it easier for them to travel because they'll change drop-off points and pick-up points.
Correct.
So it's
correct. So that's part of
dual-pronged situation here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anybody else? Any other board member discussion? All those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Any opposed say no. Motion carries. Thank you. And that completes my concerns. Any other board members? Mrs.
Are you
Leonard?
doing motion 4 and 5?
I'm going to bring those back at another time because they're not directly related to this budget. I'll bring them back as a B item later.
Madam Chair.
Mrs. Leonardi.
I just want to thank our chair for these motions. I think, a lot of comments have been made tonight about how government works, and it may not be perfect, and we can always do more, but these motions and these actions take concrete steps towards saving money so we can compensate our employees who have a direct impact on student outcomes. So thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Holness.
Madam Chair, just I guess this would be a clarification point. And I know you're going to bring your motions back, Chair, but item 4, the motion you have for 4 just seems to be very much related to item 3 and maybe need to even be done before item 3. So I just wondering why you didn't have those two together. They just seemed very much related.
Well, to answer your question, because that's for looking at what job changes would happen in the next budget. Item number 3 is to sunset and change some supplements in this budget. So item 4 and 5 don't directly impact, and based on some of the pushback I got, I don't know if pushback's the right word, but concerns that I had about point of order, I don't want to continue to waste time if it doesn't fit in this budget. So I'm going to bring it back at our next school board meeting as a B item, and we'll talk about it, and it'll go in motion. It just doesn't impact this budget.
Okay.
The other ones do.
All right.
Okay. Let's see. That was Dr. Zeman.
Hi.
Do you have, your thing is up. I'm trying to follow the procedure.
I'm good at getting it up. I'm just not so good at putting it down yet. I apologize. Yeah, well, yeah, that's right.
Okay, Mrs. Rupert.
Nora got me. Good job.
There we go. Okay. I would like to thank staff for providing some of the information that I asked for, and in a super quick way, so I do appreciate that. However, I want to talk a little bit about Title II funding, right? We have 89 instructional staff are being paid by Title II. The Department of Professional Learning and Development has 31 instructional staff. District senior leadership are proposing to cut 20 out of 31 in that department, 2/3. They're leaving them with 11 people, I said 11, to provide new teacher support, teacher training, and staff development, coach credentialing, and support to school-based coaches. There is a department under Title II that is not being impacted at all. Why? There are also 10 cuts outside of that department for a total of 30 positions from Title II. So I had asked for the Title II budget to see what all is funded from that money, how are the cuts decided upon, how will the district support new teacher development, coach credentialing, and support to school-based coaches, what important services will be lost if these cuts are approved. In the budget information, we talk about how are we using staff for optimization by targeted reduction in staffing, primarily through attrition, ensuring critical roles are maintained to support high-quality instruction. How does this budget strengthen academic programs, expand student support, and maintaining programmatic integrity? What does Title II power? Instructional coaching, mentoring, leadership development, professional learning communities, novice teacher and principal induction, and mentorship. Forums to leverage teacher expertise and leadership, increase content knowledge for our coaches and for our educators, structures for personalizing learning for every single student in this district, and teacher residency programs. We have often talked about what is the key to having a successful district, and a key to having a successful student is having a well-trained, well-coached, well-mentored teacher professional in the classroom. I do not see that this is a plus. These positions are critical. I understand why the cuts are being made. I do. I didn't make a motion because I literally got some of the information during breaks that I was hopping up and down to get. So I did not have it, and so I apologize to my colleagues. I also didn't even think of these questions until Monday, and my assistant put them in on Tuesday because we were not working on Monday. At least I was working now. So anyways, I do apologize for the timing of this. I know it's the final budget. I personally will not be voting for this budget if this is not rectified. I just wanted to let my colleagues know, because we've discussed ad nauseum what the key, most important aspect for a successful student and district is, and it's the teacher professional in that classroom. I personally believe, and as a board member since 2010, I'm still here, I'm still asking questions, and we still need to get these answers. So that's I would love to make a motion, but I'd rather hear from my colleagues and see if they agree or not. So,
Dr. Hepburn, do you have anything before?
Yeah, if there's a specific question, do you have Ms. Rupert that we can have the team answer for you?
what's the total Title II budget, and what is all funded from that money?
So I don't, Dr. Fulton and Dr. Kona, you guys have been intimately involved. I know you have the specific numbers and can detail what's specifically funded and what we're actually decreasing out of that budget.
Good evening, Dr. Cohn, Chief Academic Officer. So the total Title IIA budget is $10.5 million, Ms. Rupert. Out of that $10.5 million, as you mentioned, includes district staff from various departments. Half of them are teachers, half of them are administrators, non-instructional staff as well. And so all of those support either teacher development or leadership development. All staff that are on that grant are considered supplemental, not to supplant. And so every district just recently lost significant funding across the United States. Our district lost about $1.4 million in addition to the $3 million that we were over due to our FTE, because like all federal grants, it's based on FTE enrollment. And so we lost additional funding. And so in order to right-size the grant, in order to ensure that the support to teachers are still being provided, those resources are having to be reshifted. And so in departments like elementary learning, secondary learning, applied learning, they all still support teachers, and all of those departments still actually provide professional development. They all support new teacher academies. They do all of the instruction. And so, yes, earlier you heard Dr. Hepburn mention that we don't know the looming gloom of what happens at the end of this year, because these additional cuts will happen again depending on what the federal government informs us about the state of the grant. And so we're exercising our opportunity to kind of recalibrate, making sure that teachers are still supported, professional learning is still happening, coaching is still happening. As much as we possibly can in terms of with the limited number of staff that, potentially we'll end up with. So we'll still continue to do the work and support the teachers.
And just to add to that too, we do expect an additional decline in Title II funding, just based on the philosophy of the U.S. DOE right now. And so we will be going back through this exercise later. It's just the hopes that instead of doing this during the summer or getting notification during the summer, that we get early notification early spring, hopefully February, March, so we can actually go through this exercise with some time to make sure our employees land in a good place.
Okay, I still don't know how our staff is going to be able to credential, mentor, model. I don't.
Dr. Cohn, if you can give some details on that.
Sure. So as I mentioned earlier, we have several departments that have instructional support staff. And so right now, as an example, elementary learning is supporting teachers, new teachers through New Teacher Academy. They're also supporting teachers within the classroom using the gradual release model. We have, at the beginning of the year, we look at our data. We determine schools that need the most support, and those individuals are actually supporting those teachers currently. We fill vacancies at the beginning of the year where there's subs and new teachers, so they're doing that currently right now. But all departments that have instructional staff it's a hands-on deck situation. We do that every year, and we've been very successful in doing that. And yes, we will be losing instructional staff due to the grant, but we'll be plugging in where we see the need and where there's critical opportunities to make sure that we continue to sustain our excellence.
No.
Can I offer a question along that line, Chair? Last year, we spent this much money developing our are in-classroom teachers. We had Title II, we had other instructional support people, we had coaches. How much less does this budget spend on professional development and teacher development compared to last year?
Dr. Hepburn.
The loss in Title II, which is roughly around 1.4, 1.5 million.
And so that total is greater than 10.4 because that's just Title II, but then there's other
Correct.
parts of our system that help teachers get better throughout the year. Do we know how big that is? We're going down 1.4, so we got that. That's the reduction in capability. It's a reduction in funding for a capability. Roughly how big is the instructional support capability funded at in Broward County Schools?
I don't have the exact numbers. I don't know if the budget team has the exact numbers, but as far as capabilities out of funding other than title grants, it's the same. It hasn't been.
I'm sorry. So say it's another 10%. That or 10 million. That 10 million is being left alone.
Correct.
We're taking 1.4 out of that 10.4. Is that causing us to go to human beings who work here right now and tell them they will not work here anymore, or are those people being put in classrooms?
No, they're being shifted into other roles,
Okay.
and for the most part, mostly classroom roles.
Right, and I'm very worried, School Board Member Rupert, that Title II is going to go away. And at best, it might turn into a block grant to states, and I don't trust Florida to give us the money for education even. It may go for other things. There's a huge Medicaid problem in Florida that Florida's going to have to fill, and there's tremendous kind of interest right now in Tallahassee at reducing revenue to the state. So this may be a way that they get money and don't funnel it down to districts. But this 1.4 was a reduction, I think, Mr. Superintendent, of Dr. Superintendent. Is that better, ma'am? Dr. Superintendent, this came from the federal government, and we just had to figure out how to deal with it, right?
Correct.
We could have plugged the hole. We could have gone to our general fund and found 1.4 and filled it in. The budget did not do that. We could have left the people there and just tried to figure it out throughout the year and moved them slowly, and instead, you made the leadership decision to move them back to the classrooms.
Correct.
And these are some of our best of the best teachers because that's how they got the jobs there, right?
Correct.
Okay. I just am trying to get an understanding of what happened, but I'm interested in my colleagues' view of that as well. I'm worried because this is central to what we do, not just classroom instruction, but making classroom instruction better by 13,000 teachers. And 10.4 million doesn't sound like very much for professional development out of 13,000 teachers.
Mrs. Rupert, did you have any other?
I guess I don't see any other names up or anything, so I'm actually going to make a motion.
Okay.
I move that these particular cuts from Title II are taken off the table until the superintendent can direct staff to give us all the answers that show how much the budget is. I know we heard it. I want to see what the job responsibilities are with those people and the money that's attached to them, and how exactly they're going to be able to help the new teachers, keep the motivated teachers motivated, making sure that we have the most trained and mentored teachers that we could possibly have, which I don't believe will happen without that. So that's my motion.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay. Any public comment on the motion? Board discussion. I have Miss Batista, can you just, we had a training today that told us that we were not, like there are parts to the superintendent's job that we're not supposed to encroach upon. So I just want to be clear, is this motion us moving into operations or not?
Well, this was operations.
Well, it sounds like the motion is asking for clarification from the superintendent, not necessarily to change any of the operational issues.
Can you, because that's not how I heard the motion. Can you repeat the motion, Mrs. Rupert?
I didn't write it down or type it up for you, but I move that these particular cuts from the Title II be taken off the list here until the superintendent has time to get the staff to show us in a chart exactly how big the amount is, and exactly 31 figures, 10 people, what schools do they actually go to, how many people they're instructing, how much mentorship they're doing, because just cutting it and saying, well, we're going to centralize it now is not good enough. That's my motion.
So, Ms. Batista, could you?
So what I'm hearing is that Mrs. Rupert is asking for amendment to the budget by taking off this particular item from the budget.
But she's
That's
not
not an
really.
operational
Okay, okay, just because it's not changing money in our budget, it's changing how the money's being spent. No, because we still have whatever, she's not asking to increase or decrease Title II, she's asking to change how the money.
But Chair, just to clean this up for you, it would change the budget because the money that's allocated right now, 1.4 to be teachers in classrooms, would have to be shown on the budget plan as back in Title II. So the budget is not just money, it's where is that money spent. And so Ms. Rupert is saying she would like that budget changed so the 1.4 that was taken out is put back in that category.
Okay, so to that point, Dr. Hepburn, does this budget that's before us reflect the change that you just recently made? Because I'm not sure.
No, I'm a little confused too, because there's no taking money out of general and putting it back. There's nothing to put back. We've lost money in Title II, and the personnel that was paid for in that Title II budget is going to fill vacancies that are already existing and are already funded in the general budget. So there's no money to take out of general to give back to Title II.
So what I'd suggest to School Board Member Rupert is we bring this, anyone who wants to can bring this back after the budget is passed as an amendment, because the budget's just a plan. And so if you want to make a motion at our next meeting to put money back into professional development or teacher development, that could be money that can be taken, out of the general fund and put into that. But as Dr. Hepburn pointed out, the federal government took that money out of the budget line, not us. It's just not there. And so in order to correct this, we'd have to get school board support to put money from the general fund into professional and teacher development.
And so
it's not something you could do today.
And just to add another variable to this, we have actions that are going to be put in motion very quickly because we're already in the balancing stage for many schools just of increased enrollment and decreased enrollment to balance out. So this is also being included in that just to make sure those folks that are impacted have a seat to land in.
Yeah, totally understand.
Dr. Hepburn.
Yes, sir.
Just to clarify, so the 1.4 was an additional cut. It wasn't the total cut. So last year, the grant was about 12 million. It went to 10 million. But when we lose students, we also lose funding because each grant, whether it's Title I, Title II, Title III, Title IV, is based on FTE. And so as we have lost enrollment, those are additional funds that no longer exist on that grant. So it's close to $3 million total we've lost from one year to the next. So it's a significant number of dollars and supports that are coming. And so I just want to be clear that, again, the grant is considered supplemental to what the district already provides. We provide general funds for teacher support already in the areas of professional learning, support to teachers. Schools have support to new teachers. They have tier liaisons at their schools. We have been very successful over the past couple of years where we've written a number of grants, and I think, Ms. Rupert, I shared this with you because you were aware you were here when we wrote the teacher quality grant, and it was a significant amount of grant where we actually brought in a lot of district teachers to support new teachers in that vein. I do recall at the time that the question became, what happens once these grants sunset, right? Because, we have to sustain what happens. And so for the work that has been done with these grants, we're now at that point where that grant has gone, right? It was the TIF grant. And so many of those, as much as we want to sustain this, It would become a board recommendation if, you know, you want to continue a very significant initiative, which has proven to be very successful. But at this point, you have a loss in federal funding from the state and the federal government due to enrollment, but you also have potentially, as Dr. Zeman mentioned, we've already been told that potentially there will be a loss in Title III or the elimination of Title III potentially, as well as a loss in Title II. And so the question becomes, you know, we have to continue to sustain because we have generally funded teachers that do the work that they've been doing. We won't have a lot of them as we had in the past with these great quality grants that we've had. So I just wanted to make sure we understood that it was more than 1.4 million.
Thank you. Mrs. Rupert?
No, I'm quite done.
Okay. So the motion is still on the floor. Dr. Zeman seconded it. Dr. Zeman?
I think we're done with that motion. Is that correct?
No, we haven't voted on.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll go after we vote. Thanks.
Okay. Anybody else on the motion? All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no.
No.
No. Motion fails. You don't have, was that it, Mrs. Rupert? I mean, I know you're doing.
Quite done.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Zeman.
I just want to make a motion that we ask the superintendent to bring us back clarity on this issue. I think this board must know that the capability that grows teachers is there, whether it's funded through Title II, whether it's funded through general fund, whether it's funded through volunteers. I think just we need a capability description of how we're going to, in the face of these cuts and looming cuts, make sure that we're continuously investing in professional development for our teachers.
Okay, Mrs. Alherd.
And to add on to that, I'd also like to understand how we're using AI technology to, you know, help our teachers with the AI technology with their lesson plans or whatever else.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Thompson?
Is that accepted by the board, Chair?
Aye. Anybody opposed?
Any objections? Thank you. I think that's a good add.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, staff, for all your hard work that you put into this. I had a couple of questions. The first is based on, I don't know how to read this, 732, page 32. And it seems to me that we are cutting 46.8 positions of counselors/directors. Could we expand on that?
Dr. Hepburn.
Just give me a sec to get to that page. Page 42 in actual budget.
No, 32.
32. Okay.
It's the one that's 263 pages.
262 pages.
And it's titled Detailed Personnel Resource Allocations. If you're online, it's 220 out of 263.
Okay, good.
Sorry, guys.
Got a lot
Too
of
many
numbers.
numbers. Literally.
Ms. Thompson, can you point us out on that page where we would find this?
It's under instructional support / specialist. It's like the third block. Media specialist / librarian, counselor / director. We're losing 46 positions, and then other, we're losing 235. So that's my next question.
Go ahead, Mr. Whitney, if you probably need detail to that.
It's okay. 220 on the PDF. Or you can do Control Find Detailed Personnel. Or on your computer. Trying to help
It's section 7.
I believe we need to follow up on that question because based on the allocation model, there might be a reduction, but I don't know for sure. But we're still in the process of hiring critical positions, so that's probably one of those positions that we haven't filled. So at the time this budget was built, that showed a reduction based on previous year, last year.
Okay, so it's more that we don't have people filling those positions
Correct.
currently. Okay, because I was concerned about it because the board has talked about the need for guidance counselors and social workers and school psychologists. And I just wanted to make sure that that priority was still being focused on in the future. Yeah.
Dr. Hepburn?
Yes, we've heard the board loud and clear. We're in the midst of updating the staff and allocation model, so.
Okay. And then my other question was, what is our plan to do public education around the possibility of losing property taxes?
Dr. Hepburn?
That's a big one.
Yeah.
That's a large majority of all public services budgets, not just the school district, the police and fire departments. Every municipality and public entity depends on their required local effort from property taxes. So it's a difficult circumstance and a difficult question to we just hope that the state, if they do reduce property taxes, that in turn they find an alternative revenue source that we can depend on to fund public services. It's just not going to impact us as a school district, but all public services. So it is the majority of, if we go back to Mr. Whitney's presentation, I think he actually showed the bar graph of the amount of money we get from required local effort, which is property taxes and the like. Federal funds is a very small portion, but it's the largest chunk of our budget.
So let me expand on my question because I think we all realize that it's not a good thing.
Yeah.
But what are we doing
If I
to
may,
educate the public about how we're funded, about property tax? We did the
Okay,
same
gotcha.
thing going out for the referendum dollars. Like, what are we doing? Because it's only in committee right now. Like, this isn't a done deal by any state. But we could do something now to educate the public, to let them know, to reach out to their legislators.
Yep, I'll let Mr. Sullivan kind of detail about where we are and where those conversations
And not
are.
just the lobbyists.
Lobbyists.
Like, what are we
So
doing
we
to
have it on our
educate our community?
Consortium platform to minimize the impact. It's kind of hard to educate the community because Tallahassee really hasn't said how they're going to do it. So we don't even know if schools, districts would be impacted by the proposed changes. So I think we need to wait a little because when we go out to the community, they're going to have more questions than we have answers. So I think we just need to wait until that pre-committee session begins. And if I'm not mistaken, those meetings start next month.
Mhm.
So we should have a better understanding how that's going to look, and then we can go into the community. We can educate them how we're funded and how the impact would change how we're funded.
And would that plan come before the board?
It's operational, but we can keep the board updated on our efforts.
Yep, and like we heard the board loud and clear also, ensuring that the board is well equipped with the right information also, just to make sure we have key talking points that as constituents, or as you go out and talk to constituents, you have the information you need to have those key talking points that's accurate.
And I would appreciate that. I think any plan should, even if it's operational, should include the board as policymakers.
Yes,
because we're the ones that are really out in the community more, and you guys can focus on the education
Yep, absolutely.
piece. But that's my questions. Thank you.
Okay, and we'll end with Mr. Savera.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate the opportunity to speak on this. I want to talk in some generalities, because if I'm a blue-collar, hardworking resident of Broward County who grabs his lunch pail and goes to work every day and comes back and tries to spend the remaining time with his family and make sure that they're provided for. Maybe don't follow politics, maybe don't follow exactly what my local government is doing, maybe not following what's going on at the school board. What I want to be able to understand, or what I want to be able to explain articulately to that resident or that constituent, as it may be, is how the budget that's before this board this evening for $5.4 billion, which is my understanding is nearly identical to the budget that we passed last year, is in fact the same, when the only difference that blue-collar worker has probably read about in the newspaper between this year and last year is that our schools have lost approximately 11,500 students. And I think it's difficult for that person, or even people who are maybe pay a little bit closer to what is going on, to really grasp the and understand what the main differences are. I have difficulty with it. I have to meet with folks to get a full handle on it. So, Mr. Superintendent, to the public out there listening, what is the best way to explain why this budget is the same this year as it was approximately last year, when we've seen such a steep decline in student enrollment?
Dr. Hepburn.
Yes, I would say the budget is not the same as last year because it does reflect the steep decline in enrollment, because we only can budget for what we are funded. But I do understand many of the pain points of the public, our board, and our internal staff and constituents. And that's why I specifically went over those 4 or 5 slides to really tee up a very in detailed conversation in October to come back with a large amount of information that's probably never been shared with the board or the public about how we are funded, how what do our expenditures look like, how do we spend the money that we actually receive, what are some of the changes we're going to make as a staff moving forward, just to ensure our budget is in a better place, because there's been some issues over the past decade or so that we need to correct, just to move our budget and our district forward in a better place.
And I appreciate that, and I have heard tonight and in the days leading up to this meeting some good ideas. Cutting overtime, that's apparently a huge amount of money that we're spending, and we heard from the chair about her 40%. I've also heard about cutting supplements. I heard Ms. Johnson throw out $412 million on supplements. I've heard about the transportation costs that this district is routinely encountering, and some ways that perhaps we can do better with that, and some partnerships that we can jump into to save some dollars. My problem is, it's my understanding we have to vote on this budget tonight. We don't have the ability to direct the superintendent to go back and actually carve some of these things out to affect our budget for our students tomorrow, the day after, next month. We have to vote tonight. And I've got a problem with the number that's before this board. I'm understanding every day I'm gaining a little bit more knowledge about how we got there, but I think there's a lot of pork. I think it's very high, and I think for members, tax-paying members of this community, they really don't understand how we got there. I mean, we heard from the gentleman who was clearly distraught. In fairness, some of his facts were a little bit off, but I could hear the emotion in his voice, and I can sympathize with that. You know, I know it's difficult out there for people with properties and taxes and, you know, things of that nature. And when I've got to go out back home to my community and explain to people, well, you know, we lost 11,500 kids, but don't worry, our budget's nearly identical to what it last year. That conversation doesn't go over very well. And I'm very, very hopeful that these ideas that we're hearing about tonight, and perhaps some of us for the first time, are lucrative and do bear plenty of fruit. And, you know, these supplements, I mean, my God, we can get potentially under $500 million if we get rid of these supplements. And it's unfortunate that we're not able to explore these for them to have a real impact on this school year. And we're staring down the barrel of almost $5.4 billion for this budget. And I can tell you, a lot of folks aren't happy about that. And I know we've done some great things here, but at the end of the day, it's all about the money, right? That's what 99% of people are going to look at, and that's what 99% of people are going to care about. Especially those folks that maybe don't even have kids, or their kids are grown, or their kids don't go to public school. They're just average tax-paying citizens of this county. So I hope that these ideas that are being proposed and some of the chair's motions, I hope these can be successful. I am a little bit upset that as I sit here tonight, we're still looking at a nearly identical budget from last time. And I hope that Ms. Johnson will continue to do her work and continue, I think they were referred to earlier as miracles. Magic, sorry. Magic. Continue with your magic and try to make some of this stuff more palatable for everybody. But this number is extremely high, and I understand the frustrations with that. And I just want to make one point because I want to make sure I'm correct. And I know we're kind of combining the issues, and I'm trying not to bifurcate too hard. But on the discretionary millage rate, I just want to make sure that's the only portion of the millage rate that this board has any ability to change in any way, shape, or form. And I'm looking at, I'm not even going to try to identify which PowerPoint this is because there's like 75 of them. But in the PowerPoint that I'm looking at, identifying the historical millage rate, at least with that, it doesn't look like that's actually changed since like 2018. And I'd like for verification on that because I think that's important for the public to at least understand that as far as what this board can do from a millage rate standpoint, we've been pretty consistent and there has not been any increases since 2019. Is that accurate?
Ms. Johnson.
That is correct. But I'd just like to get clarity of this budget. Part of the system of building a budget, what's included is private school. The Family Empowerment Scholarship is part of this budget. Those students are included in our budget. The charter school students are included in our budget. The state then do a process. We don't get that money. It becomes a pass-through. Family Empowerment Scholarship, even though they're counting the kids as being Broward County kids, that money does not, we don't receive the money, but we got to count it as part of our revenue. The state takes a deduction right off the top, so we never receive that. That used to be a pass-through, but charter school still is a pass-through. So all the students in Broward County, we have to build it in our budget. So what you're seeing is all the system in Broward County students built within Broward County school budget. But a pass-through, and as you can see, you got to focus on the general fund because the general fund is a specific portion where the pass-through is cleared. I show that when I build my budget that the portion that belongs to Broward County, when we do the pass-through, when we start doing budget amendments, I take the Family Empowerment Scholarship out because we never received that money. So our budget is indeed a reduction to Broward County Public Schools. But when we build it collectively, we show all the revenue that is collected for Broward County schools.
Thank you. Mrs. Bowman.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. I think that, you know, I guess to Mr. Cervera's point and some of the others, this is just such a complicated topic. And when you're public facing, it's very difficult to wrap your head around because I'm still learning. And, you know, when we're talking about millage rates and things of that nature, it's hard for someone to look at their trim notice and understand exactly what's happening. It just looks like we're taxing them, taxing. You know, something else to remember, though, if it just comes down to the dollars, we're entrusted with people's children, singular, and with their money. So we have a very important job here, probably the most important of all of the boards, because we do have the most important job to do, which is educate the children. And we also we're the largest employer in Broward County, correct? So the money that's coming in to our school district from the taxpayers is going back out to employ our community. So I think, you know, if we can look at the big picture, there's a lot more going on here than you're paying property taxes and we're wasting it somewhere. And I really appreciate that your clarification too, because the tax money is going to educate all the children. There's just different places where that money is going. It's not all coming here, which is why we're having these discussions, because we're having to cut our budget, because we're having less kids are coming here because of other choices and factors that are happening in the county. I just wanted to say I appreciate, I think the board has been asking for some tough decisions from the superintendent. That was hastened by the chair's motion. So I appreciate that you're looking at it, because I think it's going to be we do have to prepare for what seems to be inevitable. And I can't say enough for Ms. Johnson. I know she came into a situation that was difficult to untangle. And every time I've spoken with her, she has ideas, she stays positive, and it's good to see that people are listening to her, and some of these ideas are finally being implemented or in the initial stages of being implemented, because that's what we're going to need to do. We need to stay ahead of what's happening to us so that we can play offense here and make some good strategic decisions so that remain at the top of our game, regardless of the outside forces. So it's always disappointing to lose money and to have to make tough decisions, but when we look at the big picture, I think that we're doing the best we can with what we have and the knowledge that we have, because there's so many variables. And just to Ms. Thompson's point, I do think that we can do a better job educating the public for this, like a little question and answer, frequently asked questions, like a little one-pager, because people don't know what a millage is. I mean, or why we're doing what we're doing. So I think that if we just put that out there, it would help clarify, or like why are these things on my trim notice? What is my trim notice? I think we could solve problems before they come here if we are just proactive about that. So I appreciate that.
Thank you. And to her point, before we move, okay, I thought Dr. Seaman was last.
Oh, I just wanted to say, we used to have a one-pager, and it was really nice, and it disappeared from the website.
I think we have a citizen's guide in Ms. Johnson's shop. We can take a look at it.
Yeah, but it's not virtual anymore. No, it's really,
Maybe to make
it makes
it over.
sense to me, so I think it could make sense to other people.
It's really short. We'll put it back online. It probably fell from the old to new.
Yeah, that was my only comment, sorry.
Yeah, and to add to that point, and then we'll finish with Dr. Zeman. I think it's also important to explain to the public what a donor district is, and the idea that money goes into a bucket and then it gets spread out by the state. So a lot of things that happen on your taxes looks like the school board is doing it, but it is dictated by the state. So voting matters, and you have the ability to also talk to your state legislators and have the discussion about what's happening with your taxes, because it isn't, as we've said, what we can do here, we haven't changed since 2018. We haven't asked the voters for more, except for the referendum, which was voted on. And I don't think most people see that. They just see their taxes. I do believe a lot of the increase is because your property value has increased, so that causes the taxes, because you're taxed on the property value. But if we could include something along those lines on the one-pager so that people understand, because they really have no idea that that's what happens. And we'll finish with Dr. Zeman.
Thanks, Chair. I want to clear up one thing, a couple things mentioned here. There isn't $413 million in teacher supplements. There is $7 million in teacher supplements, okay? The supplements that the answer came back was about the supplement that we voted on, the 1 mil, which generates around $325 million, and then other supplements, which you added up, and it comes in over 400. What we pay teachers at schools for being coaches and other things is $7 million. That's it. So we can attack that. We can decide what we want to do. We're going to generate some savings, I'm sure, but it is what it is. I think it's really important that we think about education in Florida. Depending on what numbers you look at, we're either 45th or 50th in terms of state funding. Where I lived for 25 years, where my older kids went to high school, they get $30,000 per student. We get how much, Ms. Johnson, per student? $9,000, thank you. 9,000 ain't 30,000, okay? So to your neighbor, you start the conversation by saying, we underfund education dramatically in the state of Florida, and we make miracles happen. So you tell them about, there's a big difference between the cost of things and the value of things. And public education delivers real value, and we do it on a very, very slim budget. So do we need to find savings? Absolutely. Should we always be able to look people in the eye and say, we're spending your money in a way that's best? But we have to start the conversation by saying we don't get the kind of money they get in other states in the United States. And so we have to work out of a hole to figure out how to deliver what you want. If you need a further conversation, you can go back and read about the theory of public education. Everyone throws money into a big pot. Our kids go to school, and we create social benefit by what we do. Whether you have kids or not, you'd love kids to grow up with great capabilities and closing the gap between their God-given potential and what they actually achieve. So there's a lot of good things to talk to your neighbors about. It doesn't have anything to do with whether our revenue went up or down. Our revenue was set by other people. $5.4 billion was set by the locals, by the state, and by the federal government. We have almost no control over how much money we take in. And then our job is to take OPM, other people's money, and turn it into value. And the value we produce with that $9,000 is absolutely miraculous. And I'm very proud of what we do, and I'm glad that we're going to continue to work to make sure it's more efficient. But my conversations with neighbors are no problem.
Thank you. May I have a motion to separate item 1 and item 2 so that we can vote on them separately? It's been moved by Ms. Thompson, seconded by Mrs. Leonardi. Now the Budget Director, Mr. Whitney, will read the resolution for item number 1 into the record.
Resolution number 26115, Florida Department of Education resolution determining revenues and millages levied. Resolution of the District School Board of Broward County, Florida, determining the amount of revenues to be produced and the millage to be levied for the general fund, for the district local capital, for the general fund, for the district local capital improvement fund, and for the district debt service funds for the fiscal year beginning July 1, 2025 and ending June 30, 2026. Whereas Section 1011.04 Florida statutes requires that upon receipt of the certificate of the property appraiser giving the assessed valuation of the county and of each of the special tax school districts, the school board shall determine by resolution the amounts necessary to be raised for current operating purposes and for debt service funds and the millage to be levied for each such fund, including the voted millage. And whereas Section 1011.71 Florida statutes provides for the amounts necessary to be raised for local capital improvement outlay and the millage to be levied, and whereas the certificate of the property appraiser has been received. Therefore, be it resolved by the district school board that the amounts necessary to be raised as shown by the officially adopted budget and the millages necessary to be levied for each school fund of the district for the fiscal year are as follows. Basing this on a certified taxable value of $347,159,915,358. The required local effort is 3.0530 mils, raising $1,017,484,053. The prior period funding adjustment of 0.0190 mils will raise $6,332,197, making the total required local effort millage 3.0720 mils, raising $1,023,816,250. The district school tax discretionary millage of 0.7480 mils will raise $249,288,593. The district school tax additional millage is 1 mil and will raise $333,273,519. The district local capital improvement tax, 1.5 mils, will raise $499,910,279. And the district debt service tax of 0.1645 mils will raise $54,823,494. the total millage rate to be levied exceeds the rolled back rate computed pursuant to Section 200.065 Sub 1 Florida statutes by 5.94%.
All those in favor of item number 1, say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. Motion passes unanimously. Mr. Whitney, please read the resolution for item number 2 into the record.
Resolution number 26116, resolution by the School Board of Broward County, Florida, adopting the final budget for fiscal year 2025-26. Whereas the School Board of Broward County, Florida did, pursuant to Chapters 200 and 1011 Florida statutes, approve final millage rates and final budget for the fiscal year July 1, 2025 to June 30, 2026. And whereas the School Board of Broward County, Florida set forth the appropriations and revenue estimates for the budget for fiscal year 2025-2026. Whereas at the public hearing and in full compliance with Chapter 200 Florida statutes, the School Board of Broward County, Florida adopted the final millage rates and the budget in the amount of $5,001,752,524 for fiscal year 2025-2026. Now therefore be it resolved that the attached budget of the Broward County School Board, including the millage rates as set forth here therein, is hereby adopted by the School Board of Broward County, Florida, as a final budget for the categories indicated for the fiscal year July 1, 2025 to June 30, 2026.
All those in favor of item number 2, say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no.
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 Motion passes.
2 dissenting
7
votes.
with 2 dissenting votes, Mrs. Rupert and Mr. Severa. It passes 7-2. Thank you. The scheduled order of business for this public hearing of the School Board of Broward County, Florida has been completed. Seeing no objection, I now adjourn the meeting and we will resume the workshop.
Good night. No, just kidding. Yes, in 5 minutes.
In 5 minutes.
motion to go into the forum.
Okay. Thank you and welcome back to the school board workshop. We are still on policy 1020, and as I mentioned, I didn't treat it as a true rule development, so we're going to go back. Dr. Natalie Lynch Walsh had you have 3 minutes to do your back and forth with staff.
And just to clarify, because I know sometimes the Deidre Ruth rules are different, but it was that when they answer, that the clock isn't running when people are okay.
No, that is correct.
Just want to make sure, because Deidre's special. All right, Natalie Lynch Walsh. Anyone who was here on 10/17/23 can appreciate the joke. So, first question. Back to page 2, section Roman numeral 2C. In the goal of transparency, back when I first started volunteering, workshop agendas were public facing about 2 to 3 months out. Is there any reason we can't go back to that if you guys are going to be discussing them?
Staff.
Repeat.
Should I go, Jackie, and say, pay attention?
Sorry, I was passing out some motions, but please repeat your question.
Okay, that shouldn't count against me if I have to repeat, right?
The time is not running.
Good. All right, so back in the olden days in 2011, you used to have workshop agenda topics were public facing 2 to 3 months out, and then that died somewhere around 2012. Is there any reason we can't go back to that if you guys are in fact going to be discussing at the end of a workshop the next couple of months? That way people can plan their time, and because some people have to ask for time off a month or two in advance, and this way they can plan if there's something coming up that they want to speak to.
My response to that is agendas are posted and advertised per statute and law, and most of the time they're up 2 weeks before.
Madam Chair, it's school board policy. So is there any would the board object to having, since you know what the topics are, and all it was the topics, so people had a clue what was coming up in the future?
I would ask, we get the sheet that you send to us that has that for the next 2 workshops. Is that something we could make public?
That is not 2 months out though, but we can make whatever we share. I mean, it's a public document, so, but again, that's not 2 months out.
Well, I mean, whatever you share with us. Yes,
and then our agendas are constantly changing too, so I don't want to give a perception that if it's not on there a month, 2 months out, whatever it is, it's not going to happen.
If we made a compromise in what you give to us, if you could make that.
I would just caution the board, because again, we publish our agendas and items per statute according to that timeline. Anything you do would be above and beyond that, and again, it's up to the board.
Well, I don't know how the board feels if it's a public document. Anyway, why couldn't we just post? If there's a place to put it, I don't know where it would go.
It does change constantly, so we would have to make sure we're updating it as it changes. And again, that document's not 2 months out.
We may not want to just because it's not settled yet, and it's misleading the public about what we're going to talk about. That's why, it should go in my mind once it's settled. Once the superintendent decides, finally, given all the puts and takes, this is what we're going to talk. I would prefer to share it with the public.
And once it's settled, we post it on our websites and online per statute, and we advertise as well.
Okay, Ms. Thompson, you wanted to say something?
I was just going to say what he said.
Okay, so I guess we'll look to see, because Mrs. Rupert put her thumb up to agree, I think, that, there are 2 objections. Anybody else object to posting the same paper that we get that gives you the workshop topics? The suggestion is the paper the suggestion was more months, but we don't necessarily know that so far out. But we get a sheet that tells us the next 2 workshops, what would be included in them. So what we're discussing is, would we want them to post that because it's a public document anyway? So 2 of us are saying yes, 2 of us are saying no. Does anybody have a strong feeling, yes or no?
Could we compromise and put it out when it's settled, the one 2 months out, as soon as we know what we're going to do?
Well,
publish that one?
challenge is we use Granicus and we don't post, when we post stuff on Granicus, it's an agenda item. So I don't even know where I would have to house in a different place, and you're going to have multiple items about a workshop or I guess workshop and multiple websites. I think it's confusing.
Ms.
In my
Rupert.
opinion.
Mrs. Rupert.
Back in the day, when I was a first-year school board member, we had many months ahead of workshop ahead of time. Many months. We gave our topics, the superintendent and staff would have a couple of months out, and that was really how it went. But that's true, it did happen, and it was like that, and the public did know, and then it was an operational decision to not do that anymore. So I'm cool for it to go back to what it used to be, but I just thought I'd fill the rest of the board in because I'm the only one that was here then. So just to let you know that historically, we did do it.
Thank you. Mrs. Al-Hadef is on the phone. Go ahead, Mrs. Al-Hadef.
Yeah, she's on. If Beacon can, yep. Ms. Aladef, if you can unmute, check if your phone is muted. Okay.
I'm going to put you on the speaker. You want to speak, right?
Yes, please.
Go ahead.
I'm okay with making it public when the board gets it, but if we could put an asterisk on the bottom just to say subject, to possibly change, some type of language like that.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else?
Where would we post that then?
I'd have to create a different website, so there'll be two websites, one with this document and then one on Granicus once the item is finalized and advertised and the item is ready for posting.
Can we just put it on the front page of the district website so it says upcoming workshops or something? Just add another link there. I mean, we're not trying to make a lot of extra work.
Upcoming hypothetical workshops.
But it'll still be an additional webpage. You're just saying on the district homepage, upcoming workshop, and then it's taking you to a different page so you don't cause.
I mean, we can do that. I'm just saying that it's confusing, I think, to the public to have multiple websites with information about the same meeting.
It was not confusing back in 2011. It was actually quite helpful.
Well, we're not in 2011. This is 2025. Our workshops are agenda items. They change constantly. I'm sure there's a workshop that was requested in this meeting for next month's workshop, so it's continuously changing. It's not. But again, we can make it happen. I just think it's.
Why, instead of adding a link, why could we not just include the PDF? Just be a click where it's not necessarily making you just upload the PDF that you sent to us.
I'd have to check with Granicus. Remember, when we put stuff on Granicus, the agenda's already been posted.
Right, but you make a one-pager for us that says upcoming workshops. Why can't we just post that one sheeter?
I can. It'd just be in a different website. It's not going to be where Granicus is because,
I don't think that's a problem. That's what I'm saying. Just the easiest place would be to just put it on the homepage of the district website as a PDF. You click and it goes to the PDF that we get.
Whatever the board wants.
So, yes, I went on the website, and when you hover over school board, there is a tab that says upcoming meetings, but that is the district school year calendar and public meetings and events calendar. I don't know.
Couldn't you just add Mr. Davis is maybe the person, but at the top.
Another section.
Upcoming workshops.
I get with Mr. Davis to see if it's possible.
Okay, Mrs. Rupert, did you want to add something?
Yeah, just say that the staff meets monthly with the superintendent about the agenda prep, so they would know what's on the workshops at the minimum a few months ahead of time. So, thanks, because they're pretty good at that.
Yes, well, I'm just thinking as a compromise, you already make a one-pager for us. Just post the one-pager when you give it to us, put it on the page, and then subject to change. It's not really asking too much more. Okay,
We'll see how it
everybody
goes.
okay with that?
Okay with
I
what?
still don't agree with that. But.
Okay with what?
With adding the one-pager that they give to us to the page that's on there. Okay.
Nope, hate to confuse people.
So you have, okay.
And ripe for more issues. I think it's
All right.
just opening up the
Next.
door for things.
Yep, looks like that's a no-go. Next.
Okay, there goes transparency.
Okay.
All right, now, so next up, Volunteer Protection Act. In the interest of not having staff confused, the Volunteer Protection Act gives the same protections to advisory members acting within the scope of their responsibilities as the board has. And in the two responses from Mr. Vignola from 2022, which are on Ms. Batista's letterhead, and she was copied on the emails, he then explains in response to audit committee questions, and some of his answers explain and infer that that the advisory members, if someone tried to sue them, say for defamation of character, that the district would pay any costs. So is there any reason that, A, we can't separate advisory members, and just from your earlier conversation, understand that you have quarterly meetings, and now if you go to quarterly reports, it suggests that you need to combine. But is there any reason that language from the Volunteer Protection Act cannot be included and referenced in this meeting policy so everyone's clear that when whether they're giving a committee report or doing as a public speaker but reporting on the committee or having a discussion with the board, all of that is part of their official duties, so that staff is not confused. And there's a very, very concrete reason why we don't want staff confused.
Ms. Batista, Mr. Sullivan.
The clock's still running, even though I stopped talking.
I don't believe volunteers is part of 1020, but Ms. Batista could opine.
Ms. Batista.
Right. How are volunteers who give committee reports not part of 1020?
I answered the question.
So the Florida Volunteer Protection Act does protect volunteers from civil liability when they're acting in good faith and within the scope of their official duties. But if that law were to be referenced somewhere, first of all, the protections don't go away just because it's not referenced here or in a policy from the school board. But I think that would fit better in policy 1700, which is the policy related to committees, as opposed to in this policy, which is for the board.
Okay.
I'm sorry, policy 1700?
Yes, that's what she said.
That's just for audit committee?
Oh, I'm sorry.
1070.
1070?
Yes.
70.
It's late in the
Sorry.
hour.
Sorry, Ms. Bowman.
Just to clarify, what is the intended need for the, I guess I don't have a point of reference of why this would need to be referenced in there.
It wouldn't. That's why I'm saying that 1020 doesn't really have to do with volunteers. And Ms. Batista was saying it would be more appropriate if it were going to be added into 1070.
Because the statute covers regardless. So the statute's going to trump whatever policy that we have anyway. So if there was some kind of a conflict then we wouldn't. Yeah.
You literally in this policy, well, because I don't know where to interject. This policy governs committee reports, and you also have quarterly meetings with advisory chairs. And there needs to be clarity that they are acting within the scope of their responsibilities. I agree it should be in 1070, but why can't it be here?
I just don't understand at all why it would have to be in our policy. If it's in statute, it's covered. This is a very specific statute that says volunteers cannot be held liable for a series of things as long as they're acting in good faith. Okay. It's on the books. Like, we don't repeat statute in all our policies just for, giggles.
Or so that people don't commit malfeasance and bring bogus bullying complaints and try to.
Her time has expired, Madam Chair.
Well, yeah, I lost a minute somehow, even though I barely asked my first question.
I gave you back the time.
No, you didn't, because I
Watch
was
the tape.
watching that.
Thank you. Anybody, before we move on, anybody feel as if we need to add that statute to the policy, in this policy, anyway? Okay. All right, thank you. Mrs. Rupert, you were up next.
Thank you. I was looking at page 12 of 15, section E, and where I want it to actually come into is, in addition, pending no objection from the board, staff will incorporate red lines to page 12, section E, to expressly state that public speakers may not make written or oral statements regarding any candidacy. Language will also be added to Article 3, Section F, to clarify provisions regarding requests for a written response. And you all should have a copy of it.
Okay, does everybody see
Mine-
what she's reading? It says policy 1020 talking points. We all received.
Anybody need one? No, sir.
So anybody have an objection to the suggestion? They're still reading.
No, we're, in addition, yeah. Oh, gosh, no.
Can we ask the general counsel just to make sure this is legit? Is it okay to restrict people from saying they're a candidate for an office at a controlled meeting like this?
Yes, that's what's already in 12, but I think the language that Mrs. Rupert is trying to add would just clarify or strengthen that sentiment. Basically, E already says public speakers shall not engage in political campaigning during their public speaking time, including making statements regarding any candidacy. That would include theirs. Public speakers shall not wear any buttons, caps, shirts, or items of clothing that could constitute political activity.
It was for the written part of it.
Right, because we take public comment writtenly, we take written public comments if they don't come to the board meeting, so,
Sounds great.
yes.
Good idea.
Mr. Severa, do you have a question?
I have a question. I agree with Board Member Rupert's suggestion here. I think it's a good one. As I'm drawing my attention to subsection E, though, I'm wondering, and perhaps, Chair, this is best for the general counsel. This says public speakers shall not wear buttons, caps, shirts, or items of clothing that could, quote, constitute political activity. I don't know what political activity is. I mean, I know what political campaigning is. I'm not sure political activity is necessarily a defined term in statute. My question is, we often see folks come in T-shirts with messages about things that are before the board. We saw it with that the Sports Academy program. Everybody came in matching shirts, which I'm not necessarily opposed to. I'm just wondering, would this language, as we have that, potentially be in violation if folks were to come in matching hats or matching T-shirts saying, do this or we support this? I mean, could that, quote unquote, constitute political activity? I'm just a little hung up on the phrase political activity.
Ms. Batista.
I agree, but you probably say campaigning, as the first part of that sentence states.
Like, surely it can't say vote for Bob. Like, I don't think anybody's done it. But if you come in like, we support, the stadium or whatever, I mean, is that political activity if you're coming to speak in a public forum like this on an agenda item that the board is voting for? I just, the phrase political activity, I think, is a little too loose
So
for my liking.
your suggestion is to add campaign,
Just change the word.
just change
Could constitute political campaigning.
Political-
I guess.
Or how about
Campaign activity.
campaign activity?
Yeah, instead of
That's pretty
political.
clear.
Yeah.
Okay, I think we're good with that. And everybody's okay with Mrs. Rupert's suggestion? Okay,
Should we ask about no objections to campaign activity, though?
yeah, I was asking altogether. Everybody's good with both? Okay, great. Anything else, Mrs. Rupert?
No, that was it, thank you.
Perfect. Dr. Holness?
We were in the middle of another item before we broke about that I said I was going to look up.
Dr. Holness, before, okay, Ms. Batista wanted to come back. She said she was going to look something up for us in the interim there, so she'd like to report back.
So Florida Statute 768.295 is not applicable to that section on page 13, number 4.
Is that section 8, subsection 4?
Yes.
On decorum that I had inquired?
Yes.
Under decorum.
So it's okay to leave 4 in?
It's okay to leave 4 in. I actually would, now that I've looked at it again, I would like to change the word accusatory to insult so that it's consistent with the other section earlier in the policy.
Okay.
If that's okay with everybody.
Personal insult?
Personal insults instead of personal.
Sounds great, Chair.
Okay, anybody have an issue with that? And staff is capturing all this, right? Okay. Okay, Mrs. Bowman?
Thank you. Good catch on that. I had somewhere in your pile of suggested language, which I can't even think. Just to reword a little bit, I think it's section 2C. But I could be wrong, because let me look. Yeah, it's on page 2, I believe, yeah.
What's the change on your piece of paper, though? What
It says
words
change
here are
section
new?
2C to read school board workshops as, it's all,
I think Dr. Siemens asking, what's the actual, could you point out what the actual changes
Yeah,
are?
this isn't like done in track changes or anything, so I can't see what is new.
I think it's the second
The
sentence.
underline stuff.
No, well, no.
I can read it if you guys want to take time.
No, on her
I think starting at the third sentence, it's changed.
I only have Hickson recommendation. How come I don't get any of these people? Clearly. We'll share.
It's fine. Don't kill trees.
They're already dead.
Don't leave me alone. I'm getting here.
It's like, it's giving the superintendent the discretion to determine if a board request is going to take too many resources and it needs to come back as an agenda item.
Could I summarize this as saying that this is just a better written version of 2C, and it gives the superintendent the ability to identify whether he needs a formal action because it takes a lot of time and effort?
Yeah, I mean, it's just basically identifying who's going to determine whether or not it's going to take a lot of resources instead of it.
And we already did change this
It's just
section
building on what the language
in one way, so this would be in addition to the change we already added?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody have an issue? Okay, Ms. Thompson.
Does this clarify the majority issue that we've been having? Like, what's a majority in consensus?
That's in there already.
Oh, I
It's
missed.
redlined.
Yes,
Fantastic, guys.
They changed it to a simple majority. Okay, anybody have an issue with the changes Ms. Bowman's suggesting?
I just have two quick questions on it.
Go ahead.
There's two majority vote things we can do in a workshop. One is to set the next workshop agenda, right? And the other, by majority, we can direct the superintendent to ask questions if it doesn't take up a lot of work. Or, I'm sorry, if he says it will take up a lot of time and effort, we still need then a majority to tell him to do it anyway, right? So in a workshop, we actually can vote, but on two very specific procedural matters.
Right.
Thanks.
Yeah.
I love it. Well written.
And I, just in terms of, if we're going to put this in policy, it says, which it also says on here, agendas for the upcoming next two workshops will be reviewed at the conclusion of each session for collaborative planning. We don't do that. So if it's in policy, we should be doing that. So if we could include that as we move forward,
That's a great idea.
just since it's in there. Yeah, okay. And so everybody's good? You have anything else, Ms. Bowman? Okay, Ms. Thompson?
I'm good.
Okay, so I'm the last one, and then maybe we'll hurry up and get to the last agenda item. So I also gave a list, and Ms. Batista, do you want to make your suggestions before I go, the two that you had?
Oh, my God.
Okay, Ms. Batista had two suggestions for changes, and then I'll do mine.
So the suggestion would be to move, to add the language in section 7.
Can you give us a page number?
Yes. Page 7, Roman numeral 7, public participation. Add at the beginning of A, the chair of each school board meeting at which public participation is permitted shall administer the rules of the board for its conduct. The limited purpose of this forum is to allow citizens to speak on matters directly related to the business of the board in a setting appropriate for K through 12 students and adults.
Any concern? And again, if we add this, just keep in mind, we don't do the rules of the board. We took that out of the script, so we'd have to just add it back in as a point of, even if it's to say per policy, we don't have to read everything, but we took it out of the script.
I'm sorry, I still can't find where you're inserting this, Ms. Batista.
So page 7 at the bottom, where it says public participation A, she's saying where there's a colon there, it would be a period, and then this, right?
Well, it would be right prior to that sentence.
Oh, okay.
I don't have it printed out, so can you just read it, what you want to add?
Yes, the chair of each school board meeting at which public participation is permitted shall administer the rules of the board for its conduct. The limited purpose of this forum is to allow citizens to speak on matters directly related to the business of the board in a setting appropriate for K through 12 students and adults.
Awesome.
Okay. Yes, Ms. Thompson.
I'm sorry, just because we also have like early learning centers in pre-K, should that be inclusive of that, or do we think that K through 12?
It's not our mission.
I disagree, but that's not what we're talking about right now.
Well, the K through 12 is because we do have student advisors and they are K through 12.
Okay.
Yes.
That's fine.
Okay.
But if someone came and talked about early learning centers, or
Right.
they would be allowed,
Or college.
Yes.
or college.
Okay, anybody else have any comments, issues? So we're good to add that? You okay with that, Mr. Sullivan? Okay, and then you had one more?
Yes, on page 11. Page 11, starting with in section E, the second paragraph, starting with speakers are asked to demonstrate proper decorum and model the district's 8 character traits, cooperation, responsibility, all the way to the end of that paragraph that ends with the word policy, to move that section under where we were just reading, under decorum, section 8, and it would be number 1. This would be number 1, and then all the other ones would be renumbered.
Sounds great. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else have any any questions on that? So those two, okay? And that makes me reduce 2 of mine. So I'll finish us up here. I have 2 recommendations also. So on page 8, where it says under public, right now on page 8, it's under public participation. It does general rules governing committee reports, and my suggestion is to actually make that Roman numeral 7 and separate it on its own, because the committee reports aren't really public comment. They are something completely different. So I'd like to just take that section number 3, and instead of having it embedded in public participation, make it its own subsection, which would then cause the decorum number to change. So instead of 8 being decorum, Roman numeral 8, it would be general rules governing committee reports, and decorum would move to number 9.
But aren't committee advisors part of the public? They're not our employees.
But they're volunteers, so to me, public comment is different than committee reports. So it's just giving it, I mean, it's not changing anything. It's just giving it its own space, because it's kind of just wonky in the middle of there, and then it jumps around in public comment to written, and then there's the committee reports, then it goes to some public speaking. And we hear over and over from our committee chairs that they don't feel their value, and I think this would, just moving it in there, it doesn't change anything, it's just giving them their own space.
And what would you do with number 4 underneath it?
Number 4 will become number 3.
Yeah. So it's just taking it out of embedding in public comment and making it its own section. So 3 has letters A through G, right? So that would become capital A through capital G under section 8, and then decorum would become section 9. And then 4 would be number 3 instead of number 4.
To make this change, do you need unanimity or just a majority?
Just a majority.
Okay.
Okay, so anyone disagree with that move? Okay, Dr. Zeman, anybody else have a problem? Okay, so you got that one? You're looking at me, yes. And so I'm going to cross out 2 and 3 because we changed something else. And the last one, in section 2C, which we just made some changes to add to that, and I'll give you the rationale, but to add to the workshop section in 2C, the superintendent shall maintain a follow-up list of board member questions and requests and share the list with a date for follow-up response within 48 hours of the workshop. And the reason I'd like to add that there is because I've heard from Board Member Thompson, Mrs. Leonardi mentioned something. We ask a lot of things in the workshop, and we're never sure if we got follow-up or didn't get follow-up, just for us to follow along. And I've had this discussion with Jessica, because we don't always remember what we asked for. So this is just, and I know you do this anyway. I know that they make a list of it, but if they could share it with us, with also when we can expect a follow-up, then we can also do a better job of following along and then holding everybody accountable for the answers that we have. Mrs. Leonardi.
Yeah, just to add some positivity there. I remember when we first joined the board, I was constantly having to follow up about the follow-ups, and now we get them in a timely way, and it's detailed, so thank you for that, and I support this change.
Thank
Yay
you.
for Andre.
Yeah, I'm not trying to say we don't get them. It's more for us to be able to follow along with that and what our colleagues asked.
I love this too, but I just want to add progress monitoring into this. So it's a list of board member questions, progress monitoring, and requests. You know, progress monitoring is a very specific thing about asking for data and getting it on an ongoing basis. So it's not a one and done. It's like, hey, we really need to track this, and we do that every once in a while with some of our major decisions.
Okay. Do you understand what Dr. Zeman was adding?
You're going to have to help me. I'm sorry.
Just add the words progress monitoring after questions. So it'll be a list of board member questions, progress monitoring, and requests.
Okay.
And then share that list.
And Dr. Hepburn, do you understand?
I get it. I was actually going to clarify for John.
Okay. Perfect. All right. Anybody else have anything they want to add or change to this? Are you good?
We're good.
Okay.
One more policy.
Okay, one more. We still, and see how we go.
We might make dinner.
Yes, it'll be a late one, but the last item for discussion is Rule Development Policy 9030, sponsorships, banners, and signage. I turn it over to staff for a brief presentation.
I think staff is going to go to discussion.
Straight to discussion, but I think one of the major, requests from the board was the possibility of the inclusion of photos in the banner. But I think Ms. Batista and her team want to speak to that before we go there.
Okay, Ms. Batista.
So I would like to introduce Gisele LeMay.
Yay.
We get to haze her.
Good evening, everyone.
She's been hazed.
I made it
A new addition to a new addition to the General Counsel's office, and she will be over academics and ESC.
This is not a standard meeting. We usually do much worse.
Good to know. Thank you.
Please come back.
Yes.
We were very kind to her the other day at the lunch and legal, so she'll stay.
Thank you.
She likes. We established she likes kids and puppies. So there we go.
Perfect.
Okay.
All right. So if you would like to talk about just a little bit of the what that the banner policy is supposed to be government speech for the district, as opposed to vendor commercial speech. And so, one of the things that we looked at was the fact that we wanted to do this policy. Then, if you recall, this policy came about as a result of a lawsuit that was filed against the school board. So, one of the things that we wanted to make sure is that we changed the policy to conform to very specific case law, the MEC case, and that when we were in front of the court for that particular case that was filed against the district, one of the representations that were made to the court was that our policy was going to be very similar to the policy from Palm Beach. And that policy specifically states no photographs. And the reason for that is because when you put photographs into a banner, it's starting to look more and more like an ad, as opposed to the speech of the government thanking its pies or, our. So I don't know if, Gisele, you would like to add anything else?
Yeah, I guess the concern, particularly with the photographs, is that it could open the door for the school engaging in private speech rather than viewpoint government speech. The concern is the policy, as it stands, does not allow for. It's not supposed to be construed as creating a public forum for political and religious expressive activity. So the concern is if we have banners that now include photographs and a particular person in the photograph may have some sort of garment in their head that may be construed as a political expression, that may be seen to the public as some sort of private speech and some sort of religious expressive activity, because it is the banner is being sponsored by the board, by the Broward. And the other thing is the display of the banners, and if you look at the current policy under intent, B and C, it's very specifically says it's not supposed to be construed as advertising. Now, when you're adding pictures and other things and not as uniform, it may come across as advertising. So I guess that's the major concern.
Ms. Batista, did you want to?
No, I mean, that's all we have. I don't know if you have any questions. I'm not sure that the policy that is here, is it the same policy that with all the changes that were made? Or, because I know we had added some language about, because one of the concerns is that, we want to make sure that, of course, that the policy that is adopted by the board is implemented with fidelity in the field. And so one of the problems that we have seen is that, and this is not related to what the lawsuit was about, which was, religious and political activity. It was more about the uniformity of the banners. And so there are still some banners that are not compliant with the size and what the policy states. So we wanted to add some language to sort of like give all the banners an opportunity to catch up without losing any money for the different vendors that may have paid for them. So we had like sort of like a grandfather language added to the policy, talking about that, any sponsorship agreements that were in effect prior to the adoption of the policy shall continue to be governed by the terms and conditions of the policy in effect at the time, and any renewals or extensions or modifications of such agreements shall be subject to the terms and conditions of the, this policy, just to give everybody an opportunity to, well, that's not, I don't know, I don't think this language made it to the revisions.
No, I think you all Friday evening, late Friday evening. The beauty of what you just said, I think that's the easiest part. It allows for us to fully implement the policy, very similar to the memos that went out to schools, so that we have some banners that are out there that had sponsorship agreements that were for October, August, January 2026. So what this will allow, once we update the policy, we'll have a clean start for July 1st of 2026. And outside of the photographs, which I just kind of want to put back around the table, a lot of the legwork that was done with staff that is the biggest request that has come from all the communities, has been around that photograph. So the conversation today is really big on the photograph. And I think the community earlier today, I think it was North Area Advisory, indicated something that I think would cause a problem, specifically because it would further be more of an advertisement. So we are clear on that, and I think really where we've landed ourselves is, how do we accomplish this by identifying the ability to have a photo on there? And I will share with you, it is a big component when you look at the policy. It is designed for us to attract people to sponsor and support our schools. And we do have a lot of stakeholders over the years who have been big sponsors and supporters of the schools through the photographs. But it is legitimate. I've met with the legal team, and it is a legitimate concern if someone has a photograph, and let's just say they are a realtor and they have some type of religious headband on their beautiful professional photo. It may have a headband, and we wouldn't be able to control that. So that's one of the examples that we came. So either we are in a place where legal could help us navigate through the photograph, or I don't know what the other options are. So that just kind of summarizes it.
Well, so, and if you drive a little bit north of Broward to Palm Beach and look around the schools, like for example in the Boca area, you would see that the banners that they have on the school fences are very, very uniform.
Yeah.
They have, for example, there's one that I can recall around Palmetto Park Drive, and there's a school there, and apparently the colors of the school are gold and black. All of the banners are gold and black. All of the banners are exactly the same size. All of the banners have the exact same font size within the banner. The only thing that is different is that they do allow for the logo of the company, and whatever information, I think is like a website and a telephone number or something like that. Other than that, the bigger letters, and actually they were part of the MEC case, and that's why there is also some pictures in that case of the banners from Palm Beach. And ultimately, the school district prevailed in that case because of all the control they exert over the shape, size, font, everything about the banner, that they said the district was speaking as the government as opposed to a vendor speaking. Then when you have a vendor speaking, then that's when you come into problems where you're allowing one party to say something. You should allow everybody else to speak. You should allow religious organizations to speak. But if it is the Broward County District speaking, then you basically get rid of a lot of those issues.
And so what we've done on page 8, I think it's helpful to talk about what we've implemented thus far. If you look in the presentation, so that's 3 different locations, if you will, that if you went over to Falcon Cove, all the banners would look that way at Falcon Cove, by that example. So if you're at Falcon Cove, you see the school colors, it will be laid out that way. The same with West Pine Middle School, those are the school colors. You go to that school, those banners would all look that way. And the last one is Lakeside Elementary is also another example. If you go to Lakeside Elementary, you will see that they will, whether it's in the inside or whether it's on the outside, that's what those banners would appear for those schools. And as the district, the way the policy and the way we've implemented it is that the school colors, so I'm an alumni of Dillard, so my school colors will look a bit different in that community than Sawgrass Springs Middle School, because, and another example there, that school is using that sample showcase for people to see on their website, become a partner with Sawgrass Springs Middle School. So I also work with them to attract partners to the school. So those 3 illustrations are what we have now. And lastly, I just want to share the attempt before when the board initially asked the request was, if you look at page 7, that is just for illustration purposes of how we could accomplish if someone was using a photo, just to use that as an illustration. And since we're Broward, a double A-rated school district, and choose the best, choose BCPS, I took it upon myself to include this, so advertisement is for Broward schools. But that's a sample of what we could do if we are able to add the photo.
Thank you. Public comment. I have 2 people. I don't see them there, but we'll just go through the process. Ada from Coral Springs. Nope. Mariana Dugo. Nope. Okay. Board member discussion, Mrs. Bowman.
Thanks, Chair. Okay, so I discussed this with Ms. Batista yesterday. And I guess that we have to look at what the circumstances were when we developed this policy. I think is probably like the easiest way to go back, as Ms. Batista was saying. When we approved this policy, I believe it's still in the litigation, or had just. We were in the litigation, right? So we represented, or the school district represented to the court, that we were going to change the policy so that it generally mirrored or basically had the same provisions as the Palm Beach County policy. So it's like a flip from advertising to the opposite. It's an acknowledgement. So it's not like, I understand that we have traditionally used the banners as a revenue generator, and it has essentially been an advertisement for, whatever business or whoever is sponsoring it. But if the purpose of the exercise is to avoid potentially controversial government speech, being sued again, and also going forward having misrepresented to the court what we were going to do, then I think it's pretty risky to start turning the banners back into what could be construed as advertisements with the pictures, even though I know that it would attract more banner usage. But I think that, in this particular situation, I think we should take the advice of, well, I usually think this, but I think that the legal aspect of it puts us kind of in jeopardy if we're going to go back on what we represented to the court in order to have the case dismissed, because the judge relied on our representations to get rid of a lawsuit. And the money that we're going to we could run the numbers, but the money you're bringing in to have a banner on a fence is probably collectively going to be less than whatever damages and legal fees we have to pay for relitigating this and coming back with kind of unclean hands, having not done what we said we were going to do.
And if I may, Madam Chair, I'd like to read something from the opinion of the judge in that case, in the Stevens versus the school board case. And one of the paragraphs, it says, in fact, when government laws or policies have been challenged by the Supreme Court has held almost uniformly that cessation of the challenged behavior moots the suit. This is because courts are more likely to trust public defendants to honor a professed commitment to changed ways. So I know that the board members, you guys are the ones out there, and this may not be the most popular approach, but I think it's the safest approach from a legal standpoint. And I have to say that, if looking at the schools in Palm Beach, when I drive by there, is any indication, I don't think they are, I think there are a lot of vendors that are buying the banners.
Add just one more thing. I believe that the plaintiff in the case is a pretty active plaintiff, and so in the event that we were not honoring what we said in court, I believe you could probably be pretty well assured that you're going to see that lawsuit come back again in some kind of form.
Okay. Is that it? Mrs. Alhada?
Yes, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Hello.
We hear you. I don't think she can hear us. Can you hear us?
Having the pictures on it is a really big deal. This is a huge fundraiser for District 4 schools, bringing in thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars. We have charter schools that have the banners with the pictures on it, and we're going to lose lots of money, $50,000 to $100,000 or more, and they're just going to go to the charter school and put up their banner. I really truly believe that we need to find a way to be able to put the pictures on the banners, do it legally, to be able to accommodate these companies that want to give back to the schools and donate this money to be recognized by the school district. So I would ask the board that we figure this out, because we are going to lose a lot of money going back to our schools, going back to students, and I think this is a really important aspect of these banners.
Okay. Is that it, Mrs. Alhada?
for now.
Okay, Dr. Zeman. Mrs. Leonardi.
So I'm trying to understand what, I am struggling with the idea that adding a photo, and I'll preface this with, like, I really don't care about photos on banners or not. Like, if I'm trying to advertise, I don't know that I would include a photo, but that's neither here nor there. People feel strongly about it, I guess. I just don't understand how including a photo makes it an advertisement, but not including a logo and a phone number to, like, be able to contact that business is not an advertisement. So help me understand that.
Ms. Batista.
So it comes down to the way that the images are displayed. I think some of the, for example, in the, I think in the presentation for this item, you know, some of the items there, and I don't know if this is the, if I have the right, but they, you know, they did not look, I mean, the banners did look like commercial speech. If, you know, if we were to move forward with, well, whether it's the logo or, you know, a picture or whatever, it cannot occupy, like, you know, the entire banner, and when you drive by, it's going to look like it's not the district saying thank you to the sponsors, but rather is the vendors speaking on their own behalf, which would constitute commercial speech.
If the banner literally said, thank you to Paul's Plumbing, I'm sorry, and they have a picture of Paul, I don't understand how that isn't saying thank you to Paul the plumber. Like, to me, putting the picture on, having an email address, a phone number, you know, the company logo, I mean, you're saying thank you to the guy for donating $500 or $1,000 to the school. I don't understand the law about why a picture tips that over the scale and makes it a commercial advertisement. Like, we're literally wanting to say thank you, and we put his picture up, so if you run into him at Publix, you'll know we said thank you to Paul.
Mrs. Leonardi.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's another way to pose my question. And I guess I had another question, like, because I think I heard some concerns around, like, religious or political speech. So is there a separate concern about, like, if Paul was wearing a hat in his photo that said, like, Jesus is great, is that religious speech? Is that part of the like, you know what I mean? Or not that I do believe that Jesus is great. I'll profess that in front of everyone. But is the idea that, like, religious or political speech in the photo is a concern, or that the photo makes it an advertise? Like, I guess I'm confused.
Ms. Batista.
So it could potentially be both, right, under that scenario that you described.
Okay, so there's two separate concerns about the photos.
Correct.
Someone wearing a hat that said something that was religious or political, and then also that I mean, I'm not a lawyer, but I don't see how a logo, including a logo and a phone number, like a way to contact a business, is not an advertisement, but then adding a photo makes it an advertisement.
Ms. LeMay, would you like
Yes.
to add
The way I look at it, there are two different issues. The issues with the photographs is, are you opening the door for potential for example, as an example, expressive religious activity. If you're having somebody wearing a headscarf or yarmulke, it might come across as now the board is sponsoring certain religion, is expressing certain religion. So that's problem number one. The problem with the advertising, simply advertising is not allowed. So it should not be advertising. And that's the problem here, that the public may be construing these banners as advertising, and you can't. The whole point of the banner is supposed to be, and this is citing to MAC, as is relating to the Palm Beach policy. The purpose of the banner is to visibly recognize the business partners that provide a vital role in sponsorship of key programs Sponsors recognize the banners that provide adequate funding for important program and activities. So that's why at the bottom, all the banners should say thank you to our partner in education and should include their logo or photo, if that's what we're going to agree on, in the same location and in conformity and in uniform to every school into the same colors. So now you're not advertising the business, you're simply saying thank you for your donation. And
Okay.
that's the other thing, it's a donation.
Okay, so but what if my logo includes a religious symbol?
Then it'll come across as now the government engaging in some sort
Right. So
of First Amendment issue
So that's
here.
that's my like.
Not allowed per the policy.
Right.
Okay. So why couldn't we include it in our policy that the photo cannot have religious?
We discussed that.
So yeah, I guess that was our plan B as part of a discussion.
Let's do Plan B.
It would be apply some sort of safeguards in terms of what is allowed for these photographs.
Now,
What
let me
can't-
ask you this question then. Because someone wearing like a yarmulke or hijab is not necessarily an expression of like, I want you to convert to my religion. Like, so I would hope that we're not like going to discriminate and say like in the photo you can't be wearing a hijab or a yarmulke, right?
Well, so the problem is, right, that if the government is speaking, that means the school board is making the statement. And there is someone now with, religious garb on, does that then carry the imprimatur of the government?
Absolutely not.
Well,
We can
I think
thank
it's a slippery
a
slope.
Jewish member who wears every day a yarmulke, and we're not saying we're anything about his religion. It's just he happens, through his own religious expression, to wear a yarmulke every day. This isn't that hard.
What if we made a uniform picture and it had to be like a school picture?
I agree with Dr. Zeman.
What if it's a school picture? Everyone has to be in a school picture, and then
let
it'll be
people wear
uniform,
yarmulkes in
and then
school
we're
pictures.
thanking Paul.
They do wear
Yeah,
hijabs.
you can wear your yarmulke.
They could wear dashikis.
But we're controlling the pic. I mean, I don't know. That's like, if it's not, it's the same picture. So, if everyone's dying to have their picture out there.
This may help clarify the goal. The goal is, these are businesses. There are partners in education, and they must be able to do work in the state of Florida. So we start with that. So it's just not Eric Chisholm's picture there. It is a business that, for example, if you are a realtor, it's now Eric as a realtor, but I'm with Century 21. So I end up with my picture, as you know, as realtors. The Century 21 does not have a picture. It has a logo. So it'll be Eric Chisholm picture because I'm that realtor in Century 21. So that's what we are trying to accomplish with a medical office or architectural firm or something along those lines. But if it's Eric Chisholm's architectural firm, then you will see Eric Chisholm's picture. And I'm certified to do law in the state of Florida per the policy as it stands right now, without the picture.
Madam Chair, I think we have the direction needed. The board wants photos included in the policy. We'll work with legal to come up with a way to best position that for the board final adoption.
I have a quick, yes, I had a quick question, also, just to the same idea here.
He's a closer.
For realtors logos, that's often their logo, like, right? So this policy, what's presented to us with the red line changes includes that.
That is correct.
Now,
that would be the
based on what you said, is the intent that every logo would have a picture? I mean, every banner would have a picture and a logo?
Not
Or it
necessarily.
just
Depends
could
on
It could if they want.
I would say the majority of them would not have the picture,
Okay.
and I think you see the illustrations in there. Most times it will be the realtor. That's traditionally where the pictures are coming up, or professional business, or something along those lines.
Okay. Mrs. Leonardi, did you have anything else?
No, yeah.
Okay, Ms. Thompson.
I'm supportive of. I'm confused because in our marketing materials we have students from every background in faith and religion, and that's not a problem. But putting it on a banner is suddenly promoting one religion over another. Like, I get that lawyers keep us safe. I love you guys, but like, I feel like that's a little bit of a stretch. I don't want to get sued, obviously. But like, I think it seems important to the people that support us, especially the realtor community for this picture and Miss Al-Hadef's. I don't know what she's doing in District 4, but that's a lot of money that's coming into her community. Oh, that's good for her. But I think within a legal bounds and without bringing up that issue that like we told the judge one thing and now we might be going back, like that's a little nerve-wracking.
Well, as I always say, I never tell you what to do. I only give you what the potential risks from a legal perspective are. So, you know, I believe it's a slippery slope. If you start putting pictures, I think that may be a problem. But if the appetite from the board is that, we're going to, try to put the pictures in, make them uniform, have them, be a certain size on a particular place in the banner, have them controlled to a certain extent, and then, if and when we ever get challenged in court, we'll figure out whether that was the right decision or not. If that's where the board wants to go, that's fine. I mean, that's your prerogative. All I'm saying is that the safest way to proceed would be without the photographs.
I'm going to buy a banner for Fort Lauderdale High School right now. I'm going to say thank you, Ms. Batista, for your legal advice. And I'm going to put a picture of her right there.
Ms. Thompson, did you have anything else? And we'll finish up with Mr. Sever.
Thank you. I'm going to move on from the photos. I really don't care one way or another with the photos, but let me tell you what I do care about. I think this policy as written is unconstitutional, specifically Section 4, subsection E4, in which we've defined inappropriate sponsorship to include churches, organizations, places of worship, and anything that promotes or seeks to establish a religious tenet or a position about religion or spirituality. The Supreme Court and various federal courts, including in this state, have repeatedly confirmed that governments may not discriminate against the speech of organizations holding a religious viewpoint. We got the Trinity Lutheran Church of Columbia versus Comer case in 2018 out of the U.S. Supreme Court, which specifically held that when a state denies an otherwise generally available benefit solely on the account of religious identity without satisfying strict scrutiny, it violates the Free Exercise Clause. A church has a right to participate in a government benefit program without having to disavow its religious character. In 2022, the U.S. Supreme Court gave us the Scherflet case versus the city of Boston, in which they were adamant in a 9-0 decision saying that when a government does not speak for itself, it may not exclude speech based on religious viewpoint, as doing so constitutes impermissible viewpoint discrimination. Our policy, as written, is unconstitutional and contradicts crystal clear Florida and United States court precedent on these issues. These religious organizations who hold a religious viewpoint must be treated the same way as all our other community partners, just like our realtors, just like Joe the plumber. Everybody else who wants to have their pictures and their banners up there should be treated the same as our religious organizations. Now, free speech is an entitlement that everybody enjoys, even Satanists. I don't agree with them. I would never participate with them. But they do have a right to free speech in this country. I realize that there was a lawsuit in which a gentleman who claimed to have a legitimate religious organization filed against this district. I was not on this board when that happened. I was not involved in that lawsuit. I don't know if his standing was ever challenged in that lawsuit, because everything I've read about that leads me to believe that it was not a legitimate religious organization that gentleman was running, and that he was just doing it for show. That being said, this district bent the knee, and we said whatever we said to the judge, and we got out of that case. We were dismissed, or however it went. So I'm happy. I'm never one that likes to be involved in protracted litigation. But the reality is, you may have gotten out of one lawsuit, but what about the next one and the one after that? Because if we keep this policy as it is and we continue to discriminate against legitimate places of worship solely by virtue of their religious viewpoints and prevent them from putting up these types of signage, it's just a matter of time before we get sued again. And if that happens, and there's a legitimate religious organization that's backed by a legitimate lawyer or lawyers prosecuting that action, I don't believe that's going to end well for the district. So what I would ask is that this entire section in subsection E4, which starts with, quote, examples of inappropriate sponsorship banners, signages include and are limited to churches, organizations, which is their primary function, furthers, promote, or seeks to establish a religious tenet or position about religion or spirituality, be completely removed from this policy. We cannot continue to discriminate against legitimate places of worship just because you may not like that religion or you don't practice that religion. They still have a right to be there under the Florida Constitution and under the United States Constitution. So once again, I'm glad we got out of that situation we had where you told a judge that we were going to take a picture down or whatever it was, but it's just a matter of time before we get sued again by somebody who actually knows what they're doing, and they're going to win if we continue to discriminate against our houses of worship.
Ms. Batista.
Thank you. So the policy as it is written is absolutely not unconstitutional. It will pass constitutional muster, and the reason that it does that is that the case law and that Mr. Cervera was referring to, it is accurate, but the key is that in one of the sentences that he read is that when the government is not speaking for itself. And the whole thing is that is exactly what we're doing here. The whole point of the banners and the reason we changed the policy was to make the banners government speech. And I think everyone is familiar with the Establishment Clause. And the Establishment Clause says that you cannot have, you have to be neutral as to all religions. And therefore, the policy as written keeps the district neutral and out of any issues with viewpoint discrimination.
If I may, the district does not endorse the church or the synagogue or the mosque by treating it equally with other community sponsors. We don't. We're not saying BCPS says convert to Christianity or you're gonna. It doesn't say that. This all started with a sign that literally said, the Pentecostals of Cooper City is in great partnership with Cooper City High School, CCHS Partners in Education, coopercitychurch.org. That's what this started with. And for whatever reason, for the decision that was made, this district, this board opted to write a policy in which it's now required that sign had to come down. All the church was asking for with that sign was to be treated equally with other community sponsors. The district was not endorsing the church in any way, shape, or form. So, Ms. Batista, I respectfully disagree. I've looked at this case law. And again, I'm glad we were able to get out of that situation by whatever we told the court. But I do think when a legitimate organization comes knocking with a legitimate backing and lawyers who actually are constitutional First Amendment scholars, and they want to cause this district some damage with this policy, I believe they're going to be able to accomplish that. I'd like to ask a question, Madam Chair.
Ask away.
if a lawsuit is filed for declaratory relief based on discrimination as to whether or not the Church of Satanists couldn't get in versus the Pentecostals of Cooper City, do you have the ability under any state or federal statute to recover monetary damages from the district in the event that we are sued?
Ms. Batista.
Are you asking if the plaintiffs would have the ability to?
Is there a cause of action? Because in my mind, I think it would just be a deck action, right? You ask a court for declaratory relief, interpret this, is it constitutional, yes or no? If we litigate it and we lose, we pay our attorney's fees, they pay their attorney's fees. What I'm asking for, and I'm not a constitutional lawyer, nor would I ever care to be one. What I'm asking is there a cause of action that they could bring against us for this policy in which they would recover monetary damages, like I don't know, intentional infliction of emotional distress or something that would result in monetary damages for us not giving these banners to religious organizations, or would it just be a deck action?
So the way that it would work under federal law is that you would bring a civil rights case under Section 1983, 42 U.S.C. Section 1983 for the violation of the First Amendment. And if you succeed, what happens is that under that vehicle, that statute, then you get prevailing side attorney's fees.
That's it. No monetary damages, just fees, right?
Yes.
Okay. So if the district gets sued, right, is that something that our in-house lawyers, which are, and apparently we now have another one, is that a total of 10 that we have in-house?
No, Ms. LeMay is, she will be taking over someone who is relocating.
Okay, so Ms. LeMay, you're number 9 then.
No, she's number 8.
8. Okay, number 8. And welcome, by the way. I don't think we've met.
Thank
Pleasure
you.
to meet you.
Thank you.
So.
Number 8, if you count.
Number 8. So we have 8 in-house lawyers. Are any of them, Ms. Batista, equipped to handle a 1983 action for religious discrimination, or would we have to outsource this to whoever?
With the current staff, and being that I would have been the lawyer that would have handled those cases in the past, we would probably have to outsource them.
Okay. And I know this is a question that lawyers always hate. If you were to have to defend a case like this, ballpark, how much in legal fees do you think this would take to get to a summary judgment?
So I can tell you that how much it costs to get to this case that we looked at with Mr. Stevens. I think it was somewhere in the vicinity of $50,000.
50?
$50,000.
$50,000?
Yes.
Okay, which in the grand scheme of the world is for legal fees is not a tremendous amount. I would question if the district were sued by someone who knew what they were doing as opposed to I think he was pro se, was he not?
He may be pro se, but this is like the 20th case that he's filed in court, so he's like a professional.
But he's not a licensed barred lawyer.
Correct.
Okay, so I guess where I'm getting at is if there was actually somebody who knew what they were doing and sued us, the reality is we'd probably spend more than $50,000 in legal fees defending something like this if it was a 1983 claim, right?
It's possible, sure.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Is there agreement on taking out that particular clause that Mr. Savera just mentioned? Anybody a yes for that? Okay, Ms. Thompson, you have a question?
I'm sorry. So does that mean that churches then could buy ads, or the Satanists could buy ads, like everyone could buy ads, and we're just going to chance it on if we get sued? Is that what that clause?
Nobody can buy them. They're barred from everybody. Nobody's allowed to buy them.
No. What do you mean? No. Currently, they're excluded, like all of them. But if we put that clause back in, then we just gamble on if we get sued. Is that? I'm just trying to understand the ramifications of taking this section out.
Ms. Batista.
Correct. If the clause were to be taken out, yes, then churches as well as the Church of Satan or, you know, the Church of Hamas or whoever could put an ad or a banner up at the, on the school board fence.
And who's to determine what's legitimate? Because you brought that up several times about if it's a legitimate church, if it's a legitimate organization, like who determines legitimacy of someone's religion?
Usually, if someone sues and they say that that is a religion, the court will take it as true, that that is a legitimate religion.
Okay.
May I just very briefly to that, because I looked that up, because that is an interesting inquiry, and I'm glad you asked it. There are several means that the federal government uses to determine, particularly for tax status, and I'm looking at the irs.gov website. There are certain characteristics that are generally attributed to churches. Okay, these attributes of a church have been developed by the IRS and by various court decisions over the years. There's like 10 or 12 bullet points here that the IRS will use to determine if you have a legitimate place of worship. A recognized creed and form of worship, a formal code of doctrine and discipline, distinct religious history, organization and ordained ministers, literature of your own, established places of worship, regular congregations, regular religious services. So the government will actually outline, okay, what they deem to be the quote-unquote certain characteristics which are generally attributed to religion, and whether or not you would, I guess in this case, qualify for whatever exemptions the government gives to churches. So I do think that there is a way to carve out, you know, the church of spaghetti monsters, right, who says, you know, we're a legitimate church, so we want to do whatever we can, without running afoul of anybody's First Amendment of religious expression rights, looking at the federal government and specifically the IRS's own guidelines.
Ms. Batista, and we have 15 minutes left in our very, very, very long day. So just, well, I don't know if Ms. Batista wanted to, Mrs. Bowman.
I think this policy needs a little work.
That's why I came back.
It's like,
to us. It's a very short policy.
If we could get, you know, to Mr. Cervera's point, if it's a possibility that we could get around all of these issues, then great. Then we can advertise the way we have been all the time. If we get rid of the religious exemption that was, or whatever, you know, if we get rid of whatever we put into this policy to comply with the lawsuit so that we don't have that problem again, then we just wasted a lot of time. I don't think that we're ready to do anything on this right now. It's brought up more questions than answers.
All I can share with you is that this policy right now it was drafted to mirror the Palm Beach policy. The Palm Beach policy also has, you know, the same clause in there, and the Palm Beach policy was found to be constitutional by the 11th Circuit.
Terrific. Can we support this and move on?
So, well, I'm trying. So everyone that agrees with the suggestion that Mr. Cervera made, we have to be able to let staff know whether we want to take that section out or not. So who agrees with taking out the section that says religious organizations can't participate? Is there anyone that agrees with that? Okay, just Mr. Cervera. So we're going to leave it in for now, based on, all right. Anybody else with policy?
So
I think we landed on we want photos.
Right, so that's what I was going to say. So the idea is that we would come up with some language to be able to allow photographs in some
Your thing's not
consistent manner across all the banners, and it has to be a certain size and et cetera.
I repeat, the staff has direction needed to bring this back for final adoption.
Well,
Board photo with the parameters from legal.
Has landed.
Mrs. Rupert, did you want to say something?
No, actually, I just didn't get a chance to do a thumbs up or a thumbs down.
I think just in general, there was enough people who spoke about it that they got the impression photos were okay. We didn't do an up or down, really. Okay, so there's one person that says no to the photos. I think Mrs. Rupert. Okay.
So we'll just put the language in and
Okay,
when it comes back, if
there's
there's.
two, let's just, wait, Mr. Severino. Let's thumbs up or down for photos. So let's just make sure.
Thumbs up. Thumbs up.
All those in, well, we're not voting. If you're okay with the photos staying in the policy, indicate with thumbs up. If you're not, thumbs down.
Thumbs up, Alpha.
Oh, we
Okay,
got
so we
5.
have 3. Mr. Severi, you don't have, okay.
So I think there's consensus for photos.
Yes.
So I'll repeat, the direction the staff has is to bring back the policy with
Make sure,
photos.
perfect. Okay, at this time, do any of my colleagues have anything to bring to the board or student success to share? I have 2 things, real quick. First off, September is Childhood Cancer Awareness Month, so I just wanted to make everyone aware of that. You should be wearing, if you could wear gold ribbons to commemorate that, and any chance you have to make sure people are paying attention to childhood cancer awareness. And this is just a quick point of privilege. The Florida School Board Association is proud to recognize Jessica Palomino as a valued member of the Broward School District as a Florida School Boards Associated Certified Support Professional. This distinguished honor is awarded to school board member support personnel who demonstrated an exceptional commitment to professional development and service to public education. The CSP program is designed to elevate and acknowledge the vital role that support staff play in the daily operations of long-term success of Florida public schools. By completing the program's rigorous training and development requirements, Palomino has shown dedication to continuous improvement and excellence in her role. So congratulations.
Wait, also shout out to Andrea Denalaris and Mara. What's Dee's last name?
Danielle St. Leon has also completed the
Okay,
program,
awesome.
and I'm very proud because
And who else?
Ella, yes, and Ellen
Ellen.
actually helped create the program,
Awesome.
and I'm always
so
proud of
through
her.
the leadership of Ellen,
There we
we
go.
are making strides.
So congratulations to everybody that got this this award. Thank you. Oh, I did not yet.
Hold on, Chair. I just want to remind the public, remind the board, any constituents that may still be listening, our first redefining community conversation is tomorrow at 6 p.m. at Miramar High School. Doors open at 5:30. A reminder to not bring large bags, and participants will be wanded as they're entering the building.
Thank you. The scheduled order of business for this school board workshop of the School Board of Broward County, Florida has been completed. Seeing no obligation, I now adjourn the meeting with 10 minutes left.